service of the country and humanity. Thank you very much, Shivani and Pranay. On that, I have a big news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We have some clarity coming in about some of the tourists who are missing in Nepal, and some of them appear to be from Tamil Nadu. The Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam's Member of Parliament, Dayanidhi Maran, has written a letter claiming 50 Tamil Nadu tourists are missing in the country. Dayanidhi Maran has written a letter to the External Affairs Ministry immediately. I quote from the letter content accessed by India Today. Reports indicate that several people have lost their life. Many others, including nearly 50 tourists from Tamil Nadu, remain missing. I request you to kindly direct the Embassy of India and rescue teams to help stranded Indians secure their safe passage back home. I take this as an opportunity to thank you for the same and looking forward to hearing from you. So at least there is some clarity coming in. We still do not know, and I want to say this with complete responsibility, we do not know if these tourists were possibly in the region where the floods have happened. Anaga Keshan joining me for the latest on that. Anaga, tell us more about the letter. What are you hearing? What about the connection with these tourists?
Well, in fact, the DMK Member of Parliament, Dayanidhi Maran, has written to the Ministry of External Affairs seeking their urgent intervention for the rescue and safe repatriation of Indian tourists who are stuck and stranded in the Nepal floods. Dayanidhi Maran has mentioned that there are close to 50 tourists from Tamil Nadu particularly who are stuck in this Nepal flash floods, and therefore has requested the union government to ensure this intervention and make sure that they are sent back. That's Dayanidhi Maran there, who has just written a letter to External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. He has also said that given the rapidly evolving circumstances and the disruption to communication and transportation networks, there is considerable anxiety among the families in Tamil Nadu. So therefore, please make sure that communication is streamlined and the tourists who are stuck are safely repatriated back to India, is what Dayanidhi Maran has urged Dr. Jai Shankar to interfere.
Anaga, also help me understand, if in case you have clarity on this, that were these tourists from Tamil Nadu in the region where the flash flood has happened? Were they in Nepal, otherwise in other locations? Any details on that about whether they could have been directly impacted?
Well, in fact, at the moment, we don't have details about where the tourists really were, whether they were in Nepal or surrounding areas of Nepal. To what extent have they all been harmed? At the moment, we do not have confirmation about these details. But what we do know, according to Dayanidhi Maran, is that there are 50 tourists from Tamil Nadu, is what he claims. But unless and until it comes officially from the union government, we really can't commit on the number of people as well. This is the Member of Parliament, Dayanidhi Maran, who says that there are close to 50 Tamil Nadu tourists who are stuck there. So therefore, he has urged immediate government intervention to make sure that the anxieties of families are being addressed by the union government, to make sure that communication is streamlined and very safely and urgently all the tourists who are stuck there are repatriated back to India.
Continue to wait for further details, and let's just hope they would not be impacted by the flash flood, that they would be perhaps in safer areas. But the fact that they are still missing, there's not been enough contact with all 50 of them, raises a concern. That's the first clarity that we have. Not a good one though, but at least about over 100 Indians who are missing among 384 foreign nationals who have gone missing, who cannot be traced, according to the embassies that are trying to locate its citizens. We know that 50 at least missing for now appear to be from Tamil Nadu, and that is why the DMK MP has written to the External Affairs Minister. There's an understanding about what does it look like, and I understand that many even in India may not be aware about the geography, the terrain of the place. So we'll try and help you understand about what happened. But Nepal's foreign minister maintains that there was an earthquake early this morning at about 8:22 a.m. that hit Nepal, or basically hit regions in Tibet. All right, look at that. My team has prepared this map for you to help you understand. This is very important. So this is what we are quoting from the facts that have come in. There was a 4.4 on the Richter scale earthquake that took place right at the border for Nepal, which is in the Tibet region. And that is when This is about 8:22 a.m., 26th August. 47 kilometers from Nepal border, which is not really much of a distance. Now, you may think 4.4 is not a high on a Richter scale, but it's always about the depth and the impact to the nearby areas that basically decide. And because these were mountain terrains and hilly terrains, the impact was immediate with regard to the flash flood that happened, and that is why terrains and areas and geography matters. Why this is maybe too much of a coincidence and why Nepal's foreign minister mentioned it, 8:22, the earthquake happens. By 8:25, flash floods have been reported, barely the next 3 to 4 minutes, reported from different areas. 8:45 is when, at 8:45 a.m. is when it starts to hit several of these areas in and around the Rasuwa area. Look at that. So that's what happened, an earthquake. Did that trigger the flash flood? That is what Nepal's foreign minister and other researchers are saying. But of course, further investigation will reveal about what exactly happened. But it's the damage for all of us to see on this. All right, big news now coming in. Indian Air Force already on assignment, ladies and gentlemen. The C-130J, it's a transport aircraft, will be departing from Hindon tonight itself. India is not wasting time. Transport aircraft is not just for rescue operation, which it can help in, but the chopper can also possibly assist with a lot of relief material that can be sent. C-17 is carrying relief supplies as well that may depart tonight or in the next few hours, but it's the time that is of essence. So India is ensuring that whatever can be sent as soon as possible will be sent in. Of course, the first concern will be to save as many lives as possible. Shivani Sharma is getting us that big news as well, and if she's with us, I'll go across to her. Yes, Shivani, tell me about how and why India is not wasting any time, immediately pressing the C-17 into service. And just can you confirm to us if this is C-17 or C-130, and possibly why? Which one is chosen?
Both of them are ready to fly, and in fact the C-130J is likely to depart from Hindon late tonight because the arrangements are to be made, the relief material is to be loaded, the personnel have to fly, so everything is being made ready, and according to the needs and where it is required exactly in Nepal, that has to be chosen and made sure for the Indian Air Force to send the relief material. So it's all being done right now, even as we speak, Pooja. There are medicines that have been, they are being loaded there, the food material and whatever Nepal requires. So that coordination is being made, the demands are being taken, the requisition is being taken, and accordingly the whole material will be flown, and C-130J aircraft of the Indian Air Force will be flying tonight. And the C-17 Globemaster, that also happens to be one of the important and strategic transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force, will be flying tomorrow. So 2 aircraft which are now ready, they are being prepared with the relief material, with the earth-moving machinery, with the doctors' teams, the medical team, the medicine, and also the fabricated sheets that will be required for people to stay. So all this material is being prepared, it's being loaded on these 2 aircraft of the Indian Air Force, and soon will be flying to Nepal. The C-130 is ready and it will be taking off tonight. That's what we are learning from the sources, Pooja. It will depart from Hindon Air Base of the Indian Air Force, and the other one will be flying from Palan. That's what we know so far. So more teams will be kept ready as the requirements and requisites come from Nepal side.
Shivani, thank you very much. We'll be waiting for further updates from you about what is the prep for our defense forces to immediately assist Nepal as and when required. So remember, the transport aircraft will help in rescue operations and as much with the rescue equipments or material that's required. And a word of appreciation for our Air Force pilots on standby, immediately leaving for a mission like this to be able to be of service, not just to India, of course, but like I said, humanity and anyone who requires it. That's what Indian Air Force has always been about. I also want you to now listen in from this voice in Kathmandu in Nepal, where a climate researcher, professor with Kathmandu University, Professor Rijan, is telling us this about what could have triggered such a flash flood. visuals catching everyone's attention across the world. Mr. Rajan, I just want to first get an assessment. What are you hearing, sir? What happened there in the area? What is the kind of damage that we are looking at?
Yeah, just when I arrived today in Kathmandu, I received many calls that there was a huge flood. Then I started to gather some information, and based on those informations, I can say for now that the big flood was maybe due to the blocking the Lende River by ice avalanche from a nearby glacier, which is in the Nepal side. And that Lende River is flowing from Tibet, China to Nepal side, and then it goes to Trishuli and others. Till now, we don't have clear proof what causes that big flood. And there was also saying that there was a earthquake of 4.4 Richter scale, but we have to confirm whether that earthquake was before or after the big flood.
Not the best news to really be breaking to you right now, but 133 Indian tourists confirmed missing. Now, when we use this word missing, ladies and gentlemen, it's with a lot of responsibility, because basically it is either the embassy or the family or the kind of officials there are on the ground who are connecting to the tourists on record, the ones who they know are in these areas, possibly trying to connect to them, are unable to do so. That is why they are in the missing list. We're not going to make any conjecture or theory about whether they are alive or not. That, of course, will be further details and updates coming in. Rescue operations are pressed into service, but over 133 Indian tourists are confirmed missing right now. 50 of them confirmed from Tamil Nadu for now, according to DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran, who has written a letter to the Minister of External Affairs. But 133 Indian tourists, which means who have clearly gone to Nepal either on a visit, vacation, or perhaps were taking the route and the pass toward Mansarovar. So we are going to try and get you some clarity about what exactly is the detail that we are getting for you. That's an aerial visual for you on your screens. The aerial visual also one with the rescue operations. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. It's so heartbreaking about how there are, from what I gather, possibly some children have been rescued, or the aerial operation that are showing us about how areas are completely that have been inundated. All right, I have the list of the missing on our screens. This is the list of the missing. I continue to maintain and do not sound alarming. The MSCs and the officials are trying to get in touch, but the names are on the list. If in case you know or you're aware of any of them, if you're in Nepal and know them, can contact the officials, help, and the hotline numbers to confirm that they are alive and safe. If you are a family member of any of them here in the country, here in India, if you have any details that you want to share, you can call on these toll-free helpline numbers. Pranay Upadhyay, India Today Global Editor, is joining me. Pranay, what are the details that we have about these Indian tourists? Were they there on a specific vacation plan? Any other issue? And when we say missing, Pranay, do reiterate for the viewer, it means missing and nothing more.
Absolutely, they are just missing. This is the information shared by the Nepalese government that around 133 Indians, which includes the larger number of over 460 foreign nationals, which includes 133 Indians, they are missing right now, because as you know that this area, which is badly impacted by this flash flood, communication is totally down in that area, and therefore the relief and rescue troops or authorities are not being able to contact all these people, though different groups which are coordinating all these tourists, be it the pilgrims, those who were there, or for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, or the trekkers, or simple tourists. All these groups are also being trying to contacted by the Nepalese government. They were also trying to reach out to these people through their groups and their coordinators. But right now the number is, and which is certainly a concerning number, Pooja, 133 Indian tourists are missing in Nepal after this flash flood, which is a very big number. And that's why the government of India is also concerningly watching this entire development and the situation in Nepal. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as you have also reported, that Prime Minister Modi spoke to his Nepalese counterpart, Prime Minister Balencha. India is extending all possible help. The 2 aircraft of Indian Air Force, C-130J and C-17s, are being sent to Nepal with relief and rescue material. All the other, disaster relief troops, disaster relief teams are also being kept on standby. So this is a developing situation. The situation is regularly being monitored by the Nepalese government.
So tell me this quickly. That's the list on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The names that could be confirmed, and therefore we are putting it out as the ones who are confirmed missing. If there is any information that you have, in case anyone watching this in Kathmandu, in Nepal, or even here, if there's any information that you can bring to us about the clarity about them, that is why the names have gone out. If you're one of them who've been watching, all right. So India is 133. Look at that. Australia, Belarus, Canada has about 24. So closely followed from India, 133 number of persons. Nobody has been found, and that is why 133 have been mentioned here. And also we go across to, there's Finland, France, Germany, Hungary. There are about 2 Irish tourists as well. Why, if you're wondering, how many of them were there in Nepal in these areas? Remember, it's a massive tourist destination as well. There are a lot of mountaineers who head into Nepal, and it's not just for a vacation. There's also, interestingly, Malaysia has about 19. From Nepal itself, approximately 60 are missing, and other European countries as well. So India is there on the top with about 133 still missing. That's an official list. Pranay, can I come to you on this? When we talk about the 133 missing, the Rasuwa area where this has happened, is there a clarity that they would be there, that they were in the impacted area? Or is it just because there's no contact with them?
Unfortunately, there is no clarity as yet, Pooja,
yes.
What exactly is the location of all these Indians, because this is a wider area where Indian tourists are possibly there, or if you see that, if you glance through that entire list, higher number of people are from India. The missing list has the high representation of India, 133, and in fact the Nepalese, those who are missing in this list, is only 59. So more Indians are missing than as compared to the Nepalese. But besides that, many Western nationalities are also there in this list, and the relief and rescue teams are already on ground. They are also trying to locate these people both on foot as well as through the aerial surveillance and aerial search for these missing individuals. Though this list remains dynamic, Pooja, because the Nepalese government is constantly monitoring through the control room this list, and this is also getting updated if there is any discovery or if there is any information regarding any missing personnel. And that's why we also ask or request our viewers as well, that if you have any detail about your people or your family members, those who are missing, you can reach out, and you can reach out to these helpline numbers, so that the government authorities can also get to know about the missing individuals, and this list can be updated, as well as help can be sent out to those who are out, or those who are trying to reach out to the authorities.
Pranay, keep tracking all the latest on that. Remember, our colleagues across our newsroom are going to ensure through the night we get you updates about what's happening in Nepal. This is as much about Nepal as about the missing Indian tourists. And I can only imagine the family members here in the country who would have them missing in Nepal. It's going to be a long night for many of them as well. I'm heading into a short break, but stay tuned. This is without a doubt the top big story on India Today. At 6 p.m. I return. And I'm going to tell you all the latest confirmed updates on the Nepal flash floods. Prayers with all those affected. Stay tuned, stay safe.
retrograde, it's dangerous, and I think it's knee-jerk. The fundamental crisis is incomes and jobs. How are you going to resolve that? By getting more women into the workforce. That's where the real focus should be, and I don't see enough being spoken about that. We talk about women's empowerment, and then we encourage people to have a third child. Who's going to bear the burden of that?
So the other big challenge in the last 100 days has been the water resource department. The moment you took on the chief minister's chair, unfortunately, the monsoon deficit happened, then Tamil Nadu moved the court. Has that been your biggest challenge, handling the Kaveri issue? Because it's legally inbound also, so it's not a free will decision that you have to make.
See, I walked the streets of from Mekedar to Bangalore. Why? Mekedar project is not for Karnataka. It is for Tamil Nadu. 95% of the water, whatever will be stored in will be used only for Tamil Nadu. You can't even use a single drop of water from Mekedar to any part on irrigation. Only whatever 10 TMC of water is being allotted from the Kaveri to Bangalore can be used.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Suzlon, good energies that work.
Co-powered by Air India, new feels good.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
$133 Indian tourists currently confirmed missing in Nepal. This is a clarity that we are breaking to you at 6 p.m. 133 Indian tourists. Out of them, according to the DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran, 50 tourists missing are from Tamil Nadu and asking for immediate intervention of the External Affairs Ministry. We are putting out the official document of the Nepalese government accessed by India Today. Country-wise, there's a breakdown. India is on the top. 133 Indians missing. The still found column has 0, which means still missing is 133. External Affairs Ministry, meanwhile, has issued these helpline numbers on your screens. The ticker is putting forth any detail with the number that is coming up. If you have any information or even are seeking help, these are the numbers for the Indian mission in Nepal that you can immediately call on. Remember that India Today is only going to put out confirmed information. Going by this official document, 133 is missing. It's not looking good because the number has risen from about 105 earlier to 133 now. We also don't have clarity if all 133 of them were present in the Rasuwa area where the flash flood has taken place. And if they were there, caught in this deluge, ladies and gentlemen, while I don't intend to sound alarming, it's anybody's guess how difficult this would be to escape. Rescue mission is already being pushed into service. According to the Nepalese army spokesperson, there are half a dozen aircrafts that already have been pressed into service. India is also sending the C-130 transport aircraft, C-130J. There is also C-17 jet that's on standby as and when required. Pranay Upadhyay is joining us for the details. Pranay, tell us more about this document. It's not just about missing Indians. I believe there are other Europeans, Americans as well, who are missing according to Nepal government.
Absolutely, Pooja, as you can make out from this list, which is shared by the Nepalese government, and Nepalese Prime Minister office is constantly monitoring the situation. A control room is already being set up in Kathmandu, and various missions, including the Indian mission, Indian embassy in Kathmandu, is in touch with the Nepalese authorities to coordinate the relief and rescue work of these individuals, of these Indians as well, because 133 Indians, and as you rightly mentioned, that the number has gone up, and that is a concerning thing, that is a worrying thing. That in Nepal flash floods, so far 133 Indians are missing. Though, as you were also mentioning, that this is only a missing number because the communications are down in that area, that Rasuwa border between Nepal and China. And that is the area which is mostly taken by the people, those who go on pilgrimage to Kailash Mansarovar. Many people go to that area for trekking purpose. There is a popular tourist destination as well. And therefore, a large number of people go there, and around 12 Nepalese to travel, groups or companies are in touch with the Nepalese government on fetching the numbers on these missing individual or missing, tourists there in that region. But certainly, it is a matter of concern for the government of India as well, because 133 Indian going missing in Nepal is a big number, and that's
Pranay,
why.
Also, just put it in perspective for the viewer watching right now. Why is this region so important? When I talk of 133 Indians and many foreign nationals missing from this place, what is the significance of this region that so many would be visiting or passing through this specific stretch?
As you know, Pooja, that the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra is right now on, and there are only two official routes, which is coordinated by Ministry of External Affairs, which is the Nathula route and Lipu Lake route. And if anyone who does not get the lottery in these official routes, or the government of India coordinated routes of Nathula and Lipu Lake, then people have to take the Nepal route, and therefore large number of people also take that Nepal route. And this Rasuwa border is the popular route, the Hilsa area, Simikot area. All these routes are there to for these Kailash Mansarovar pilgrims to go to the Tibet autonomous region for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and therefore large number of Indians also go there. Besides that, that area is also popular among tourists and people, those who go for mountaineering.
And like you mentioned, Pranay, Nepal is a very popular trekking, hiking zone. Too many mountains, of course, popular mountains there. We know that is where foreign mountaineers also come in and go even to hilly terrains. And when we say missing, and I'll go to Pranay on that in just a short while, missing basically means their respective missions could be trying to contact them. There's no connection, and that's why they've been mentioned as missing. This does not mean that they've lost their life. It means there is no contact presently. I have big news coming in. This is an update, sadly not a good news. 22 bodies have been recovered. The police statement that confirms from the Nepal government, 22 dead bodies have been recovered. The mortal remains that for now are, because of the rescue and relief operations, there have been survivors as well, of course, thankfully. The Nepal government has said that ordering free treatment, emergency aid to the flood victims. Government has ordered for any medical treatment, of course, that's required, and it will be provided to the Ministry of Health and Food Safety. Nepalese army has been pressed into service, their government officials as well. What is India doing on this, Pranay? It's not just about Indian citizens, but also to ensure to help the people of Nepal. What is the foreign ministry? How are they working on this? And if someone's watching right now, whether from India or from Nepal, how can they contact the closest mission? Where do they contact? How do they get help?
Nepal, Pooja, we are also flashing those helpline numbers. But besides that, the social media handles of Ministry of External Affairs, Indian Embassy in Kathmandu have also flashed. They have set up a control room in Kathmandu for coordinating these, relief and rescue operation. And also, if someone or whose loved one, whose family members are missing or reported are not being able to contacted, and then they can reach out to the Indian Embassy there in Kathmandu. Ministry of External Affairs is also in touch with the Nepalese authority. But besides that, highest level of contact has already been established, Pooja. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to his Nepalese counterpart, Prime Minister Balin Shah, extended all possible help. As you also reported that, two of the Indian Air Force aircrafts are also being prepared and prepared to send to Nepal with the first tranche of relief and rescue material, which also includes heavy earth mover machinery, and besides that, the tarpaulin, medical assistance, medical teams are also being kept on standby. Disaster relief teams are also being kept on standby. And depending on the requests coming from Kathmandu, the Nepalese government of India has expressed the intent that India would be able to provide all possible help in this difficult time. But
Pranay, stay on with me, because for the viewer joining in right now, if you're tuning into India Today right now and wondering what exactly happened in Nepal, we've prepared this jacket for you to understand the kind of latest images that are coming in. I want to take you through those powerful images, a certain trigger warning as well to some of our viewers, considering the sheer scale of devastation that we are witnessing. The top visual on our screen is without a doubt the Kerung border. For the first time possibly, witnessing the impact of a flash flood. This is the Nepal-China border. Look how the kind of force and pressure with which the flash flood comes, and then the screen goes blank. This is a CCTV image that has been caught at about 8:45 a.m. Kerung border is a key route for cargo, for pilgrims and passengers traveling for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. And we see some people here running for safety, but for some of them it may be too late. Villages across Nepal's Rasuwa district battered by the raging waters. This does not look densely populated, but it clearly shows the kind of force with which the flash flood, starting from the top terrains, and then has wiped off the villages and hilly areas. Trishuli is important vis-a-vis Bihar and Uttar Pradesh as well. This is in Nepal, the area is completely inundated. Floodwaters are sweeping through the streets and buildings. But these areas border Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. That is why our state governments also are ensuring caution and taking all precautionary measures. This is what it looks like from an aerial view. The sheer scale of the devastation left behind by the flash floods. You can see that these are villages, towns completely inundated. And all of this happens within seconds of the flash flood. Look at the force of the water here, ladies and gentlemen. The river water with the sort of flash flood that has happened, surging toward a hydroelectric plant in Rasuwa. Structures were washed away. We know that there are some hydro plants that have been affected as well. Basically, that means electricity in several areas have been affected. This is Chitwan, where the swollen river has risen dramatically. This is the Narayan Ghat area. You can see a massive Buddha statue partially submerged in the flood waters. It appears to be a mobile footage that has been recorded. But look at the force with which the raging water is passing through. Visuals from Bhote Koshi now. The current is so powerful, as you can see. Vehicles are being washed away. Anything that comes in the way, even houses, are being swept off in a matter of seconds in its path for the water. Nepal has not seen anything like this in years. Even the earthquake, remember, was not, as many say, so much of devastation that was seen at that point. Lives are at risk right now. Communities have been cut off. The Nepalese army is working non-stop. But it's the dimming light. It's the time that is of essence for the rescue operations and to evacuate people, to rescue survivors. Some clarity on the identity has come in about who are these 133 missing Indians in Nepal. Over 50 are from Tamil Nadu. The DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has confirmed that there are at least 50 people from Tamil Nadu who were in Nepal, who were visiting Nepal, and they cannot be contacted right now. This basically means that there is no contact and that they are missing and nothing more. I reiterate here, and I do not intend to sound alarming. India Today has spoken to kin of one of the missing families. So think of these families right now. One of the group pictures, I believe, that is on your screen. And we'll just get some clarity on that. The family member of the missing has said 57 people left from the state of Tamil Nadu for Nepal. Nepalese government has confirmed that 133 Indians cannot be contacted, and they were in that area. Remember, these are recorded details with any mission, any embassy. So they, of course, are trying to connect to the ones whose records are there officially. And if they cannot be contacted for any reason, they have been put in the missing list. That's the image of possibly that group picture that has gone to Nepal. We are praying, of course, for their safety, and we hope that they'll be immediately contacted very, very soon. Let's listen in to what the family member is saying.
23ஆம் தேதி நைட்டு 57 பேர் கொண்ட ஒரு குழு கைலாயம் போகிறதுக்காக கிளம்புனது. 24ஆம் தேதி விடிகாத்தால 12:40க்கு ஃப்ளைட்டு சென்னையில் டெல்லி போய் டெல்லியிலேருந்து காட்மாண்டில் மீட்டிங் முடிஞ்சு மறுநாள் காலையில் எல்லோரும் 8 மணிக்கெல்லாம் அவங்களோட குரூப்பை 57 பேர், மகாராஷ்டிராவை சேர்ந்த 2 பேர், 59 பேர் குரூப். அது நான் மிலிட்ரி சீஃப் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் அவர்கிட்ட பேசினேன். அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் டென்ஷன் ஆகாதீங்க சார், எங்கள் மிச்சம் இருக்கிற ஆளுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் வெளியாள் யாரும் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம், அந்த ஏரியாவை யாரும் வெளியில் வர முடியாது. நாங்கள் உங்கள் ஆளுங்கள்லாம் 20 பேர் சேஃப்டியாக வச்சுருக்கிறோம். அவங்க இந்த நிலைமை சீரானவொன்னே உடனே உங்களுக்கு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு காட்மாண்டு அனுப்பிடுவோம். காட்மாண்டுலேருந்து நீங்கள் அழைச்சிட்டு போயிடுங்க அப்படின்ட்டுருக்காங்க. நாளைக்கு நான் அவங்களை அழைக்கிறதுக்கு காட்மாண்டு போகிறேன். மீதி உள்ளவங்க 37 பேர் இரவுக்குள்ளே சொல்கிறேன். எத்தனை பேர் நாங்கள் ஒரு 10-15 பேர் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்துருக்கோன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது யாருங்கிறது தெரியல. அங்கே போனால் தெரியும். எதுக்கும் உங்கள் நேம் லிஸ்ட் உங்கள் குரூப்பை சேர்ந்த நேம் லிஸ்ட் அனுப்புங்க. ஒத்து வருதா, பாஸ்போர்ட்லாம் கையில் வச்சுருப்பாங்க. அது ஒத்து வந்துச்சுன்னா நான் உங்களுக்கு தகவல் சொல்கிறேன்னு இருக்காங்க.
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர் யாத்ரா ஏஜென்சி அப்படிங்கிற நிறுவனம் மூலமாக நமக்கு 57 பேர் இந்த நிறுவனம் மூலமாக கைலாயில் போயிருக்காங்க. அதில் நமக்கு தஞ்சாவூரை சேர்ந்தவங்க 14 பேர். பாக்கி எல்லாருமே அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை, மயிலாடுதுறை, திருவாரூர், நிறைய இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. மொத்தம் 57 பேர் 3 பஸ்ஸில் போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று ஈவினிங் நேபாளத்துலேருந்து திபெத் நோக்கி போகிறப்ப தான் இந்த ஆக்சிடெண்ட்டுங்க. மொதல் பஸ்ஸு போயிட்டாங்க. 2வது பஸ் 3வது பஸ் போகிறப்ப தான் ஏதோ சவுண்டு கேட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அவங்கள்ட்ட யார்கிட்டையுமே தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியல. அப்பப்போ டவர் கிடைக்கிறப்ப தான் பேச முடியுது. நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், எல்லார்ட்டையுமே பேசுறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இன்னும் யார்ட்டையுமே அவங்கள்ட்ட பேச முடியல.
So that is at least the first clarity that we have on this. My colleague Pramod Madhav is joining me from Tamil Nadu. Pramod, do you have details, and if you can help translate further for what this gentleman just said to us? Where did they go? Any clarity on if they are in this impacted zone, and is there no contact at all with them?
Certainly, Pooja, these are the details that has been given by a person called as Sadiq, who actually owns this particular travel agency through which 57 people from Tamil Nadu have gone over there, and plus 2 people from Maharashtra. So the total number is 59, and they have been traveling in 3 buses. Now, what Sadiq has told us is that they had left on 23rd from Tamil Nadu, they had gone to Delhi, and by 25th they have reached Kathmandu, and from there they were on a trip to Kailash, visit Kailash actually. And what happened is that one of the buses had already crossed the kind of area, but the next 2 buses are ones that the passengers in that particular buses are the ones who are apparently not able to communicate. Now, Sadiq also claims that he has spoken to a military chief engineer in that particular spot, who has assured that 20 people who are the first bus are safe and they are in a particular camp. And once the situation normalizes, they'll be sent back to Kathmandu. From there, they can be flown back to Delhi. So Sadiq is actually leaving to that particular area. He's also been informed that close to 10 to 15 people have been hospitalized. But since there is a poor cell phone signal over there, they are not able to communicate to them directly. So the actual agency owner, Sadiq, whose son is also a part of this particular program, is also there. Who's also in this particular 57. He's one among the 57 people. So he's going there, and he says that further details will be given at least by 8 p.m. He'll get more details, and tomorrow he's going directly. But totally 57 people are from Tamil Nadu have gone over there, and now the travel agency which they had taken over says that 20 people are safe. Remaining 37, the details are yet to be furnished, Pooja.
For these family members who cannot contact the ones in Nepal, it's going to be a long night. Let's just hope there will be some connection that will be established. I'm sure you'll be in touch with them, and prayers for all of them. For a few seconds, I'd like my team to put the image of the family on the full screen. If you're watching this telecast in Nepal, if you recognize them, if these family members are watching this, to be able to connect with the Indian mission immediately. So these are the individuals, 50 of them from Tamil Nadu, who are presently in Nepal, and there is no connection with them. There's no clarity if they are exactly where the flash flood has happened. So we'll be praying and be hopeful that they will be rescued, contacted at the earliest. We have some news coming in. Pramod, thank you very much for now. Nepal's foreign minister said that there was an earthquake that took place early this morning that triggered the flash flood. What did that mean? I'm going to put out now this image for you to help you understand what happened and when. At 8:22 a.m., that is when an earthquake occurs, 4.4 on the Richter scale. You may think it's not a very high one on the Richter scale, but that's not the definition of the impact. It's usually the terrain, the depth that can trigger worsening situation, and that's what happened here. So this is the border area of Nepal toward Tibet, largely 47 kilometers from Nepal border, not very long clearly, and that, according to Nepal's foreign minister, immediately triggered the flash flood. There is some truth to that as well, because 8:22 a.m. we know that the earthquake happens. By 8:25, visuals have been caught on CCTV of flash floods coming through. By 8:45 a.m., we have the Kerung border customs office flash flood that has shocked the entire country, and the world is watching that visual right now, possibly for the first time, to help us really see what a flash flood is and an impact that can be in real time. That is what happened, but of course further investigations will reveal what triggered this disaster. Listen in now to the voices that India Today is constantly getting from Nepal. I spoke to a young woman, Jasmine Oja. She was in Kathmandu, but she knows people who travel to this region and they cannot be contacted right now. Listen in. What is the situation that you are hearing? What kind of visuals are coming to you? How damaging does it look like to you?
So I'm right now in Kathmandu. Some of my colleagues have gone to the affected area today morning. So they have already reached there. And some of my friends' relative have also been lost in the flood right now. So abhi kya ho raha hai that people I just heard about that they are trying to contact people through the help of satellite, but people are found missing. They are not being able to contact each other. There is a situation of chaos is going there. Right now, Nepal government is also trying to contact the people, but I see that so many situations that Nepal government is trying is failing right now. It's not seen that properly that government is doing that in a proper way. Abhi there are many people who बहुत ही राहत लेकर इधर से जा रहे हैं काठमांडू से. Many NGOs and INGOs are also helping them to.
मुझे बता रही है जास्मिन कि आपके भी कोई जान के पहचान के हैं जो वहां पर हैं. क्या उनसे कोई कांटेक्ट हो पाया? क्या वो सेफ हैं?
I just नहीं कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है. मेरा एक फ्रेंड का रिलेटिव, उनका अंकल, उनका भाई मिसिंग है. He's trying to contact them, but अभी तक कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है. इतना ही नहीं, मेरा फ्रेंड जो रिलीफ लेकर गया था उधर, ही इज ऑल्सो मिसिंग. उसका भी कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं आ रहा है अभी तक.
हमें थोड़ा ये रीजन एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं जास्मिन? ये कहाँ पर पड़ता है, कितना दूर है इंडिया बॉर्डर से, काठमांडू से, किस तरह का एरिया ये रहा है?
इट इज वेरी फार. ये बहुत सालों से ही दिस प्लेस पर फ्लड्स आ ही रहा है. इससे पहले भी बहुत सारा इंसिडेंट हो ही चुका है उस जगह पर. इट इज नियर टू द चाइना बॉर्डर के नियर ही है. इसलिए नेपाल गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो ट्राइंग टू एक्सेस. चाइना से भी वो लोग एक्सेस बनाने की कोशिश कर ही रहे हैं. मैंने अभी तक जितना सुना है, दे हैव लाइक मेड सम ऑफ द कॉन्टैक्ट्स विद द चाइनीज पीपल देयर, बट दे आर नॉट बीइंग एबल टू कॉन्टैक्ट. किसको कॉन्टैक्ट है अभी तक, वो भी दे आर लाइक जस्ट मिसिंग उसमें भी. So इसमें क्या है ना, it is like this is for the very first time that Nepal has seen this big flood. इससे पहले कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ है नेपाल में. We have never seen इतना बड़ा flood अभी तक हमने कभी भी नहीं देखा है. This is the very first time Nepal has been facing this.
Jasmine, I'm sure you remember the earthquake also of Nepal.
Yes.
How different do you think the earthquake was to this flash flood, the kind of damage or sadly the death toll that we are looking at?
So नेपाल में like it has been said बहुत सालों से we have been saying कि climate के लिए we need a policy, fiscal policy चाहिए, climate friendly budget चाहिए. बहुत सालों से इसी चीज़ पर बात हो रही थी. But अभी तक they never took the issue of climate. So like उन्होंने कभी भी ये issue को serious issue ही नहीं लिया है. So if I see 2072 में जब नेपाल में earthquake गया था, I do remember I was in Italy when earthquake was going. It was also very big, but उससे भी ज़्यादा big ये दिख रहा है क्योंकि इधर बहुत हजारों people have been affected. Hundreds of life has been already gone. How much we have heard, and many people are missing. So I think this has become more big issue than the issue that was happening in back in 2072.
Let's try and get some updates coming in about from the political leadership, what the politicians there are saying, noticing what the government needs to do. Joining me from the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, he's the leader Noor Mohammed for the latest on that. Mr. Noor Mohammed, what is it that you're hearing? What are the kind of visuals and videos that you're receiving that you can tell us about the level of devastation in Nepal this morning?
I thank you very much for calling us. It's one of the biggest disaster in our country, and we are facing the big disaster in our country, and our government is trying to relocate the people and trying to solve this issue nearby, and our government is working on this one. This time we are facing a lot of issues in our country because it's a massive flood and it's a disaster in our country. So government is working on this, and a lot of, we heard that until now they have received 9 dead bodies, and lots of bridges are mashed away, and the lots of roads are mashed away, and it's very hard to reach people. We are facing a disaster time this time.
I understand that RSP is a fairly new party. It is currently in the government in Nepal. Do you think that you have enough assistance coming in for you? There may be slightly a lack of experience, so to say, to be handled such a scale of disaster. How is your government, how are your leaders going on and about to ensure that rescue operations are conducted in time? Is there any requirement that you think Nepal needs right now?
Once we heard that the flood is there in that certain area, our government, they are working hard to save the life of people, and they are rushing and they are putting their all the efforts to save the life there. And our government is working hard on this one, and definitely a lot of roads are mashed away, bridges are mashed away, and we are facing a lot of issues to save the life and relocate the life there. But the government and the Nepal Army, Nepal Police, and APF, they all are working to solve these all issues there by near. But we are facing the climate challenge, roads, and everything, but still
And it's a difficult terrain to operate in. Mr. Noor Mohammed, India is sending 2 aircrafts for help in rescue operations and some relief materials as well. Is there anything that you think at this point that the government may need that India can be of help for?
Definitely, India is our neighbor country, and they have helped us in every situation of Nepal. And we do appreciate it that Indian government, they are always with us and they want to help us. We really appreciate on that. And we might need so many help from India, and these things will be coordinated with the government, and I think the government, they are working on this.
Final question, sir. There's concern in India also because over 133 Indian citizens at least are missing. 50 of them are from a southern state of Tamil Nadu. What assurance can you give to families here back home that there will be all efforts made to contact the Indian civilians there in your country right now?
See, this disaster came suddenly, and we are worried about the life of people for all the nationality, and we and our government, we are putting full efforts to save the life of the people in this disaster time. So we just want to say and pray with God that at least we can save the life first. It's a disaster time here, so we are working to save the life of people.
One more question. Can you help me understand the ground situation in Rasuwa about the kind of communication that has been impacted? I'm sure there's going to be a massive shortage to even reach the place. It's going to be difficult. Can you tell us more about the geographical location? Are many people missing? Is the death toll expected to rise? If you can help us understand that.
To reach that area, it's very difficult because the main thing is that lots of roads are mashed away and bridges are mashed away, and it's very hard to reach there, and it's a very difficult time to reach there. Even in Kathmandu now, it's raining, and that particular area, it's very hard to reach there. It's very hard to reach there.
Our prayers and solidarity from India to Nepal. Mr. Noor Mohammed, thank you very much for speaking to India today. I hope all your people will be safe. More and more survivors will be saved, will be brought out from their debris. And Indian Armed Forces also are ensuring deployments as and when required by Nepal to help assist in this process. This visual, ladies and gentlemen, has shocked the entire country in the world to be able to for the first time see the kind of force and pressure of what a flash flood can do. Now we are going by, as responsible journalism, only putting out official statements to not sound panic or alarm. There was a conversation that India Today's Pranay Upadhyay had with Nepal's tourism police, and especially because it concerns Indian citizens. Here's an excerpt of that.
मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ आपसे कि अभी जो नेपाल में घटना हुई है चाइना बॉर्डर के पास में, अभी क्या स्थिति है मैडम? और वहाँ कई इंडियन टूरिस्ट फंसे हुए बताए जा रहे हैं. आपके पास क्या जानकारी है इसको लेकर, प्लीज शेयर करें.
उस घटना में टूरिस्ट भी, नेपाली भी मिसिंग होने का विवरण तो प्राप्त हो रहा है, लेकिन टूरिस्ट कितना थे, कौन कंट्री का टूरिस्ट थे, एक ही विवरण अब तक नहीं पा रहे हैं हमने. लेकिन हमारा कंट्री ने नेपाल का ही उसमें विभिन्न निकाय है उस स्थान में एम्प्लॉइज ह्यूमन रिसोर्स मिसिंग हो रहा है. नेपाली सेना, नेपाल पुलिस, प्रहरी, आर्म पुलिस फोर्स लगायत अन्य निकायहरू जुन गभर्मेन्ट एम्प्लॉइजहरू संपर्कविहीन हो रहा है.
अच्छा.
एग्जैक्टली फॉरेनर कितना फॉरेनर थे, कौन थे, कौन कंट्री का थे, वो पता लगाने का काम हो रहा है.
अच्छा मैडम, नेपाल टूरिज्म बोर्ड ने जो लिस्ट जारी की है उसमें कई कंट्रीज की जानकारी दी है. उसमें 59 इंडियन टूरिस्ट बताए जा रहे हैं, बाकी और कंट्री का भी है. तो आप कह रही हैं कि अभी वो कंफर्म नहीं है. नेपाल टूरिज्म बोर्ड ने तो एक जानकारी शेयर की है.
ओके वो सर्कुलर हमने देख रहे हैं. लेकिन हमें फॉर्मली हमको यहाँ नहीं भेजा है, इसलिए.
ओके. अच्छा मैडम, हुआ क्या था, कैसे हुआ है ये, थोड़ा अगर आप बता सकें, कब कितनी बजे रिपोर्ट मिला, कैसे हुआ है?
8:40 इंसिडेंट में 8:40 बिहान तक, बिहान के समय में 8:40 में हुआ था. हमको जानकारी करीब 9 AM में हो गया था.
ओके.
इसके बाद हमने संपूर्ण सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी, लोकल गवर्नमेंट, फेडरल गवर्नमेंट एंड प्रोविंशियल ऑल गवर्नमेंट एक्टिवली हम पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. Heli rescue, more than 40 people have been rescued by heli.
Okay.
Similarly, many people have rescued in safe places of Rasuwa district. It means in high regions. Dunche. Similarly, some people are injured.
Just in case you're tuning in right now, I want to take you through the visuals that have come in. Most of it is CCTV footage or mobile footage. This is Kerung Border Customs Office, where you can see the impact, one of the flash flood. And then, if you look at closely on your screens, the below part of that visual shows that there are employees, workers who are trying to rush out for safety. And then the screen goes blank, reflective of the kind of impact that is of the debris from the mountain region. And many of them clearly look like they've been caught in what exactly happened. Let's constantly change the visual. This is again another visual coming in. A submerged Buddha statue, the raging river force passing through villages and towns, in some areas completely wiping out these villages. That is why more and more people who are missing right now and the rescue operations are on. It's currently raining there in this Rasuwa area, according to officials speaking to India Today. But what happens when the water comes gushing in densely populated areas? Look at this visual on your screen. You can see there are houses and restaurants right where the gushing river is passing through. And often this is which is without a warning that comes in as an alert. Shivani Sharma joins me for the latest on that. Shivani, what are we hearing about our Indian Air Force aircrafts to leave at what time? And what is the update? What are the aircrafts going to carry with them? And what else is on standby from India for Nepal?
Pooja,
go ahead.
Pooja, as we were breaking down for our viewers that the Indian Air Force's aircraft, the C-17 Globemaster and C-130J Super Hercules, they are ready. They are being loaded with the rescue material, the medicine, the earth-moving machinery, the rescue teams who have to be there in Nepal to help and assist in the rescue operation, the medical team. So all this is now being prepared. The C-130J will be leaving, the C-17 will be leaving, and they are on a standby since this happened. And they are also coordinating with the teams in Nepal, the Nepalese army, and the authorities out there about where these materials are required the most. So they will be leaving shortly from here, from the Hindon Air Base. That's what we are learning, and the preparations are being made. All this stuff is being loaded in this aircraft along with the teams who are ready to fly. Tomorrow morning, one aircraft will be leaving, and if required, more aircraft will be pressed into action. So all the teams from the NDRF, the Indian Air Force, the SSB that's on ground, on foot, they are also present there, Pooja. So
Shivani, what is the protocol in this place? I'm sure we have many more aircrafts that are on standby. Is it when Nepal will give us the details of what they want? All right, I have news coming in. Shivani, please stay on with me. Not the best news really coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The death toll is mounting in Nepal. 55 people have lost their life. This is confirmed information coming in, but from the looks of it, it clearly appears that the death toll is going to increase and could go into hundreds. But nevertheless, I'll stay with the official confirmed information right now. An initial study based on the analysis of satellite images by Planet Labs indicates that a glacier-inclusive flood occurred, and that is when possibly a snow rock landslide that took place. This is on the Nepal-China border. 55 people confirmed dead. Their identities are not clear. It's going to be a long night for the family members trying to get in touch with the ones who've been missing. But approximately 20 kilometers northeast of the Nepal-China Rasuwa border crossing, where this incident has taken place, the gushing impact of the river, which basically is not just river anymore, it carries with it debris, force that human beings cannot really escape if sadly caught in it. And from the visuals that are coming in of the mobile footage of the CCTV, it is only reflective of the impact that has really hit on the ground. While these are mountain areas, but places which are densely populated or where there are offices like the Kerung office. Kerung office, ladies and gentlemen, is of extreme significance. It's an international point of checks and balances that are done by the administration. This is the area where even Indian passengers and pilgrims will have to pass through to head toward Kailash Mansarovar. It's a customs office. So you can understand the significance of it, and very likely, because it was about 8:30 a.m., there were employees at work at that office. Rasuwa border, where this incident has taken place, satellite images are showing us about the extent of damage that has taken place. Pranay Upadhyay joins me for the latest on that, and also Shivani Sharma. Shivani, 55 confirmed dead. Can you help me understand, and I don't intend to sound gruesome here, but how do you think that the officials are confirming the rise of the death toll? Is it an estimate? Is it the recovery of the mortal remains? Or is it, of course, they're able to understand what precisely has happened in which region and are putting forth that information?
Pooja, it's very unfortunate because the magnitude of this whole flash flood, as we've seen, the whole city has been washed out, wiped out. there, and the whole area is wiped out. And the numbers that are coming are official numbers only after the verification and the mortal remains that are now being found in that region. So this toll can rise. This is the unfortunate fact, because that whole area where we see the impact of the waters gushing through was a densely populated region. People were doing their work as usual. There was no alert prior to what happened. So we also see the offices were functional out there, the customs office there in that region, the markets out there, the houses, the residents. Everything was filled at that time, Pooja. So the numbers could go high, and very worrisome figures out here. The rescue operation continues. More than 85 people have been rescued by the army helicopters there. But yes, the death toll is increasing. And
so I just want to reiterate that for the viewer. In these grim times, there is also some news of hope. There have been people who've been rescued alive as well, but time is of essence. Do you think the light dimming, Shivani, is going to be a concern for the armed forces there in Nepal? And because it's such a difficult terrain to operate in, they would largely be depending on the air force than the army or the ground transport.
Certainly, with the light dimming, there will be an added challenge of visibility, Pooja, as we know that there is no electricity in that region. To look for people, people stuck out there in those debris, of course, will become more challenging. And that's why we call it a race against time. More and more rescues that can happen in the daytime and close to what the event has happened. So remember, it's already hours now. This happened in the morning at around 8:45. That's what we are being told. So dimming of the light will certainly bring challenges. There is equipment that is being used, and for the rescue teams also, it's very difficult to operate in this kind of a terrain. Remember, these helicopters, they also have their own capability challenges in such terrain, because there have been fresh warnings also that people need to be alert. There can be another flash flood. They need to stay away from these locations, especially through these mountain areas and this river terrain. So it is very difficult.
Shivani, stay on with me, because the latest information that's coming in. What exactly happened in Nepal? Was there no immediate warning that could be given? Was there no evacuation that was possible? But here's what is being said about the avalanche that was triggered. Just to give you a background of what Nepal's foreign minister has said. There was an earthquake that happened early this morning, 8:22 a.m. that triggered an avalanche, and that then led to the flash flood. And therefore, it was very difficult and impossible to a certain degree to give any sort of warning to it. Many people early this morning in Nepal were caught unaware, heading to their office, at their home, on the roads. Multiple visuals, these are confirmed visuals. Do not go by what social media is telling you. India Today is confirming to you what exactly happened. The death toll has risen to 55 right now. Some have been rescued as well, over 80. But this I can tell you, going by the visuals, that the number is only going to increase. It's not to sound alarming, but that's what the reality is looking like. Satellite images are showing flood in the Lende River. Basically, a snow rock landslide that took place on the Nepal-China border, approximately 20 kilometers northeast of the Nepal-China Rasuwa border crossing. And that is when the offices that have been washed away. All right, that's the latest. Chinese office in Rasuwa also was washed away. NDRF, ladies and gentlemen, is in close watch of the situation arising out of the flash flood in Nepal. This is as much for India and, if required, by Nepalese government to head to Nepal. As per the advisory of the Central Water Commission, the CWC and media reports, I'm quoting from the NDRF statement. A sudden rise in river water level in the Trishuli River in Nepal, which is around 160 kilometers from Indian border. Not much when it comes to instances like this, when the gushing flood water is likely going to enter into Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Because this is while the Nepal-China border, our colleagues and experts have reminded us that Bihar and Uttar Pradesh governments are also on standby. They're watching very cautiously and are already making preparations, if required, to ensure Indian citizens are not harmed. The flood wave is likely to travel downstream in the Gandak River. Local authorities in Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, near the border area, especially along the Gandak River, have been advised to remain alert, maintain close monitoring of the situation, especially the water levels. But because there is an anticipated flood, the NDRF is on high alert. Chief Minister of Bihar, and for him it's a big test, of the situation along the Gandak River. All of this is being tracked. Tell us more about this, Shivani, that the NDRF is on standby. But do we also have NDRF teams who could be heading to Nepal? Has this been a part of the protocol?
Yes, Pooja, this is the part of the protocol. When the material will be flying, there will be personnel for sure who will be going along with the material, because there might be medical teams, there might be NDRF personnel who will be flying to Nepal, because there is a requirement from Nepal whenever any kind of a calamity happens, not only in the neighbor countries, but anywhere in the world. India is the first responder.
Yes.
Even before the requisites are raised from these countries, India offers help, and that's what we learned from the sources at the Ministry of External Affairs, and then it was also confirmed by the Ministry of External Affairs that India will be flying with the relief material.
Okay.
The personnel are there who are on a standby. They will be flown to Nepal. Then there will be teams, the army engineer teams, if required, by Nepal
Keep
for
tracking
making
that.
bridges.
Shivani, keep tracking that for the latest on what exactly is the situation on the ground. Our colleagues, I can confirm to you without revealing locations, that they are already heading to different parts of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh border areas to help you get your ground perspective of what is it looking like from the Indian border and how prepared are we. These visuals are mind-numbing because it tells you about when nature's fury happens, nothing can stop it, nobody can escape it. Kerung office visual is the highlight of what exactly happened. Investigations will reveal later of the kind of extent of damage that happens, why it happened, could it have been avoided. But here's what Brigadier General Rajaram told me a short while ago. He's the Nepalese army spokesperson about what is being done as immediate rescue operation. Here's an excerpt of that conversation. Must understand, sir, what is the situation that you're hearing right now? What kind of arrangements is being done by the army or the air force there?
Yeah, okay. The rescue operation is still going on. Total 15 helicopters are deployed in those affected areas. Till now, 88 people were rescued to the safe areas, and almost 13 are undergoing treatment at Kathmandu Teaching Hospital. And the Nepali army with the security agencies are deployed with the helicopters and through the land routes, in especially in 4 districts, Chitwan, Hading, Nuwakot and Rasuwa, and the rescue operations are still going on.
So what is the assessment that you have that happened, and are there forces deployed in this area already, or will you be rushing your deployment toward that?
When we came to know about the incident, the troops were deployed in those areas. I have already mentioned about the number of helicopters with the special rescue team deployed in those areas, and they have already rescued 88 people from the most affected area.
Brigadier General Rajaram, if I can just also ask you an understanding about, is there any assistance that you're looking at from India? If the Indian government is watching this, anything that you require? Prime Minister of both countries have spoken to each other, and India has always been ready. If there's anything required, would you want to talk about that, sir?
Yeah, especially regarding this coordination, the Nepalese government is doing the coordination from their side.
So also, have you seen anything like that in your long career in the armed forces there? Is this the first time that Nepal possibly is facing such a calamity in the mountain regions?
Yeah, it's the biggest scale calamity happened today in those areas.
Just few more final questions, sir. Can you help us understand what region is this in Nepal? There are some visuals that show that it was inhabited, densely populated, but I can also see some areas where there's not much of a population. So what part of the region is this in Nepal?
It's the mountainous region of Nepal, and you have seen the densely populated houses. It's in Trishuli, that's in Nuwakot district, and that's the capital of Nuwakot district. That's Trishuli.
And sir, are we looking at a massive rescue operation? Are rescue operations difficult in these times? Because a flash flood can often flatten and wipe away areas. So what kind of and how do you think the rescue operations are being carried out? Do you think helicopters, like you're telling me, are going to be the main source to be able to reach to this place?
Yes, basically due to the weather conditions and the narrow gauges. That's the difficulties we are facing while doing the rescue operation.
These are some of the visuals to help you understand about the rescue operations that are on. There are survivors, thankfully, but many also have lost their life. 55 are now confirmed, but the scale is for anyone to imagine, and the rescue personnel already on the job to save as many as possible. Time is of essence. India is on standby for any help required. But about 50 Indians from Tamil Nadu specifically, and otherwise 133 Indians are missing. It's going to be a long night, and India Today will ensure to get you all the latest updates on that. Thank you for watching this bulletin. 7 p.m. Preeti Chaudhary with the latest.
हीरे के लिए मुझे भरोसा है सिर्फ सेनको गोल्डन डायमंड्स पर, क्योंकि सिर्फ सेनको देता है सर्टिफाइड डायमंड्स, बायबैक फैसिलिटी और 100% एक्सचेंज वैल्यू, साथ में लाइफ टाइम मेंटेनेंस, फ्री इंश्योरेंस। तो अब डायमंड्स खरीदने से पहले सेनको में जरूर आना।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
We've come to Jantar Mantar.
You can see right here in Ranchi.
Rounds of tear gas. You can hear it right now. You can see the sense of panic. Their demand, their grievances against the Hemant Soren government. Do you have faith in this government that they'll listen to you? आप कब तक इस अनशन पे बैठेंगे?
TDPL कैंसिल किया जाता है, रद्द किया जाता है.
One faction continuing to demand a CBI probe, while the other protesters have left, breaking their fast and happy with what the government has given in on.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
मनुस्मृति को लेकर के जो उनका जो है वो पंचिंग पैड बना रखा है, उसको मनुस्मृति को जो है वो सियासी लिंचिंग का जो है वो एक साधन बना लिया है। तो ये वो लोग हैं जो लोग कि जिनको कि मनुस्मृति के बारे में ज्ञान नहीं है, अज्ञानता से भरे हुए हैं। लेकिन एक कन्फ्यूज़न क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेंगे जिसमें कि कम्युनल भी तड़का लगेगा, कास्ट का भी तड़का लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं और उसमें जो है वो मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा हो जाता है। मुस्लिम लड़कियों की तालीम और तरक्की को तालिबानी ताले में जो है वो कैद करने की कोशिश करो, ये ठीक नहीं है। जहाँ तक सवाल है हिजाब का सवाल, हिजाब के बारे में बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भाई भारत जो है वो स्वतंत्र देश है, जिसको जो इच्छा हो वो पहने, लेकिन जो ड्रेस कोड होता है संस्थाओं के, उस ड्रेस कोड का सम्मान सबको करना होगा, चाहे वो कोई किसी भी धर्म का हो, किसी भी जाति का हो। इसलिए जो है इसमें जो लोग जो है उसमें सांप्रदायिक कन्फ्यूज़न क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनकी सोच में खोट नहीं है बल्कि सोच में साजिश है।
हम लोग तो स्पीकर को पिटीशन दिया था एंटी डिफेक्शन के, तो इसलिए अभिषेक बनर्जी गए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, क्योंकि वो लोग जो पार्टी छोड़े हैं सब कानून तोड़ के ही छोड़े हैं, उनका अस्तित्व तो नहीं रहना चाहिए। वो केवल केंद्रीय सरकार का समर्थन से जी रहे हैं, उसका पार्टी का नाम भी नहीं है, निशान भी नहीं है। तो शुभेंदु अभिषेक बनर्जी सही कदम उठाए।
सर एक आखिरी
In South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic example.
That is the first meeting among the chief ministers where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
Suzlon, good energies that work. Designs crafted for natural diamonds to sparkle the brightest.
Flash floods in Nepal, news of a massive tragedy filtering in. We're going to get you the latest coming in from Nepal. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. Death, devastation and destruction in Nepal. At least 55 dead after flash floods. Chinese custom office, which is used by Kailash-bound pilgrims, washed away. At least 133 Indian tourists missing. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Nepalese Prime Minister Balin Shah, expresses condolence over deaths, says India stands in solidarity with Nepal. 2 Indian Air Force jets with relief material to leave for Nepal. Gurugram flooded. Haryana Chief Minister evades India Today question when asked on water logging in the city. Saini silent. His security pushes India Today. Jiva withdraws Rakhi ad amidst row, says we respect our traditions, culture. After outrage over Kriti's dress and tying Rakhi to a pet, brand Jiva says ad withdrawn out of respect. DK Shiv Kumar's first interview with Karnataka Chief Minister only on India Today, says all South Chief Ministers are on the same page on delimitation, says we'll stick to 2-stanza Vande Matra.
Here in Karnataka, you had all 6 stanzas on Independence Day. So I want to understand, are you someone who believes all 6 stanzas of Vande Mataram should be recited at public functions?
I'm telling you, wherever in the governor house it may happen. In the future, as far as any government programs, whatever we used to earlier have, it is the 2 stanzas, we'll stand by it.
The latest coming in, where a massive flash flood has unleashed devastation across Nepal. Raging waters tore through settlements, swallowing markets, sweeping away vehicles and bridges and triggering a massive rescue operation. A 4.9 magnitude earthquake was recorded in Tibet at about 8:22 a.m. this morning. According to India's National Centre of Seismology, the quake was located about 121 kilometers northeast of Kathmandu. The timing is significant, viewers, because the massive flash flood struck the Rasuwa region the same morning. But experts are still examining the exact chain and the sequence of events. Preliminary assessment indicates that an ice avalanche or a rock slide may have blocked the Lindkola, causing water to build up before the blockage gave way and unleashed a sudden surge downstream. At least 55 are reported dead after the flash floods in Nepal. These visuals that you see on your television screen are visuals of abject devastation. They come from Rasuwa, where a massive flood of water, a mudslide of sorts from the Tibet side, has sent the Bhote Koshi surging through the district. The sudden water and the gush of the water has battered the Timure area, entering settlements and causing extensive damage, taking away in its spate and fury roads, hotels, offices, houses. Hydropower projects downstream have also been hit as the swollen river tore through everything in its path. This is the devastation as recorded on camera on your television screen, viewers. The Chinese custom office at the Kailash border, a key transit point for Indian pilgrims traveling to Kailash Mansarovar, completely devastated, washed away in the flash flood, and you can see it on your television screen. The devastation has also raised serious concerns over the safety of Indians in the region. What we know till now, and this is the information that we're giving out, at least 133 Indian tourists are sadly reported missing amidst this disaster, many of them pilgrims. And amidst the devastation, a massive rescue operation is underway too. The Nepal army is carrying out air rescue operations, evacuating people from flood-hit areas as helicopters fly over the inundated landscape. Relief rescue teams remain deployed on the ground and in the air, with authorities urging people in vulnerable riverbank areas to remain vigilant and stay in safe locations. I want to take you now through some of the most powerful yet deeply tragic images that have come to us today, capturing the sheer scale, expanse and devastation and the impact of this flood. Take a look at the moment the flash flood hit Kerung Border Customs Office near Nepal-China border. The impact was so intense when it was caught on camera. It is the key route for cargo and pilgrims traveling to Mansarovar, but was left completely wiped out in the flood fury. Look at the impact in these second visuals. Villages across Nepal's Rasuwa district have been battered by the raging waters. And you can actually hear the devastation, where locals trying to flee and completely horrified by nature's fury. Meanwhile, Nepal's Trishuli area completely inundated with flood water sweeping through streets and buildings. The aerial view here shows the sheer scale of the devastation left behind by the flash floods. And you can actually see a sludge expansing through the mountains in this area in Rasuwa, taking in its wake houses, hotels, any establishment. And here, look at the force of the waters as it surged towards a hydroelectric plant in Rasuwa, washing away structures within seconds. In Chitwan, the swollen river has risen dramatically at Narayan Ghat, with even a Buddha statue left partially submerged in the flood waters. Meanwhile, in Bhote Koshi, the current was so powerful that villages, vehicles, everything in its wake was swept away just in a matter of seconds. The destruction is unfolding rapidly as Nepal battles some of the worst flash floods in the region. With lives at risk, communities cut off, the Nepal army is working constantly on ground, carrying out rescue operations, evacuating people trapped by the rising waters. All right, I want to immediately cut across to my colleague Shivani, who's been tracking all the developments. She's joining me live. And Shivani, first up, I want to bring you in. I believe till now, tragically, and there's something that we can confirm, over 100 Indian tourists in Nepal are missing in these devastating flash floods. Do we have a confirmed number yet? We do not want to give out, figures that are speculative in nature. But yes, what we can sadly admit that Indian lives are involved in this tragedy that has taken place in Nepal. What details do you have?
Preeti, so far the accurate information and the confirmed information about the Indian tourists who are not in contact right now is the figure of 105. And this is the figure that has come in from the authorities in Nepal, Nepal's tourism department. And 384 foreign tourists are missing altogether. These are the number of tourists who are not being able to, they are not in contact. And we need to understand that in this whole region, whole communication line has been cut off. 11 hydro power stations have been damaged. There's no electricity in that region. There's no communication in that region. And the rescue operations are still going on. So when we talk about the missing numbers, they are the numbers of people who are not being, who are not in communication. They not necessarily mean that they are the ones who were there in that particular region. Whole Nepal is impacted There are rescue operations going on. 15 helicopters of the Nepalese army, Nepalese police, other authorities are on the rescue mission. More than 85 people have been rescued from that place. 55 losses, 55 lives have been lost. That is also a figure that is confirmed by the authorities in Nepal. The rescue operations are getting challenging, especially the dimming light is making it all the more difficult now, Preeti. There are efforts on ground despite the challenges of terrain, despite the alerts of new flash floods. And the Indian aircraft are also on the standby. I want to share it with my viewers that a C-17 Globemaster is being prepared. A C-130J Super Hercules boat transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force are being prepared. They are being loaded with material, the rescue operation requirements, be it the earth-moving machinery, the personnel out there. So they are being readied, and the first aircraft will be taking off from Indian Air Base very soon, along with the material and the personnel for the help of Nepal and continuing the.
All right, we seem to have lost Shivani. We're going to try and connect with her, but Shivani giving us the devastating details that are coming through. India, of course, has extended its hand in a matter of acute crisis where Nepal is concerned. I want to quickly take you through the news break, and we have my colleague Pranay, who's joining us live. Dramatic images of rescue have been released by the Nepal police, because this has to be, in the recent history, one of the most devastating tragedies that Nepal has been hit with. Rescue operations right now underway in full swing. What we can confirm, and sadly what we can also confirm, is a conservative estimate. 55 are dead due to the flash floods in Nepal, but the fatalities will rise. 15 helicopters deployed by the Nepal army for rescue operations. Let's help one another. Let's not believe in rumors. This is what the Nepal police has put out on social media. All the help that Nepal needs at this hour, other than just prayers being extended. But viewers, like I pointed out, that in the recent history, one can remember this has to be one of the most devastating of tragedies that has hit Nepal. Right now, 55 are confirmed dead. Sadly, hundreds are still missing. So what we can tell you is that those fatality numbers will rise. On the other hand, there are over 103, by last count, Indian tourists who were caught in the area are missing as we speak. There will be fatalities on the Indian side, but what we can tell you are the number that is missing. The Nepal police, a short while ago, has put out a social media statement where they say, let us help one another, let us not believe in rumors. 15 helicopters have been deployed by the Nepal army, as literally as one can say it. Nepal right now on war footing to try and come to grasp and deal with this tragedy. India, of course, has extended its hand of help. The Prime Minister has called the Nepalese counterpart, Balain Shah, extending all possible help and prayers at this time of grief and tragedy. All right, more news coming in. Spiritual guru Sadhguru has also expressed grief over the Nepal floods, where he says a terrible and tragic flash floods has taken place in Tibet-China border, and one of our Kailash groups was caught in it. While on their way back, they were at the immigration office when the flood occurred, and the building and much of the town seems to have been flooded. All of us, including the volunteers and support team, are deeply anguished and are doing utmost to assist in the rescue. There have been no official information on the whereabouts of any of the people who were at the immigration office. We are working with the authorities to see if we can get to the location and stand ready to be part of the rescue efforts, regardless of the risk involved. Of the 21 groups who are part of our sojourn, 495 have already returned safely. 743 people are currently in Tibet. 148 people are in Nepal, and 77 people were at the immigration center, and 3 volunteers in Timur, Nepal. To the families and loved ones of those in our group and hundreds of others who are affected in the region, I share your pain and your and we are sparing no efforts during this profound, difficult time. I am personally in the region to ensure the best can be done in these given circumstances. Tragedy, viewers. What you've just heard right now is the press release by Sadhguru, where he is admitting that 77 people were at the immigration center and 3 volunteers of the Isha Foundation. Mind you, the Isha Foundation organizes Kailash Mansarovar pilgrims, and many of those pilgrims associated with the Isha Foundation were in different parts of Tibet and Nepal, and unfortunately 77 of them at that immigration office that you see on your television screens. I want to bring in my colleague Akshita, who's joining us. Momo, Akshita, terrible tragedy, and it seems that 77 pilgrims that were on a pilgrim with the Isha Foundation were at the ill-fated center, which is seemingly, at least looking like, was swept away in the flash floods.
That's right, Preeti. I'm in touch with the Isha Foundation. They've confirmed to me that Sadhguru himself is in the region, not exactly in Girong, which is where he says that that those who are part of the Isha Foundation Yatra are currently. I can also tell you that the usual Kailash Mansarovar trips that they do annually does go usually through Girong, but this is the first time that they face this kind of a situation. Sadhguru himself has posted at this point that of the 21 groups, 495 people have returned safely. 743 people are currently in Tibet. 148 people are in Nepal. 77 were at the immigration center. 3 volunteers were in Timur in Nepal. It's going to take some time, and the Isha Foundation has confirmed that for me, that it is obviously going to take some time for them to figure out really what is the situation right now with regards to those who are part of this group. And they're trying as hard as they can to get details. At this point, very little trickling in from the authorities. But Sadhguru, as he posted on social media, has also said that he is in the region personally coordinating the efforts. To all the families, of course, who have their loved ones part of this yatra, there is obviously going to be a great sense of panic because there's no information right now of what is the situation, but it's looking very, very grim, unfortunately, for the 70-plus people who were at that immigration center.
All right, Akshita, thank you for joining us. 77 people associated with the Isha Foundation on a pilgrim to the Kailash Mansarovar were at this immigration office that you see on your television screen being swept away. In total, 103 Indian tourists right now are missing, 77 of them confirmed to be from the Isha Foundation. There is no report of any fatality for now. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. A quick break to stay with us. On the other side is an exclusive interview lined up for you.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Our effort right now, and let's not forget, we have not wiped out poverty. There's a lot of people who don't have proper jobs or have disguised employment. You increase the population across these places, must enjoy the benefits of a really good life. Not be stressed out with a third child coming in, as you say. And for women particularly, the burden is even much, much higher.
your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Cola Spa at home.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो, होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो, होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
With you jumping into that river and swimming. Now, that's raised quite a few eyebrows. It's become a talking point. There are people who are comparing you to Rahul Gandhi as well.
I don't know, when I am doing something which is of my interest, nobody else come into my mind. Leave alone Rahul Gandhi ji. I mean, I don't think about anybody when I'm swimming in that gushing rivers in Arunachal Pradesh, which is no child's play to jump and swim there. It is only people like me who grew up there, we know it. I jumped it, and just to inspire my followers, I put it in social media.
It's not like because Rahul Gandhi is doing it and he's done so many of these videos.
I've been swimming since childhood, ever since I was 4 years old. Rahul Gandhi ji must have taken some training, coaching. I don't need training, coaching. It was a simple video where I have shown it that this is the way we swim in our village. And the Congress people started trolling me, saying, oh, you are comparing with Rahul Gandhi ji, you can't swim like Rahul Gandhi and all. Rahul Gandhi didn't exist in my mind. But they started just comparing. Then I hit back. I said, मैं यहाँ का खिलाड़ी हूँ. मुझे कोई शिक्षा, कोई दीक्षा, कोई मुझे कोचिंग नहीं चाहिए. और राहुल गांधी जी को तो ट्रेनिंग चाहिए, कोचिंग चाहिए, पैसे खर्चा करता है. मैं तो ये सब बिना पैसा का करता हूँ, मुझे पैसा नहीं चाहिए. This is my way of life.
All those
and just to tell you interesting part, some people were trolling on my swimming style.
Diving position is wrong. That's what they said.
Imagine in that kind of flooded water, deep, around 7-8 meters depth, and then the logs are coming because it's a very monsoon type of that water.
The river is in spate. Yeah, the river is in spate.
In such water, you can't dive with your heads down, and you don't open your eyes down there, and you swim with a straight body, not flat like you swim in a swimming pool. Because if you swim straight, the water will hit you. So your body has to be straight.
Yuva netas or netas who are more relatable to the youth.
That is perception. BJP leaders are extremely.
Tell me one more like you. Mr. Thakur Manlo, but tell me one more like you.
It's not good to take names because then you are classifying.
Okay.
See, in the cabinet, Prime Minister himself and all the cabinet ministers, we exchange free views, we give our expert opinion, and we talked about subject and all. There's no restriction as such. And then when the cabinet meeting is over, all the cabinet ministers are very jolly, we talk, we have fun. And then when
Does
we
this
meet
really
with the
happen,
party,
Mr. Rijiju?
yes,
You know, the perception outside is that Prime Minister आपको बताते हैं वहाँ पर, and everyone comes out, takes the dictation and comes
अरे ये
out.
बाहर में कौन ये बात फैलाते रहते हैं? I must tell you, I have never seen a person in my life who can listen more than Modi ji. He sits and listens and listens and listens. Nobody else will have that kind of patience which Modi ji has. And who has built this kind of image outside? I think journalists like you, I mean not you particularly.
ठीक है sir, you can say journalists like me.
The media have created Modi ji's image that वो तो सुनता ही नहीं. अरे उनसे ज़्यादा सुनने वाला आज तक मैंने देखा ही नहीं है. Even some of my minister colleagues, they listen less because उनको भी कहना है. मोदी जी तो सुनता ही सुनता है. कहने के लिए तो वो आखिरी में कहता है. He will offer his suggestion at the last. He speaks for less than 5% and 95% is always for the other colleagues. जो भी मोदी जी को मिले हैं लाइफ में जिंदगी भर उनको पूछिए कितना सुनता है और कैसे इमेज बनाते हैं बाहर में. मोदी जी ये सब क्लैरिफाई करते भी नहीं ना. वो सोचता है कि मुझे अपना काम करते जाना है, लोग जो कहते हैं कहने दो. तो that image is created by basically media, I think.
But sir, the image is also bolstered of the lack of, a press conference.
हाँ, तो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अगर सब लोग आप पिछले समय का देखिए जब मोदी जी गुजरात का चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, कैसा मीडिया ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड संयोजित सोच समझ करके ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में कैंपेन चलाते थे. तो जब मालूम है ये कैंपेन चला रहे हैं, मेरा खिलाफ भी आकर ऐसे कैंपेन चलाएगा, मैं क्यों प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करूंगा? और ईच प्रेस वाला के साथ में मोदी जी जितना इंटरेक्शन करता है वो तो आपको मालूम ही है. एक का साथ में कभी कभी चाय पानी में भी इंटरेक्शन करता, अलग बात है. कितना इंटरव्यू देते हैं मोदी जी, सामूहिक बुला के नहीं, एक करके कितना दिया आपको हिसाब है? पिछली 12 साल में उतना किसी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया होगा जितना इंटरव्यू मोदी जी ने मीडिया के साथ इंटरव्यू दिया है. फिर भी कहता है कि बात नहीं करता है. ये छवि बनाता कौन लोग है?
So that's what, I do agree and I accept that he's given a lot of interviews. You can say that it is a media generated image that, he doesn't listen, the Prime Minister doesn't listen. We don't think that the Prime Minister doesn't listen. I think the Prime Minister listens.
चाहे मीडिया का हो, चाहे बच्चों का हो, चाहे खिलाड़ियों का हो, किसानों का हो, बूढ़ा बूढ़ी हो, बच्चे हो या पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का अपोजिशन वाला भी हो, मोदी जी से जो भी इंटरेक्शन करता है वो आपको बताएगा कि मोदी जी से ज्यादा सुनने वाला कोई आज तक इंसान नहीं है.
No, I understand, sir. I understand what you're saying. So, but I wasn't there on the time of when the Prime Minister, or I wasn't a journalist at the time when the Prime Minister was the Chief Minister in 2002. Yes. I was still in school then. Yes. But there is a perception that maybe we should have press conferences because, you don't like the term Gen Z, but a lot of young kids today look at other countries where there are press conferences.
No, press conference
and where the
beyond
head of state.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो एक औपचारिकता है, वो तो इंटरेक्शन करता है सीधे लोगों से, सीधा बात करता है. जितना एंगेजमेंट प्राइम मिनिस्टर करते हैं चाहे साइंटिस्ट के लोगों से, आप बताइए कौन सा प्रधानमंत्री है जो इसरो के साइंटिस्ट से इतना इंटरेक्शन करता है? टेल मी हु एल्स इज द प्राइम मिनिस्टर हु हैज इंटरेक्टेड विद द स्टूडेंट्स every year during the exam time, during other occasions like the way Prime Minister does, with athletes. ओलंपिक जाने से पहले बात करते हैं, आने का बाद बात करते हैं. कॉमनवेल्थ में, एशियन गेम्स में कौन सा प्राइम मिनिस्टर बताइए जो खिलाड़ी विदेश जाते हैं तब भी बात करते हैं, आने के बाद मेडल लेके आने के बाद भी पीएम साहब बुला के चाय पिलाते हैं, बात करते हैं. कोई नहीं कर सकता इतना, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं. फिर भी जबरदस्ती इमेज बनाया जाता है कि पीएम साहब बात नहीं करते.
Rahul Gandhi made in Pune, held an event which is smash patriarchy. You yourself, a lot of leaders from the BJP have reacted. You yourself reacted.
Yes.
The Congress's charge, Mr. Rijiju, is that patriarchy is not restricted to religion, while you have somewhere down the line put it into binaries of Hindu and Muslim.
See, it's a very serious issue for me personally because I'm also the Minister for Minority Affairs. When leader of opposition talks about smash the patriarchy, that means it is basically he wants to say that the females should be given freedom, females should have their own way of life. Then I questioned him, what about the Muslim women? Are Muslims not our betis, our sisters? What about those who want to have a Sharia law? What about the triple talaq? What about the millions of Muslim girls subjected to polygamy and tortures and all? Why are you talking about Manu Smriti and only Hindu culture? So it is a design to hit the Hindu culture. It's a larger conspiracy. That is why, not this time, but I had stated earlier that why India was subjugated by the foreign rules for over thousands of years. That is because half of the Hindus themselves are not supporting the Hindu cause or Hindu culture. Because if you are targeting or try to weaken your own Hindu structure, then you are going to weaken your own community. If there are bad practices in Hinduism, that must be called out. Sati has been declared as invalid or crime, or child marriage has been declared as a null and void. Polygamy, this is declared non-valid now. So this kind of many practices, even many social reformers have come. They have not abused Hinduism. They have asked for reforms within the Hinduism. So the issue is a larger one. If the leader of opposition had targeted everybody, saying that no religion should have this kind of binding control over the daughters and the girls, then I would have said, oh, there's a good one. But you are connecting Manu Smriti and then, smash the patriarchy, only targeting Hindu, not mentioning about triple talaq. The Muslim women come to me. I have met, since I have become Minister for Minority Affairs, I have interacted with so many Muslim women, the girls. They equally deserve the support of the government. And the Congress have to answer what Shahbano case teach us. Rajiv Gandhi himself changed the law itself under the pressure of the clerics. So that is why I said that if you take a stand, take a universal stand. Don't target one community. That is my point.
So you're saying as the leader of opposition, it was the responsibility of Rahul Gandhi to touch on patriarchy in every religion, not just one religion.
Yeah. Speak about all religion.
Sir, away from politics, you're a practicing Buddhist, I'm a young woman, I'm a practicing Hindu. And I do feel, and I would think it's something that we know, that Hinduism is one of the most liberal religions in the world.
Absolutely.
It's open to question. It encourages debate and discourse. So when we speak of Manu Smriti, there are lots of young women out there who are looking at the government in power today and saying that why must we, women of this country, adhere to texts that might be part of a civilizational history, but are deeply problematic and patriarchal. And Manu Smriti has excerpts which are. So why shouldn't we denounce them?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The government is not putting Manu Smriti as the yardstick to govern. India is run by the constitution. The spirit of the constitution governs, not Manu Smriti. Manu Smriti is a belief system. If somebody believes in it, then you have a right to oppose and you have a right to defend. That is democracy. If somebody is supporting something which is there prescribed in Manu Smriti, that is his right. In democracy, how can you say that you can't subscribe to that?
True.
So that is why I said when Sonia Gandhiji and Rahul Gandhiji said that we cannot tolerate RSS. So you don't subscribe to RSS means let it be, no? Those who believe, let them believe. इस RSS को हम लोग इस देश में रहने नहीं देगा. अरे वो आप कौन होते हैं? आप बोल के तो RSS दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा social organization बन गया है. This kind of attack, this kind of concerted attack against RSS has made RSS the largest social organization in the world. And this kind of concerted campaign against Modi ji made Modi ji the most popular leader not only of India but of the world. That is why you should not make this kind of regulated campaign which is actually trying to mislead the people. My point is, if you don't subscribe to any religious text, you object to that or you raise your opinion which is different from the other person. But don't say that the other person doesn't have right to believe such a way.
No, I hear
so
you, sir.
You just said that you don't subscribe to certain things. That is your right.
No, I hear you, and I'm glad you're saying this, because I'll tell you why. Because you said sometimes there's perception. There is perception, sir, that, and it has been bolstered by certain leaders from your party, that if you say anything
Don't
against...
say your party. Everybody is independent and everybody is citizen of India.
And they're allowed.
So there are people who will have their own opinion.
True.
Only if BJP has certain guideline, I will not go against the BJP guideline or my party's policy. But with regards to your social movement and your religious belief, how does government control your religious belief system?
I 100% hear you. So let me ask you a question, which is devoid from politics. If a young girl out there today says that I want to denounce Manusmriti and paths in which or those paths which are patriarchal in nature, should she be labelled anti-Hindu?
Those who have left Hinduism and embraced Buddhism with Ambedkarji, has anybody been jailed? Lakhs of people, those who were called as untouchable, they renounced Hinduism and they embraced Buddhism.
I agree.
On 14th October 1956 also, thereafter also. Hindu is the only liberal religion which has allowed this to happen. Can this happen in Christianity?
True, I agree with you.
Can this happen in Islam?
No.
You try in any of the Islamic nation, try to get this many Islam believer converting into another religion.
I agree.
So please appreciate Hinduism.
100% you're right.
Hinduism is the only philosophy which has given so much of freedom.
100%, sir. So that's why I agree, because we are unlike other religions. Hinduism is unlike, like you said, Christianity, unlike Islam. It gives me the reason and the space and a safe space to question my religion. So that's all I'm asking. So I'm not me. If a girl out there says, I don't want to subscribe to it, so she's not anti-Hindu.
But who has jailed them? I'm asking you.
So there are not jailed, sir, but there are a lot. I'll tell you why.
Calling is difference of opinion. But how can somebody be jailed only because,
jailed.
treated as illegal or taken action only because one has given an opinion? But if you say you want to break India, cut chicken neck and break Northeast, I will be the first person to tell should be convicted.
Of course, and we'll get to that also, because you have given a full detail. We'll get to that later. I want to stick to smash the patriarchy, and because, I'm also deeply invested in it, because I'll tell you why, not what Rahul Gandhi said at all. I'm just, as a woman, invested in women empowerment. So I will ask you another question today itself, sir, because there are so many times your party has gone out and struck a reconciliatory chord. Yet you have certain members of your party, and I'll give you an example. One advertisement comes out, sir, of Kriti Sanon, where she is dressed in an outfit which is revealing, and she's tying Rakhi to someone. There is a full social media campaign and bullying, and a part of it is your MPs like Kangana Ranaut.
Again, I'm coming to you back. If she has the right to do certain things, if there is criticism, that is also part of freedom. How can you restrict that?
Sir, that advertisement has been pulled down.
That is another issue. This is a commercial issue. I don't get into that. My point is, if you have freedom to express things as per your choice, why are you restricting others from disagreeing or opposed to that?
I 100% agree with you. That everyone has a freedom of expression.
Yes.
But when a parliamentarian, and I'm talking about your colleague Kangana Ranaut.
Freedom to the parliamentarian. Freedom is there for every Indian.
Okay. So it's freedom for Kangana Ranaut to take on Kriti Sanon and say that
why are you restricting to Kangana Ranaut? Kangana Ranaut is a first-time MP, very junior, and sometimes I will tell her how to function in a parliament business and other things. But
you are a minister, you are the parliamentary affairs
That's what I'm saying. As a parliamentary affairs, I can guide for parliamentary procedure. But I can't guide her what to speak, what not to speak.
I agree.
These are a personal choice.
But should some leaders show restraint? And I'll give you another example. At the same time, when the Prime Minister was striking such a reconciliatory tone of forgiveness with students, at the same time you had certain ministers like her again who called Gen Z gutter generation.
No, that I heard it. She didn't say that. She says that those who abuse, not everybody. She clarified.
Later
clarified. Prime Minister has shown his big heart. Just imagine 17 years old, 18 years old girls abusing Prime Minister and his mother. Is it Indian culture? You can criticize, you can oppose. Why are they abusing the Prime Minister and the dead mother? If we try to defend such culture, I'm sorry, we are misguiding the youth. If we promote or we applaud such abuse and such languages, it will
I
not
agree.
be...
There should be no space for abuse in this country, and you're very right. But I also think, and I hope you'll agree with me, that both boys and girls are equal in that ethos.
I'm saying during the protest,
Right.
whoever.
So it can't be just because the girls abuse, they are worse
the
off
girls'
than the
videos
boys.
were shown more. That's why people
That's
say
right.
that girls should be more docile. But for me, boys, girls should be equal.
Equal, right? I'm glad you're saying it. Thank you for saying it. It's really important because, you know, just because a girl abuses, I'm not saying abuse is right. Abuse is wrong. One should never abuse.
I will never, ever remain silent if somebody abuses. I will tell that that's wrong. You can't be quiet.
And it's equal for both.
Prime Minister is so forgiving. आपने इतना गाली दिया मुझे भी, मेरा स्वर्गीय माँ को भी, फिर भी चलो पुराना बात भूल जाइए, आपको जिम्मेदारी उठाना है, आगे ले जाना है. Which fatherly figure Prime Minister will give so much of space and so much of heart out? I mean, इतना में भी लोगों को अगर समझ में नहीं आने से क्या करें?
I'm going to ask you another question. A lot has been said about excessive force. You say that no bullets were fired. But on the 23rd of July, sir, the Delhi police, where the RAF was concerned, there are 2 diary entries which say that 2 rounds of pellet guns were fired under the order of a DCP. This is official documentation.
हाँ तो मैंने यही कहा ना, तो I have counted many agitations, 30-40 agitations, where people were killed during Congress time.
True.
In this agitation, you also have followed this agitation closely. There was no loss of lives, which is such a relief for us. कांग्रेस के जमाने होते तो कितना गोली चल जाते हैं. That is why I give the example. Whether it's Gujarat or Punjab or Telangana or UP or Assam or anywhere during Congress time, whenever there was large-scale protest and agitation, there were always police firing and there were always cases of death. कई मरे हैं, 1-2 नहीं, हजारों में. लेकिन इस जंतर मंतर प्रोटेस्ट में एक स्टूडेंट या इंसान का जान को जाने नहीं दिया कि ये बड़ा बात नहीं है इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट में. वो तो जब बोलो जबरदस्ती पार्लियामेंट में घुसने के लिए किया तब पुलिस ने रोका, तो रोकने के लिए तो फिजिकली रुकना पड़ेगा ना. और क्या पुलिस चुपचाप बैठे और तुम जाके पार्लियामेंट को तोड़ो? कुछ चीज है, बेसिक है, जानना पड़ेगा उसको. ये होम मिनिस्टर का इसमें ऑर्डर का जरूरत नहीं है. पुलिस का मैनुअल होता है कि जब आपको 144 डिक्लेयर करता है या कुछ रेस्ट्रिक्शन करता है, और whenever the court says that the protest is illegal or beyond a point the area is protected area, then police will act as per the law, as per the manual. The home minister doesn't give the order for firing. It's a basic बात सबको मालूम होना चाहिए. But overall जो मैनेजमेंट का responsibility government का बस जाते हैं. That is why I said, if you just open up the old cases of agitations in India, thousands of people were killed by the police firing and all were under Congress regime. And in this protest, not a single life was lost. And that is a professional management of Delhi police. पुलिस को अगर हम गाली देने लग जाएगा तो कल सुरक्षा कौन देगा? कुछ भी होता तो पुलिस को हम गाली देते हैं. रात को चोरी होने से भी पुलिस को बोलेगा, और कई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम हो गया पुलिस को बुलाएगा. पुलिस हमारी सुरक्षा के लिए है, और पुलिस को हम दुश्मन जैसे बात करते हैं. द वे पुलिस पीपल आर थ्रैश्ड. और तुमको प्रोटेस्ट करना तो शांति से प्रोटेस्ट करना चाहिए ना. तो पार्लियामेंट में क्यों मार्च करना चाहते हैं? पुलिस को क्यों मार रहे हो? तो पुलिस ने भी रिस्ट्रेन किया ना. जब पुलिस को मारते हैं तो पुलिस भी उसको बल प्रयोग करता है. इसलिए मैंने कहा कि संयम बरतना चाहिए सबको. लेकिन इस प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर के जो बार बार कहता कि अमित शाह जी ने गोली मारने का ऑर्डर दिया है, अरे जब इंसान का मौत नहीं हुआ और होम मिनिस्टर फायरिंग का ऑर्डर कभी नहीं देते हैं, ये नियम ही नहीं है.
No, even in this, it's the DCP. The
That's what I'm
DCP
saying.
had
तो
ordered.
राहुल गांधी और ये लोग क्यों बोलते हैं अमित शाह ने फायरिंग करने का बात ऑर्डर दिया है? इस तरह का बात नहीं करना चाहिए ना, ये बच्चे वाला बात और बिगाड़ने वाला बात नहीं करना चाहिए. जब आप मैच्योर्ड से बात करते हैं, if you are leader of opposition, then you should behave like a leader of opposition. Your languages must have weightage. हल्के पुल्के में तस्वीर ले करके वहाँ पार्लियामेंट में आएगा, भगवान का फोटो ले करके वहाँ जमीन पे रखेगा, ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए. बहुत खराब लगता है. ये पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी है, लोगों ने बनाया है. पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी इज ऑल अबाउट पीपल एंड वी आर हियर टू सर्व द पीपल. डेमोक्रेसी मत मीन्स पीपल. और आप इलेक्टेड आदमी हो करके ऐसे बातें करते, क्या सीखेगा लोग?
I'm going to talk about the parliament, sir, but I'll ask you one last question on that. Is there regret that pellet guns were used because some of them did hit young students?
वो डिटेल तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट हियरिंग कर रहा, तो मैं तो कैसे कह सकता हूँ? See, anything which is under investigation or proceedings going in the court, then we should not make comments on the details. I only said कोई नहीं मरा है क्योंकि इतना बड़ा जो एजिटेशन में कोई जान नहीं गया, तो ये एक रिलीफ अच्छी बात है ना. तो इतना ही मैं बोलता हूँ. अब डिटेल मैं कैसे बताऊं? डिटेल बोलने का मेरा अधिकार ही नहीं है. तो कोर्ट विल लुक इनटू द मैटर एंड अथॉरिटीज पुलिस वगैरह कोर्ट में बताएंगे क्या है.
Sir, you as Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Rijiju, as well as the government and the Treasury benches, did you do all that it could take to make sure that the monsoon session was not a washout, because it was?
Yes. It did have a negative impact on my understanding about the opposition, because I thought, after all, we are all responsible people to run our parliament. Whenever I have gone out to the opposition parties, I have reached out to everybody. In a private note, all are okay. But then when they have taken a stand, then they stick to that. They have taken a stand, the Congress and Samajwadi, that they will not let parliament function. So rest are all just excuses. They had decided not to let the parliament function. So I don't think that any extraordinary appeal would have had any impact. Because I had a long discussion with Rahul Gandhi ji. Even Priyanka Gandhi was also sitting there when I had a discussion with Rahul ji. He had already taken a stand that he will not compromise on certain things. And especially on Home Minister, he said Home Minister has to just give a statement and resign. Democracy doesn't function like that. Home Minister is a responsible person and he will do everything responsibly. But how can he just act as per this childish demand? Aap statement do or resign karo. You don't behave like that in parliamentary democracy.
See, one thing, as somebody who watched Parliament, I do agree that the opposition constantly kept changing goalposts, went from one to the other. Their charge is, and you tell me if it's true, sir, they say that the Home Minister and the Prime Minister never came to the House. They came to the Parliament, but never came to the House. Sansad mein aaye, sadan mein nahi.
तो संसद जैसे कि वो बहुत चलाने दे रहे हैं वो लोग. मतलब मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि वो कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या बात करना चाहते हैं. जैसे कि मैं यहाँ कुर्सी नहीं रखूंगा, फिर मैं आपको बोलूंगा कि आप बैठता क्यों नहीं है. मैं आपको घर घुसने नहीं दिया और फिर मैं बोलूंगा कि आप मेरा घर आते क्यों नहीं है. ये कोई तरीका हो गया क्या? On the one hand, they don't allow parliament to function, and on the other side, they are accusing the Home Minister, PM of not coming to the parliament. अरे भाई, सारा कांग्रेस के MP का तो ऐसा हो गया बुरा हाल. Let me tell you frankly, not as a BJP minister, I'm telling you as a member of parliament. I feel sorry for Congress MPs. Congress MPs now have started thinking that their primary duty is to raise slogans and abuse. इसको normalize कर दिया है. क्या हाल कर दिया. Congress was a party with such dignified leaders in the past, stalwarts. The Congress leaders were inspiring and stalwarts those days. Look at the people who are running Congress party now. And these Congress MPs holding those placards, abusive language every day. Modi chor hai, Modi ye, Modi ye. I mean, you are reducing parliament to this abusive language against your prime minister. If you have guts to oppose prime minister, speak with content.
They say,
debate karo na.
They say that the treasury benches it's become, most MPs that I speak to from the opposition say that parliament has become very hostile. One bill after the other without discussion is being pushed through. And the latest charge from Mr. Jairam Ramesh is that this monsoon session hasn't even been prorogued, which is officially where it is closed, the session. It is, and he's asking why hasn't it happened?
That is up to the government. Whenever parliament is to be called, it is the government which decides and requests the Rashtrapati to call the session. And when the house is not prorogued, then the session can be called.
Can there be another session?
It is nothing new which we are doing.
Can there be a special session?
No, that I will not answer. But what I am answering you is...
You won't answer that.
No, what I am answering you is, since 1952, after this interview, I will give you the list.
Right.
After 1952, there were numerous occasions where parliament session was adjourned sine die, but not prorogued. And the session was summoned again.
Sir, I infer that there could be a special session called. You're saying you won't answer it, but as a journalist, I'm
you have every right to have inferences. And as a senior journalist, you are very experienced in reading the things. You can read both ways.
Yeah.
But then, as a parliamentary affairs minister, I'm always open to people's scrutiny.
Thank you.
And observation also. And then when the time comes, I will inform you.
We'll all know. The Prime Minister made the reference to Dimagi Naxal. And then you gave a breakdown of who Dimagi Naxal is. I want to ask you a question. In this country, if someone disagrees with the government, criticizes the government, or critiques the government, questions the government, are they Dimagi Naxal?
मैंने बहुत clear से बात की. Let me rephrase it, since you are representing a very prestigious media team, India Today. I have to be absolutely correct in what I say. When Honorable Prime Minister referred to Dimagi Naxals, he made it clear who are those Dimagi Naxals. That there were confusion. Then I also said, in response to Chidambaram and other people, they said कि सारा opposition को Naxal बता दिया. I noted down 3 points. I want to add one more.
Right.
Number one is those who are supporting the separatist. In Article 370, which leads to the separatism mindset, those who don't follow the Constitution of India, because the Maoists and the Naxalites, they hold their own court. वो फांसी देते हैं, गोली मारते हैं, innocent गांव को, पुलिस वालों को.
I agree.
So they don't follow Indian Constitution. So anybody who support them are Dimagi Naxals. Third, those who say that chicken neck should be cut and Northeast should be thrown out. Anybody supporting those people, there are many advocates and civil workers openly saying, you check internet, openly saying that वो ठीक बोला है, उसको बचाना है. कहते हैं कि वो chicken neck काटा है, वो अच्छा बोला है, हम support करते हैं. There are people like that. और उसको बेल दिलाने के लिए भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं. They are Dimagi Naxals. Or fourth.
You're adding one.
हाँ.
Achha, that's a headline then.
No, the fourth one is anybody who is trying to stop the economic growth of India. There are many development projects happening in the country. वो पहुंच जाते हैं development project को बंद करने के लिए, to stall the developmental projects, that is to stall the growth of
this country.
India. They want to raise some kind of, so they use sometimes innocent tribals.
We ask you to speak to one very young citizen of India and Arunachal Pradesh, who was not very happy till about a week ago. Are we allowed to do that?
You can connect.
Thank you. So there's this little tinkle who had put out a video on social media. And
are you connecting through video phone or?
Should I connect on video? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're fine?
Bye.
देखो आपका मम्मी का है, आपका मम्मी का भी फोटो दिखाओ। आपका मम्मी का भी फोटो दिखाओ ना, मम्मी का भी। मम्मी का है, आपका पापा का है।
मम्मी अभी आएगा, बोलो। मम्मी अभी आएगा।
अच्छा, कहाँ गया मम्मी? मम्मी कहाँ गया? मम्मी हाँ, मम्मी आ रहा है। मम्मी आने से बोल दो किरण अंकल ने फोन किया बोल देना। हाँ, और आपको कौन चाइनीज बोला मुझे बताओ। नहीं, लेकिन अभी वो भैया को सब लोग ने बहुत डांटा है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना है। अभी तो आपको आपको पूरा इंडिया का आदमी प्यार करता है ट्विंकल। आपको पूरा इंडिया का आदमी प्यार करता है। अभी आप बहुत फेमस हो गया है। आप बहुत फेमस हो गया, मालूम है आपको?
Thank you, Mr. Rijiju. You have taken out so much time for us. And like I said earlier, it's very rare that you have leaders who are cabinet ministers and positions like you who have taken every question we have asked you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. It's an honor.
Absolute pleasure for me also to have a very free and frank exchange of views.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad. I hope that you continue doing more conversations like that with us on India Today.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
मैं आज भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि जहां स्त्री सम्मान समृद्धि योजना लागू की जाएगी, ये आदि आबादी की पूरी आजादी का संकल्प है और उन्हें हर साल 40,000 रुपए दे करके उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने का काम समाजवादी सरकार में होगा। समाजवादी सरकार में समाजवादी पेंशन महिलाओं को शुरू की गई थी, जिसमें 500 रुपए सीधे उनके अकाउंट में भेजा जाता था और भविष्य में यह तय किया था कि इसको लगातार बढ़ाया जाएगा। इसीलिए पिछली बार जब हमारा घोषणा पत्र बना था तो उसमें बढ़ा करके लिखा था और इस बार मैनिफेस्टो में जो जा रहा है वो है 40,000 हर साल और बढ़ेगा भी आने वाले समय में।
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Very disturbing images coming in from Nepal, devastated by a massive flash flood caused by a landslide along the Tibet-Nepal border. It's being described as a catastrophe of a massive scale. Now it's still unfolding. Numbers are changing by the minute. Latest reports as of now put the death toll at 95 and climbing. More than 400 people are still missing. Now this was a flash flood caused by what is being described as a GLOF. It's a glacier lake outburst and a flood caused by it. This was a flash flood very close to the Tibet-Nepal border. Apparently, among those 400 plus missing, 295 foreigners, 133 of them are Indian. Nepal's Prime Minister Balen Shah has expressed deep sorrow over this massive loss of life and property caused by the flash floods. According to the Prime Minister of Nepal, teams of the Nepal Army, Nepal Armed Police and the local police, they've immediately been deployed to all these 6 to 8 impacted districts and areas, and their main effort is to find people and rescue as many as they can. More than 200 people have been safely evacuated so far. Nepal Army and their forces, they've pressed in all the helicopters that they have. Private helicopters have also been roped in. People are being advised now, whichever way you can, help rescue people, get them to higher ground, because the worst is yet to be over. Tibet, the government, the authorities in China, they've informed Nepal that all the water that had been accumulated, a lake was formed when there was a glacier lake that was formed after a landslide. All the water from there hasn't been discharged just as yet. There's a lot of water that still remains accumulated, and the flash floods, or at least repeat flash floods, may still happen. Nepal Army helicopters have been pressed into service. The flash flood, the picture that you see there, several bridges, at least 20 bridges have been washed away. More than 40 kilometers of road, they've been swept away. The injured are being brought to Kathmandu for treatment. Initial satellite imagery indicates, and this is information that's now being shared by Nepal's Disaster Management Authority. These reports indicate that the glacier lake outburst flood caused a snow and rock slide, a massive snow and rock slide near the Nepal-Tibet border, and this triggered a glacier-inclusive flood in the river 20 kilometers northeast of Rasuwa Gadi border crossing. Rasuwa, as it's known in local parlance, or Rasuwa Gadi, that is the Nepal-Tibet crossing. This is also the very popular Kailash Mansarovar Nepal route border crossing into the Tibetan Autonomous Region. The surge then tore through the Bhote Koshi River, and this is where the situation became extremely alarming. From Rasuwa, before moving downstream through Nuwakot and Dhading, that's the information that's coming in. Several towns, several villages, more than 40 kilometers of road, more than 20 bridges, they were just swept away, and the impact is likely to reach India as we speak between 8 and 10 p.m. tonight. That's the expectation. Border areas of the Nepal-India border, whether in Bihar or pockets of Uttar Pradesh, they're already on a state of red alert. Authorities are monitoring the interconnected Narayani Gandak river system. Bihar's Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, he's held a series of meetings with the Chief Secretary, with the DGP, with other officials of the Disaster Management Department and the Secretary of the Water Resources Department. He's directed officials to remain on a state of high alert, ensure all necessary action is taken on time, and people are evacuated to safer areas moment a need is felt. The NDRF team is already being dispatched to ground zero as soon as that water reaches Indian territory. Gopalganj, one team has been sent there. The second NDRF team is on standby to be sent to Muzaffarpur. 9 teams have been deployed in Bihar so far. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he had a detailed briefing, a phone conversation with the Bihar Chief Minister on the assessment of the situation on ground and what central assistance may be required in the state. Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh, Kushinagar and Maharajganj, these are 2 areas that have been put on a state of red alert. Officials have inspected vulnerable areas along the Narayani river and very close to the Valmiki Nagar barrage. People living close to the river have been asked to remain vigilant, stay away from the riverbank, and on a short notice be prepared to move to higher ground or safer area. An additional NDRF team has been deployed in Kushinagar. This is likely to be impacted because this is an area which is very close to the Gandak river. So the Gandak, Kosi-Ganga river, these 3 river areas in Bihar and the Gandak river area close to it in the Uttar Pradesh border, they are now on a state of red alert. 11 teams have been deployed in Uttar Pradesh. Flood warning response operations, this is their initial task. FWR, flood warning and response is their task that's been given immediately. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he spoke to Nepal's Prime Minister Balendra Shah and conveyed not just his condolences over the loss of lives, but also reassured Nepal any assistance that may be required. India not only stands in solidarity, but will provide any assistance that's required. The Prime Minister assured the Prime Minister of Nepal of all possible humanitarian assistance, saying Indian teams are coordinating closely with Nepal on all the relief and rescue operations. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Defence has already put a C-130J on standby. This is a tactical transport aircraft. It can take off from very short runways and can land even on grassy lands, doesn't need a runway to land. So a C-130J Super Hercules transport aircraft is on standby to fly with the immediate assistance and teams that may have to be deployed. So immediate assistance includes food, medicine, prefabricated sheets, rescue operations. We are also now being told that a C-17 Globemaster that's also being put on standby. That is part 2 of the relief operations. Moment additional assistance is required, a C-17 Globemaster will also fly in. So you have the Indian Army teams, the Indian Air Force teams, the NDRF teams, they're all on standby to fly to Nepal. Spiritual guru Sadhguru says one of his groups going for the holy Mount Kailash and Lake Mansarovar Yatra, one team was caught in this devastating flash flood in Tibet. He says the group was on its way back. 77 people were at the immigration center. And when you look at those images, and just a moment from now, we'll show you that image of that immigration center that was struck in that flash flood, inundating not just the building, but much of that border town. Sadhguru says there is no official information yet about the whereabouts of those who are inside the immigration office. He said 495 people from 21 groups going for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra have already returned safely. 743 are currently in Tibet and 148 are in Nepal. Now listen in to the NDRF detailing the situation on ground and rescue operations.
एक ग्लॉफ हिट किया तिब्बतन और नेपाल बॉर्डर पर, और उसके बाद ये फर्दर डाउन नेपाल में, और इसके जो आने का अंदेशा है वो गंडक की है। तो चूंकि हमारा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इंडो नेपाल बॉर्डर तक है, तो हम लोग MHA उसके ऊपर एक नज़र बनाए रखे हुए है, और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट साथ में उन्होंने भी एसेस करी है सिचुएशन। रिसेंटली चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ बिहार ने भी एसेस करी, और उसके हिसाब से हमने अपनी 2 टीम्स तो ऑलरेडी जो गंडक का जो रिवर बेसिन है वेस्ट चंपारण और मुजफ्फरपुर में, वहां पे हमारी 2 टीम्स डिप्लॉय हो गई हैं।
Jasmine Ojha is the chairperson, Mission Smile Nepal. She joins me on this broadcast. Dhairakant Datta is a senior journalist, joins us from Kathmandu. Lieutenant General Shaukin Chauhan is former Director General of Assam Rifles, former chairman of the Ceasefire Monitoring Group. He served as India's defense attaché in Nepal. He joins us on this broadcast. Shivani Sharma, Pranay Upadhyay are getting us the latest on this information. We'll also have reporters joining us from Uttar Pradesh, from Bihar. But first, I quickly want to cut across to ground zero and get the latest information that's coming in from Kathmandu. Dhairyakant Datta, welcome. What's the latest that you can tell us, sir? Dhairyakant, can you hear me? Okay, give me a moment. We'll try and refix that line with Dhairyakant. Jasmine Ojha, what can you tell us about the current situation and the efforts that are being made to provide relief to those who may be trapped there?
Okay, so this is not flood. This is glacier burst originating from the upper catchments near the Tibet border through Rasuwa.
Okay.
Has caused recently and Narayani river corridors, and 50 lives with hundreds of people are missing, cut off or out of contact, including some of the local people, close relatives there. Many people are trying to provide relief to the local people and are trying to go to the disaster zone, but they are not being they are unable to reach there. This disaster compounded by structural and early warning failures, where upstream Tibetan crisis a lot were overlooked by the Nepal government also, and major cost broader infrastructures like bridges and India built structure were destroyed here. Highlights a critical governance and climate fiscal policy.
Okay. Give me a moment as we try and reestablish this link with you and with Dhairyakant Datta. But I want to bring in Shivani Sharma. Shivani, I believe the Indian Army and Indian Air Force are already on standby. Shivani, what can you tell us about India's assistance that's been promised to Nepal?
Responder as always whenever the neighbor or any country is in crisis, and Indian Air Force's 2 aircraft, the Globemaster and the C-130J Super Hercules, they are on a standby. They are being prepared. They are being loaded with material. Rescue operations are going on in Nepal, and the rescue teams from India are ready to fly to Nepal, including the militaries, doctors, and also the material, including the food and the prefabricated sheets and much more that is required in Nepal right now. And the C-130J Super Hercules is just about to fly from Hindon Air Base. That's what the sources have told us. And the C-17 Globemaster will be flying tomorrow. The teams are coordinating with the requirements of Nepali authorities, and whatever they require, everything is now being loaded in these two aircraft of the Indian Air Force, the transport aircraft.
Stay with me for a moment. Let me also bring in Lieutenant General Shaukin Chauhan into this conversation. General, you've served in Nepal. You speak the language. You understand the situation on ground, and you've been speaking to your friends in the Nepal army, both serving and veteran. What's the impression that you have? How bad is the situation? What kind of assistance may be required right now?
I've just been speaking to my friends in Kathmandu, and of course with the ex-Nepali army officers whom I know. What they said is this is not a flood. It's a manifestation of the peculiar strategic geography of our Himalayas. As you're aware, our Himalayas are young, they're unstable, and very little was known about this flood from Tibet or from the Chinese side, and they were caught absolutely by surprise. They are actually working hard to try and link up with people in Rasuwa. The Bhote Koshi, as you know, as you mentioned yourself, has been hit, along with, I think there were 9 other hydel projects that have also been hit here. So they're trying their best to get to know as much information as possible, Gaurav. And the Indian Army is there to help out completely wherever we can. The DA has reached out to the Nepal army. The chief has spoken with the Nepal army. and we're waiting for any kind of help that they might indicate they want at the present moment.
Fair enough, sir. Let me also bring in Pankaj Das, my colleague who joins us from Kathmandu. Pankaj, I believe reports seem to indicate more than 20 bridges en route have been washed away. More than 40 kilometers of the road have been washed away from Kathmandu to Rasuwa. That must be hampering relief and rescue operations and also those who may be attempting to come. What's the current situation?
देखिए इस समय अभी प्रधानमंत्री ने थोड़ी देर पहले अपील की है कि हम इस जनता के साथ में हैं, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में आ रहा है वो यही है कि आखिर वहां तक जो प्रभावित लोग हैं वहां तक कैसे पहुंचा जाए। सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है इस समय मौसम का, दूसरी ओर अंधेरा हो गया है और तीसरी बात जो कई सारे जो वहां के हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करने वाली जगह थे, जो हेलीपैड थे, ये सभी तबाह हो गए हैं। तो रेस्क्यू करने वाले नेपाल आर्मी को भी काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। हालांकि प्रधानमंत्री ने देशवासी को आश्वासन दिया है कि राहत का काम जो है वो रात भर चलेगा, लेकिन टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो नेपाल के पास ऐसी इतनी सुविधा नहीं है कि रात में जो ऐसे जगहों में जो इतने दुर्गम इलाके वहाँ पे कैसे हेलीकॉप्टर ले जाके किस तरह से वो उद्धार करेंगे, क्योंकि कई सारे हाइड्रो पावर के बिल्कुल भी बह जाने के कारण इन पूरे इलाके में जो है वो दोपहर से ही लाइन नहीं है। तो एक तो अंधेरा, ऊपर से हेलीपैड का नहीं होना, तो इन सब वजह से काफी परेशानी का सामना करना पड़ रहा है।
रहिए आप मेरे साथ पंकज, एंड फॉर अ मोमेंट आई वांट टू प्ले आउट दीज इमेजेस, द बॉर्डर क्रॉसिंग. वी हैव द बिगेस्ट टीम ऑफ रिपोर्टर्स इन इंडिया एंड इन नेपाल ट्रैकिंग these developments. Watch this image. This is the border crossing between Nepal and Tibet. This is where people were when suddenly, because of that glacier lake outburst, there was a huge deluge. The water just came rushing from all directions, and the people who were there, they had nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I mean, just watch those images. People were trying to run away. There's another visual which we'll just show you in a moment. There are many buses that are parked there. There are many cars that are parked there. There are many containers that are parked there. And the water, it came so fast. The buses, the trucks, the containers, they were all swept away, as were the people who were right there. Now, this is a picture that's been taken from one of the Nepal Army rescue helicopters. Bridge after bridge, road after road, sadly, village after village, they've just been wiped away in this deluge. Watch these images, and this will just show you the force of that water. I want to bring in Dhairakant Datta, a senior journalist who joins us from Nepal. Dhairakant, if you can hear me, bring us the latest on the rescue operations and what may be required to take these forward. Mr. Datta, can you hear me? Pranay, Ministry of External Affairs also monitoring the situation, as is the embassy in Kathmandu. What is the latest that we know about the missing people, missing Indians, and the overall picture, Pranay?
Gaurav, I was just looking at the pictures released by the Nepalese army showing the difficult rescue work, and you know the entire area is full of the sledge, full of mud there in that area where the rescue operation is being carried out, and that's why the Ministry of External Affairs, through our mission in Kathmandu, is in touch with the Nepalese authority. I just tried speaking to the Home Secretary of Nepal, and he was there in a meeting. So a lot of meetings are being conducted, and in fact, the Prime Minister of Nepal, as Pankaj was also mentioning, that he also addressed to the nation, and he also mentioned that at war footing, the relief and rescue work is being carried out. But as you know, that the communication is down. There are no light right now in the region, and therefore the relief and rescue teams are facing a lot of difficulties in the region, and therefore Government of India remains in touch with the Nepalese authorities. As Shivani was mentioning, the two of our strategic lift aircrafts are on standby, and Government of India through our agencies remain in touch with the Nepalese authorities for any problem probable assistance, any possible assistance, depending on the requirement from the Nepalese side. But as far as the situation right now is concerned, there is no update regarding 133 missing Indians because so far the government of Nepal has not updated that list, that how many of them have already been rescued or what exactly is happening on ground as yet. But constantly, it's a dynamic and evolving situation, Gaurav. So that is being monitored both in India, in Ministry of External Affairs, and also in Indian mission in Kathmandu, and through our contacts with the Nepalese authorities.
Okay, there's more breaking news coming in, and I want to bring in our reporters on this as I bring in our guests from Kathmandu. In the next 24 hours, we are told the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, they will carry out relief and rescue operations in Nepal, and they will be deployed in full force. India has shown complete promptness in fulfilling whatever tasks that may come India's way, whatever responsibilities come India's way. It is for the Nepal government to direct where and what help is required. The Indian Army and the Indian Air Force are on standby. What we are now being told, initially 2 aircraft, they've been placed on stand 2 or in a state of alertness to be deployed immediately at the Hindan Air Base. A C-17 Globemaster and the C-130J Super Hercules, they are on standby. We are also being told, the information is 133 Indian tourists and more than 400 travelers and trekkers. As of now, Nepal authorities say they remain unaccounted for. Several of them were either yatris, either going for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra or returning after the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. This is those who take the private tour operator and the Nepal route. The Ministry of External Affairs, when they take yatris, it is either through the Lipu Lake route, which goes via Uttarakhand, and the Nathula route, which is Sikkim. Both those routes remain operational. Information is that the Nepal route for the next 72 hours, according to tour operators, there's a total standstill. That's the initial information. It may be delayed even further. The first priority, as far as governments in Nepal and India are concerned, is to rescue the people who are trapped or who remain cut off. Indian Army's helicopters and Indian Air Force. So for the Indian Army, it's the Dhruv Advanced Light Helicopter. For the Indian Air Force, it is the Mi-17-1V and the Chinook Heavy Lift Transport helicopters. They may be deployed for the relief and rescue operations. Indian forces have considerable experience in dealing with these HADR, disaster relief that may be required in any difficult area. Jitendra Bahadur Singh, my colleague, joins me for more on this. Jitendra, गृह मंत्रालय भी इस समय बहुत पैनी निगाह रखे हुए है क्योंकि इसका असर भारत में बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश दोनों पर पड़ेगा. क्या अब से 1 घंटे में, 2 घंटे में, कब वो पानी भारत की सीमा में प्रवेश करेगा, क्या जानकारी है?
देखिए गौरव, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा इस पूरी सिचुएशन को इस वक्त मॉनिटर किया जा रहा है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री से इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के बात किया. यहाँ पर केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री ने जो है लगातार सिचुएशन को खुद मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और जो एनडीआरएफ के डीजी हैं उन्होंने कुछ टीमों को जो कि दिल्ली में स्टैंड बाई रखा गया है, इसके साथ साथ 11 टीमें जो हैं वो बिहार में पहले से ही तैनात कर दी गई हैं. इसके साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश का जो कुशीनगर इलाका है जहां से गंडक रिवर का पानी आता है, वहां पर भी जो है टीम को तैनात किया गया एनडीआरएफ की. तो इस तरीके की सिचुएशन जो है भारत पूरी तरीके से मॉनिटर कर रहा है और राज्य सरकार के साथ पूरी तरीके से जो है कोऑर्डिनेशन केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय के द्वारा बनाया गया है, जिससे कि किसी भी सिचुएशन से निपटने के लिए जो है बड़े कदम उठाए जा सकते हैं. क्योंकि जिस तरीके से फ्लैश फ्लड आया है नेपाल के अंदर और उसकी तीव्रता जो दिखाई पड़ रही है, उससे ये साफ जाहिर हो रहा है कि जो गंडक नदी है उसके रास्ते जो है बिहार के कई जो तटवर्ती जिले हैं वहां पर भी वो पानी पहुंच सकता है. इस वजह से 6 जो जिले हैं खास तौर पर उनको हाई अलर्ट पर रखा गया है और उनके तमाम अधिकारियों को उनको अलर्ट पर रखा गया. साथ ही एसडीआरएफ को भी वहां पर तैनात किया गया है, जिससे कि लोकल्स जो वहां पर इलाके में किनारा जो इलाका है
जी
उनको हटाया जाए.
जी, गंडक के साथ साथ कोसी नदी, गंगा जी, इन सभी के आसपास के इलाकों में खतरे की घंटी एक तरह से बज रही है, because it's not just the Gandak, it's also the Kosi and the Ganga and that entire belt which is now on a state of red alert. But I want to get back to Nepal, where Jasmine Ojha is with us. Also, Darshan joins us on this broadcast. Darshan, if you can hear me, what can you tell us about the current rescue operations that are on, sir?
Right, Gaurav, the devastating, flood occurred in the southeast part of the Kerung border, which borders to Tibet and Nepal. Right, we saw the visuals now because it's getting very darker. So far, 15 helicopters are on the air, rescuing and reaching to different locations as per the sources. But as it is getting darker, it's difficult, as Nepal lacks the proper equipment for rescue operations during the night. So far, 105 plus Indian nationals are missing, and around 350 other international guests are missing. 55 death has been reported so far, but looking at the visuals, it's going to rise throughout the night.
That's the fear. That's the big fear, Jasmine. Through the night, the situation is only likely to worsen. Apparently, in Tibetan autonomous area, Chinese authorities have informed Nepal that there is still a lot of water accumulated in that glaciated zone, in that glacier lake, and the worst, God forbid, is yet to come. Jasmine, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I thought whom you are asking. Yeah, please see me.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you that are authorities in a position to rescue people, those who are trapped in Rasuwa, for example, or that Rasuwa border crossing? We are looking at the image of that immigration center that was completely devastated. What more do you know of the situation there?
So mainly we need to understand that the situation and for right now, the emergency precautionary that is required urgently is like district administrations across West Champaran.
Yes. We seem to be having an audio issue and a link issue in Nepal for the moment, but we sincerely hope that the situation improves. But General, what kind of assistance would Nepal require immediately? You've been deployed there. In the past, there have been multiple floods. India has played a role, General Chauhan, in providing relief and rescue operations. Is there a system in place, or do we need to have a system in place where you have a common joint disaster, management teams that can immediately deploy and help, sir?
Gaurav, we have often practiced this. We have exercised this during various exercises with Nepal. Nepal, as you know, has very few helicopters, very few aerial assets, and that's the first thing that they would want from us. Maybe 5, 6, maybe even 10 helicopters from us, the Dhruv helicopters, to look at the area tomorrow morning and to try and see how many people we can rescue and from where. I'm afraid now that is the night, darkness is coming. There'll be very little chance of any kind of rescue because ground teams will not be able to locate anybody at the moment. But yes, we have a system in place with Nepal. We have exercised and rehearsed many occasions. We might need to send many more teams. If you remember, I was the ADGPI during the Nepal earthquake in Kathmandu, and we have reversed. We have good understanding with the Nepalese army on these issues, and we are ready to stand by and to give any kind of assistance. But what has to be understood is that they have very few aerial assets, and those aerial assets we will have to give them. Probably at the present moment, Nepal has about 8 to 10 helicopters that would be flying, but none of them have night flying capability. Probably one Eurocopter has a night flying capability, but there's nothing they can do at the moment. But by tomorrow morning, that will be the critical period. And I'm certain that along with the Hercules, along with the C-17, we would be sending a lot more aerial assets to Nepal to give them help. We would also be sending them teams that would be capable of going to Rasuwa, of trying to rescue people from the mudslide, and you saw the kind of water there was. So these are the important issues that they are looking at. And I'm certain Nepal is absolutely clear also that India will provide all kinds of help to Nepal to get over this tragedy. We are, as you know, the downstream country out here, and all Nepal's river waters flow into India. So yes, Bihar, UP, these are, and Uttarakhand are states that need to be very careful about what is going to happen by tonight, probably tomorrow early morning. And these are issues that we would be also looking at and deploying our teams there at the moment.
Sir, stay with me, Shivani. You've been speaking to your sources in ADGPI or military communications. What more do we know about the kind of efforts that the help that is required? We know of a C-17 Globemaster and the C-130J that are on standby. But what about helicopters, whether it's Dhruvs for the Army or Chinooks or Mi-17s for the Air Force?
See, Gaurav, all these assets are on a standby. As the requisite comes from Nepal, they will be flown in. As of now, the two transport aircraft are ready to fly. Another important thing out here is that the Army is also contributing in its own way. We know that the engineers of the Army are deployed in such situations where they build bridges that helps in the rescue situation. We've seen in Wayanad how the engineers of the Indian Army have been very successfully deployed with their bridge making capabilities. We are also sending the earth moving machinery out there in Nepal, including the doctors, the team of doctors. And we have seen the doctors from the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force. They have been there in action whenever such a calamity strikes anywhere across the globe. So every team, every aspect is being looked into. Coordination is going on between the authorities in Nepal and the Indian Armed Forces. They are monitoring the situation. They are filling the aircraft with whatever is required for Nepal's rescue right now. Helicopters will also be pushed into action as required. And on ground, we see that the SSB is also deployed, especially in the zones that are on a high alert near the India-Nepal border when we talk about the Kosi, Gangaji. So everything is being monitored. Prime Minister has spoken to the PM of Nepal. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has spoken to the Chief Minister of
I want to go full frame for a moment on these pictures before I bring in Pranay. Just take a look at this image, and this will show you the intensity of that of the deluge that just came. Pranay, this is the Tibet border crossing from Nepal. Huge building. So many cars, so many trucks, so many lorries and container trucks that are parked there. But then in a moment, look at the force with which the water comes and almost nothing remains, Pranay.
Absolutely, Gaurav. This is the scariest picture of this glacial outburst. And in fact, it was captured in a Chinese CCTV camera because this visual was captured by the Chinese side. And in fact, the concerns are also there, not only about the missing Indians in Nepal, but also what happened on the Chinese side. Because as you and I know that many people take this Nepal route to do and perform their Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. And in fact, one of my friends who is from the United States has just reached today in Darchin. He also took the same route. I spoke to many people on ground, and some of them are on their way to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, those who have crossed this Rasuwa border, and people are there in large numbers. So what exactly happened? The government of India is also concerned about those on the Chinese side because the impact must have been there on the Chinese side as well. We do not know the exact number of Indians who got impacted because of this this deluge or this forceful impact of water of this glacial burst captured in this visual. But this remains a concern, a matter of concern, and in fact the government of India is trying to ascertain check the facts and the veracity of those details, that what exactly has happened. And both
this is the easiest route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Last month I was at Mansarovar, also crossed the Yamdwar for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, but we'd taken a different route since we were with the Chinese government. We'd flown from Delhi to Shanghai to Lhasa to Alipulan, and then by road first to Mansarovar and then to the holy Mount Kailash. But for those who travel privately or operate with the tour operators between Tibet, Nepal and India, they take this route from to Kathmandu or other parts of Nepal. They come to that border belt, exactly this area, Rasuwa Gadi as that place is called. This is where they cross over into Tibet, either by road or by helicopter, and then they come close to Mansarovar, and then they drive to Mansarovar and then Kailash. This is a very convenient route, Pankaj, but today is just proven to be a very, very difficult route after that glacier lake burst, Pankaj. अभी जो ताज़ा स्थिति है, नेपाल की सरकार का क्या कहना है, उनका क्या आकलन है, कितने लोग फंसे हो सकते हैं अभी भी, उनको निकालने के लिए क्या क्या चाहिए होगा नेपाल प्रशासन को, नेपाल की सरकार को, पंकज? पंकज शायद म्यूट पर हैं आप अनम्यूट कर लीजिए पंकज अपने आप को।
जी, नेपाल सरकार सुबह से ही लगातार जो है इस काम में, रेस्क्यू के काम में लगी हुई है। जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी ओर से एक टाइमलाइन भी जारी किया कि कितने बजे क्या क्या किया गया, तो सुबह से ही प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय और गृह मंत्रालय दोनों ही लगा हुआ है कि किस तरह से लोगों को बचाया जाए। सरकार की पहली प्राथमिकता यही थी कि जीवित लोगों को पहले बचाया जा सके, क्योंकि जिस तादाद में तबाही हुई है उसका अंदाजा लगा पाना किसी के लिए भी नामुमकिन है। सरकार को भी अभी इस बात का अंदाजा नहीं कि कितने लोग एक्चुअली में वहाँ पे फंसे हैं, कितने लोग मर चुके हैं, कितने लोग जीवित हैं, मलबे हैं। अभी एक पायलट से हमारी बात हो थी जो रेस्क्यू में थे, उन्होंने कहा कि जो नदी का जलस्तर होता है उससे करीब 29 इंच पानी का सैलाब देखने को मिला है जब वो रेस्क्यू के लिए जा रहे थे। सारे जो है हेलीपैड जो वो तबाह हो चुके हैं, काफी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। लेकिन जहाँ तक आंकड़ों की बात है तो अभी ये बता पाना किसी के लिए भी मुमकिन नहीं है कि एक्चुअल में इसका आंकड़ा क्या हो सकता है, मरने वालों की तादाद कितनी आगे तक बढ़ सकती है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके का दृश्य हम टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं उससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि जितने गांव वहाँ की बस्ती जो क्षेत्र में उसमें पूरी तरीके से डूब गए पानी में, उन मलबों में पूरा मलबा बन गया है।
आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, मतलब 30 फीट अगर पानी आ जाए, जैसा वो हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट आपको बता रहे थे, एंड दैट्स दैट इमेज दैट यू सी टेकन फ्रॉम अ हेलीकॉप्टर। दीज आर द Alouette or the Cheetah helicopters of the Indian Air Force or Army that are now flying with the Nepal Army and have flown with the Nepal Army on some of these helicopters. They're able to not only fly low but also help winch up people. That's the effort. Now, some of these helicopters, they show you the kind of devastation on ground. 30 feet high water, big bridges, iron bridges that were just swept away because of this massive deluge of snow and boulders that came with the water. Such was the intensity. There's a message that's been put out by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and I quickly want to get to this message. The Home Minister has taken to social media platform X to say the devastation caused by the floods in Nepal is deeply tragic. My condolences go out to the families who've lost their loved ones in this disaster. The government of India stands with Nepal during this hour of crisis. I've spoken to chief ministers of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh regarding this disaster in Nepal. The NDRF, along with local administration and relief and rescue teams, have been placed on a state of high alert in the border areas that could be affected. So border areas, especially Bihar border and Uttar Pradesh border, all along the Kosi Ganga belt, they will be impacted in a couple of hours from now. As Jitendra Bahadur Singh, my colleague, was just telling us, in the next couple of hours, that flood water from the Tibet-Nepal border flowing through these rivers will be reaching the border in India, and Bihar and Uttar Pradesh will be impacted. Shivani, I believe apart from the NDRF, the National Disaster Response teams and the State Disaster Response teams, even the armed forces have been put on standby for domestic operations should there be a need.
Gaurav, the deployments are already in place. The SSB, who usually stays on the Indo-Nepal border, has already been deployed there. It's on a standby. That's what we were getting through the sources. And a high alert situation has already been alarmed, and the complete border region, especially which are in the close vicinity of these rivers, the Kosi, Gandak, Ganga, there the forces are in a coordinated manner, not only monitoring, but they are ready for any kind of action and a situation. The NDRF, the NDMA, the army, the armed forces who are there, they are working in close coordination with the agencies, the state police out there. The chief ministers of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar have already given out that direction to all the forces to be on an alert and to look for the preemptive measures so that these river levels, when they rise, what can be done. The people are being alarmed about evacuating those places which are the low-lying areas in these river belts.
I want to bring in Darshan. I want to bring in Darshan also into this conversation from Kathmandu. Darshan, a large number of foreign tourists. We know about 133 plus Indians. In fact, Sadhguru also put out some information that some people from his group, they were at the immigration office, they remain unaccounted for, and I will get more information on what Sadhguru said in just a moment. But Darshan, what more can you tell us about other tourists and pilgrims from other countries who are still unaccounted for?
Right, so more than 348 tourists, including 105 Indians, were missing. So there were tourists, I think 5 were from United States, Malaysia, and the area where the flood hit was the pilgrimage site, and just 4 days away is the Janai Purnima and Raksha Bandhan. So during this time, there were a lot of domestic as well as people who believe in, Hindu religion were during the trip. So it was affected, and as per the sources from the Home Minister and Nepal Army, few helicopters were flown in the affected area. But as it was getting darker from 5 p.m., the enough rescue operations was unable to be made because of the darkness and the gloomy weather.
That's an interesting point you make there. General Chauhan, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi had visited Kathmandu when he took over as Prime Minister and went there for the SAARC summit in the Nepali Parliament, he'd made a statement that every war that India won, Nepal had shed blood in that war for India. And this perhaps is a time that India can play a very critical role like we have in the past, but more so now in ensuring that any assistance that Nepal requires, we are there. So what kind of assistance should be ready to be deployed? Medicines, doctors, engineers, helicopters. What is it that India needs to provide forthwith?
The first aspect, Gaurav, is the idea that we have always, as you said, provided assistance. Now, whatever Nepal requires, whether it be in terms of aerial assets, whether it be in terms of doctors, whether it be in terms of NDRF teams, or whether it be in terms of army engineers or replacement bridges, we are ready for everything that can be done. We are ready to provide them help as far as Gemini boats are concerned. We are ready to carry out recce along these areas. We're ready to give any kind of satellite pictures if there are more floods developing. All these aspects are, whatever the information is, whatever in terms of material assets are concerned, everything is provided by us. And you are aware that in every kind of disaster that Nepal has faced, India and Nepal have stood side by side, shoulder by shoulder, and kept on the process for final rescue. We have always done our best for Nepal, and Nepal is aware of that. And we have carried out a large number of exercises. And
Civilizational brothers, these two countries, India and Nepal, civilizational brothers. I mean, it's said civilizationally, Roti Beti Ka Saath, Mata Sita comes from Janakpur, her, Sri Ram is from Ayodhya. So that it's a relationship, Pankaj, that goes back in time. It's roti beti ka saath, bhai bhai ka saath, bhai desh hai Nepal. तो किस तरह की मदद की अभी आवश्यकता है नेपाल को, जो भारत को बिल्कुल अभी तैनात कर देनी चाहिए, और क्या नेपाल के मन में यह भरोसा है कि हर संभव मदद है और पहुंचेगी?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे ही भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री से बातचीत की, उसी बातचीत के दौरान में भारत ने अपने तरफ से हर संभव सहयोग का जो ऑफर दिया, उसको सहर्ष नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री ने स्वीकार कर लिया है और कहा है कि हम आपको वो सभी सूची कुछ ही देर में सौंपेंगे जो नेपाल को तुरंत चाहिए होगा। सबसे ज्यादा यहाँ जरूरी जो है, यहाँ जो लोग बेघर हो गए हैं, जिनके अभी कुछ खाने को नहीं है, तो उनको और मेडिकल फैसिलिटी, ये सब बहुत ही जरूरत है इस समय नेपाल के लिए। और नेपाल को पूरा भरोसा है कि सबसे पहला जो फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर है वो भारत ही होगा। और भारत ने इससे पहले भी जब अर्थक्वेक आया था, जब पश्चिम में इस तरह के भूकंप आए थे, या कहीं भी नेपाल में कुछ भी होता है, तो भारत सबसे पहले मदद को अपने हाथ आगे बढ़ाता है। इस बार भी सुबह से ही दोनों प्रधानमंत्री के बीच में बातचीत में थोड़ी देरी जरूर हुई, लेकिन सुबह से ही जो यहाँ का इंडियन एम्बेसी है वो लगातार नेपाल सरकार के संपर्क में था और उनसे लगातार बातचीत करते हुए उनसे जानने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि उनको किस तरह की मदद चाहिए, किस तरह के सामान चाहिए, वो सब भारत प्रोवाइड कराएगा। तो सबसे पहला जो कल भारत की तरफ से मदद आएगा, उसको संबंधित जगहों पर इसको भेजा जाएगा।
Because these are two countries that are tied by a civilizational bond, India and Nepal. There's a message that's coming in from India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. I quickly want to cut across to it. External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has given details of India's relief and rescue operations. Dr. Jaishankar says 10 tons of HADR. This is the disaster relief material. This is being provided to Nepal. Essential medicines have been dispatched to support Nepal's response to the devastating floods. The External Affairs Minister says that our thoughts are with the bereaved families and all those who stand affected. In face of this challenge, India stands with Nepal and its people. And Darshan, that belief is there in Nepal that whether it was last time that devastating earthquake or the situation right now, these are two brothers, the two nations. They stand shoulder to shoulder in ensuring that Nepal is able to come out of it as quickly as possible.
Because नेपाल और इंडिया का तो वो बेटी रोटी का संबंध है, इसलिए जब नेपाल में ऐसी तरह का डिवास्टिगेटिंग अर्थक्वेक आया और अर्लियर जो डिजास्टर आया, India was always there as a good neighbor, and India used to be always there to respond first as a neighbor. So I think Indian support is really needed in the response, and probably the helicopters on the rescue operations, so that it will be easier for Nepal army and Nepal government to make the operations in the area affected.
Oh, absolutely. So 10 tons is what the External Affairs Minister writes, humanitarian aid and disaster relief material, 10 tons of humanitarian aid and disaster relief assistance already on standby. They've been dispatched. They've already been dispatched. Okay, information that's coming in, 10 tons of assistance and essential medicines have been dispatched to support Nepal's response to the devastating floods. But for a moment, I want to show you some of those images and some of the worst images that truly horrifying of the floods that hit Nepal. I want to show you that this is that first image of that deluge at the border crossing. This is the Nepal-Tibet border crossing. This is where a number of people were there at the visa office. There are several lorries and containers because there's also the customs barrier here that has to be crossed between Nepal and Tibet. But you see the impact of the deluge. I now want to move to that next image, which shows you the speed with which water gushed. Watch these images for a moment.
भेत्रादी बजार पुरै स्याब्रु बेसी शान्ति बजार सबै ध्वस्त यो त तपाईको थोरै हो अझै 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 बाँकी छैन न
After village in the wake of this deluge was submerged, several houses destroyed, several houses just washed away with the floods. Also a shocking image, I want to show you that image of a bridge that was just swept away, and the water, it came with such intensity that several buildings on either side of the river, the houses were also destroyed and swept away in these floods caused by the glaciated lake outburst and the flood caused by it. Sadly, there could be more. Watch this image. You will see water level rising. You see that solid iron bridge that's used to cross over from one side of the town to the other. This is not far from Rasuwa. Just watch how quickly water level rises. Initially it's low, then as high as the bridge, and then you will just watch higher than the bridge, and the bridge is swept away, as are unfortunately several houses on either side. This is in Rasuwa Gadi. This is where, watch, that bridge was just swept away. I want to stay full frame on those images for a moment as you watch that bridge being swept away. Truly shocking. That is the speed and intensity. Everything in the wake of this water was destroyed. When you watch those homes being swept away and that very powerful iron bridge being swept away, you'll see many vehicles standing, many vehicles on either side of the bridge being swept away in this flash flood. There's a lot of water that still remains accumulated in that glaciated lake outburst area. So the first part of the flood, watch that bridge just gets swept away. That's the intensity of the water, and the worst may still be in store as water levels rise. The impact will be felt in India in a couple of hours from now. Anytime between 9 and midnight is when the impact is likely to be felt in that border belt of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. I want to thank all our guests who joined me on this special broadcast and our reporters who are tracking every development very closely. We pray for our friends in Nepal. We pray that they're able to come out of this as quickly as possible and that every assistance that they require reaches them as quickly as possible. We'll be tracking that story very closely. That is all I have for you on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
पुरै त्रिशुली लाइभ यो चाहिँ है गाइस यस्तो लाइभ छ ओहो पुरा ड्याम फुटेर आयो यार पुरा चाइनाको ड्याम फुटेर आयो रहेछ आमामामामामा ल यहाँ हामीले अब ओहो
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Cola Spa at home.
हीरे के लिए मुझे भरोसा है सिर्फ सेनको गोल्डन डायमंड्स पर, क्योंकि सिर्फ सेनको देता है सर्टिफाइड डायमंड्स, बायबैक फैसिलिटी और 100% एक्सचेंज वैल्यू, साथ में लाइफ टाइम मेंटेनेंस, फ्री इंश्योरेंस। तो अब डायमंड्स खरीदने से पहले सेनको में जरूर आना।
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kola Spa at home. No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kola Spa at home.
हम लोग तो स्पीकर को पिटीशन दिया था एंटी डिफेक्शन के, तो इसलिए अभिषेक बनर्जी गए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, क्योंकि वो लोग जो पार्टी छोड़े हैं सब कानून तोड़ के ही छोड़े हैं, उनका अस्तित्व तो नहीं रहना चाहिए। वो केवल केंद्रीय सरकार का समर्थन से जी रहे हैं, उसका पार्टी का नाम भी नहीं है, निशान भी नहीं है। तो शुभेंदु अभिषेक बनर्जी सही कदम उठाए।
सर एक आखिरी
sorry.
पंडित जी प्रणाम। पंडित जी प्रणाम।
को प्रेजेंटेड बाय CP प्लस, ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है। पावर्ड बाय ग्रीन प्लाई, हर जरूरत का रिप्लाई।
Good evening, you're watching News Today at 9 p.m. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Tragic news coming in from Nepal. Flash floods where 133 Indians are missing. Scores could also be killed. Kailash Mansarovar pilgrims among missing. Indian Air Force jets on standby. Bihar now on flood alert. On the other side at 9:30 p.m. we get you an exclusive coming in from Karnataka. Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar speaks exclusively to Rajdeep Sardesai. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. Death, devastation and destruction in Nepal. At least 95 dead after flash floods in Nepal. Chinese customs office used by Kailash-bound pilgrims washed away. At least 133 Indian tourists missing. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Nepalese Prime Minister Balin Shah, expresses condolence over deaths, assures all possible humanitarian assistance. India also sends relief material and medicines to Nepal. Over 50 people from Tamil Nadu missing due to Nepal flash floods. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay expresses shock, announces emergency contact numbers for the family of those missing. Pink City, Gurugram drowns once again. Richest city in Delhi, NCR submerged after heavy downpour. When asked about waterlogging, Haryana Chief Minister ducks question. D.K. Shivkumar's first interview as Karnataka Chief Minister only on India Today says southern states being discriminated against by centre and all south states on delimitation are on same page. After monsoon session washout, India Today speaks to Union Parliament Minister Kiran Rijiju, says Home Minister did not give orders for use of pellet guns and cops just followed the manual. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's New York trip sparks row. New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani says he does not support the upcoming RSS event at Madison Square Garden. Jiva withdraws Rakhi ad amidst backlash, says ad withdrawn out of respect. Jiva also added that they respect traditions, culture and had no intentions to hurt sentiments. And five-star hotels under National Food Body lens. FSSI issues notice to JW Marriott Andaz for hygiene issues. Cockroaches on premises. Officials had also expired food items in large quantity. All right, viewers, this is the latest news break coming in from Nepal, and as feared, the fatality has risen. Earlier on, there were 50 confirmed dead. The latest count now stands at 95. And all of this comes in with news that fatalities could also rise a lot more than just 95. What we know till now, 133 Indian tourists are still missing in Nepal. The Nepal Prime Minister has said rescue operations will continue on war footing through the night. India, meanwhile, has sent relief supplies to Nepal. Alert in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. NDRF teams are on standby. That's the latest coming in, where the fatalities count has risen to over 90. And what is expected, and even if you look at the devastating visuals, the count will go higher, sadly. In all, what we have been told that over 100 Indian tourists are missing, out of which 77 are from the Isha Foundation. Sadhguru, a short while ago, had given out a public statement where he admitted that there are various teams of pilgrims associated with the Isha Foundation for Kailash Mansarovar. And sadly, when the tragedy struck, 77 of those pilgrims associated with the Isha Foundation were inside that immigration office that you see on your television screen. That office has been washed away, and all 77, till now, no contact has been established with them. I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's been getting us the latest. Pranay, India has of course extended all help. Our Prime Minister has spoken to his counterpart in Nepal, Balen Shah. The big question, Pranay, is the fatalities, which are zero till now from India, but those missing still stand now over 100.
Absolutely, 133 Indians are still missing, Preeti, and in fact, we are yet to hear any update from the Nepalese government. I was just checking with the Nepalese authority and Nepalese Prime Minister's office, my sources there, that, is there any update about Indians rescued so far? But having said that, let me give you a fresh update as well, because the government of India is sending 10-ton relief and rescue material for the help of the Nepalese government on board a C-130J Super Hercules aircraft, which is there at the Hindon airport. And in fact, C-17 Globemaster is also ready with the relief and rescue material. And based on the request coming from Kathmandu, further relief and rescue material and specialized teams will be sent in for the help of the Nepal government. But the relief and rescue operation is undergoing a tremendous stress there in Nepal, because right now the terrain is difficult. The weather is not supporting the relief and rescue operation right now. The area is quite wide, and besides that, the mud and sludge is there, which is impeding the relief and rescue work. Around 1,000 Nepalese troops are there carrying out those operations. Nepalese army helicopters have also been pressed in. This relief rescue work is still on since morning, since afternoon, but still about 400 foreign nationals are missing after these glacial bursts, and there are also concerning reports about Indians, those who have traveled across the Rasuwa Gadi border towards the Chinese side, because the impact was also there on the Chinese side as well.
Pranay, thank you for joining us. Pranay will continue to give us the latest information that is coming in. 133 Indian nationals that are missing. What we can give you details of it. 77 of them were associated with the Isha Foundation. Sadhguru and the Isha Foundation have given a public statement admitting that no contact has been able to be established with those 77. There are also 50 pilgrims / tourists from Tamil Nadu. We're going to keep getting our viewers the very latest. Overall, 400 international tourists are missing in this massive catastrophe which has taken place in Nepal. Till now, the death count stands at 95, but sadly, viewers, it will rise, is what our ground sources seem to tell us. Before we get in and speak to our experts and our reporters on ground, I'd like to take you through some of the most powerful images that have come to us today from Nepal. Heartbreaking, tragic, catastrophic, capturing the sheer scale and devastating impact of this flash flood. Take a look right now. At the moment, the flash floods hit the Kerung border customs office near Nepal-China border. The impact was caught on camera. It is the key route for cargo and pilgrims traveling to Kailash Mansarovar, but was left devastated by the massive floods. Over 400 international tourists are missing. Of them, many are Mansarovar pilgrims. And this is exactly the building, viewers, where 77 of the pilgrims associated with the Isha Foundation were there. Till now, no contact made. The landslide and flash floods were triggered by an earthquake. These videos capture how the raging waters moved ravagingly through the paths, battering villages in Nepal's Rasuwa district, which you can hear are chilling screams of locals where they witnessed firsthand the oncoming catastrophe. The water, as it surged downstream, swept away a hydroelectric plant in Rasuwa, completely dismantling structures within seconds. 60 employees of the Langtang Khola hydropower project are also missing. In Trishuli, the flood water swept away an entire bridge. More than 20 such suspension and motorable bridges washed away from Rasuwa to Malku. Meanwhile, Nepal's Trishuli area is completely inundated with flood water sweeping through streets and buildings. Viewers, let's try and get in a larger understanding of this tragedy. I am joined right now by Professor Joeta Gupta, Professor of Environment and Development in the Global South, Governance and Inclusive Development, Amsterdam Institute for Social Science Research, Kanak Mani Dikshit, writer, journalist, Kathmandu, Wimblendu Jha, environmentalists, Zirin Osho, Director, India Program Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development, and Kosh Raj Koirala, editor at Republica Daily from Kathmandu. I'd like to begin with Mr. Koirala. Mr. Koirala, what are you hearing? What is the scale and the expanse of this tragedy? And till now, what is the accessibility? Because I think just the terrain seems to be very, very difficult.
Yes, you're right. It's a bit difficult to go there because we also wanted to send our colleagues to the field. But the roads leading to this Rasuwa Gari is now completely damaged. It's very difficult to actually reach there. And some of us, we tried to reach there by army choppers, but also we could not manage to go there. But few of our journalist friends, they were able to make it today. But you see, if you look at the extent of the damage, it's unbelievable, and it's a worse tragedy we had in several decades. And so far, only 95 dead bodies have been recovered. But if you look at the areas inundated by this flash flood, entire villages have been swept away, and many of them have been completely inundated with the mudslide. So I talked to security personnel who were there in the afternoon, and they say that the tragedy. This is one of the biggest tragedy we ever had, and the death toll likely to go much higher than what has already come out. And also not just human life. There are also, like, in terms of properties, in terms of development infrastructures. Several bridges, motorable bridges, have been destroyed, and the market areas and others, custom points. The Rasuwa Gari was the only functional, border point with China. There are many businessmen, they used to import a lot of goods from, China during this Dasai and Tiag. And that also has
Mr. Koirala, you talk about, yes, it's the scale of this tragedy is numbing, because you look at the images, and there are very few images that have been able to come out right now. And, sadly, we must brace for more of these images coming out in the next few days. Have you any word on how many have been airlifted, evacuated? What kind of relief in terms of the government relief? The army, the air force is working on a war footing. How much of that has been able to reach? And I believe because mobile networks, optic fiber, everything has been destroyed.
Yeah, it's completely destroyed. So the Home Ministry and even Prime Minister's Office had released detail earlier. And they have been, like, this process is continuing. And I think the earlier detail was around 100 people, they were airlifted, and they have been sent to various hospitals for treatment in Kathmandu Valley. But this is continuing because the injured persons, they are actually being brought to nearest army barrack, where, army choppers and other civilian helicopters are also, sent there for rescue operation. And since this is already night today, maybe this rescue operation will continue tomorrow. But yes, Prime Minister's Office had just released some details about the work it had done. And they've given us, I think you already mentioned in your news report earlier that, 95 dead bodies have been found, recovered in various places.
Yes, and sadly, even like what you concur, the fatality number will definitely rise and is expected to rise, sadly, viewers, many-fold than what is being reported right now.
Many-fold. This will go much.
I hear you, sir. I hear you. I'd like to connect to Kanak Mani Dikshit as well, a writer and journalist from Kathmandu. Okay, we don't have him right now. We're going to cut across to him in just a short while from now. Professor Joyita Gupta, this is a mammoth tragedy of the making. What we see in terms of the visuals that are filtering in is mind-numbing. The kind of loss to life, to property, I would think Nepal hasn't seen something like this to the scale of this in decades.
That's right, and it's quite frightening to see not only the immediate impacts, but the expectation of what this means for water quality a few weeks down the road, for energy a few weeks down the road, because I just heard that a hydroelectric power station was damaged. So this is going to cause a massive fallout in the future. Also, you might have outbreaks of disease like cholera and typhoid. So it's the immediate damage, but it's also going to be weeks and weeks of fallout, and that's extremely worrying.
Vimlendu Jha, what we're also looking now in India, we're on high alert because clearly the kind of sludge and the impact of that can clearly be seen. It's coming down, and there is a high alert now in Bihar, in UP as well.
That's right, because...
Go ahead, ma'am.
So there's a saying in environment. It says that everyone lives downstream, and in cases like this, and when you look at river systems or overall ecology, everyone lives downstream, and therefore anything that happens, for example, here something happened upstream of what the visuals that you were actually showing in Tibet, and then Nepal, and then of course parts of India as well, that is actually waiting for the impact to embrace in that sense. So we need to understand that we need to, rather than treating this as different countries, as different areas, different geographical boundaries, it's one ecology, one complete landscape which is under distress and which is facing this tragedy, and therefore this tragedy does not belong to one particular country or one particular region alone. It actually belongs to the entire Himalayan landscape, especially downstream of where this entire the glacier outburst actually happened. Very important also, Preeti, because we are actually discussing this. We had a similar kind of an incident last year in India. We had a Dharali. So this is in many ways, this is Dharali of Nepal, so to say, in that sense. Of course, till date, we do not know in the case of Dharali how many people actually died. Here we have some numbers, we have strong visuals, and we see some sort of political will to really solve this. And again, unfortunately, we shouldn't be talking about this just a few hours from when the tragedy has actually struck. But the thing is that, is this the last one? Is this the last Himalayan tragedy that we are actually witnessing and discussing? Or this is a pattern? We need to understand that this is not an isolated event. This is something which has been happening year after year. And let's not blame this on a particular trigger and on that glacier outburst. So that entire, it's a complete failure of no early warning, no preparedness, because what we have done is we have plundered the entire landscape in many ways. So very sad. We have only seen the tip of the disaster as yet. The worst is yet to appear on the TV screens and for people to really face in Nepal or downstream in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. But again, hope this is a warning sign for people who really are supposed to be managing so-called development of the Himalayan region in that sense across countries. Because if you look at that big building where, again, one should talk about it, that what is that huge building doing in the path of that river? Of course, there was a lake-like formation upstream, and that burst because of which we saw this disaster. But asking that question, that why were 30 buses and 20 trucks and a 3-story building built on an ecologically vulnerable Himalayan region?
No, fair point. And, that is something that will be, Vimlendu, discussed in time. But right now, for a moment, if we reflect on the current expanse of this tragedy, what we are hearing from ground, Vimlendu, that is many folds of what Dharali was. And, and it's spine-chilling to even think that could really happen. I want to bring in Zareen Osho, Director, India Program Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development, because, Ms. Osho, what is now being feared is a second flash flood, because what is expected and speculated rather there are still lots of blockages upstream and there could be a second coming? You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you for that, Preeti. Unfortunately, the tragedy that has come our way in Nepal is not a new one, and we don't actually have to think too far to Dharali. In fact, the same occurrence has happened just last year in July, when the same river, the same stretch of the river, the same trigger, and the same disaster took place in the Lende River, which is a Tibetan river up in the Tibetan plateau between the borders of Nepal, Tibet, and China. So the question is twofold then. There was a report that was commissioned right after the disaster hit. We knew the exact triggers and the reasons for why that disaster occurred. It was a mix of an ice avalanche, which caused the blockade, just as it has done this time, unfortunately, again. And then that water gave way with the debris, with the ice avalanche downstream. And then that is being referred to as something called as, the result of that has also been referred to as GLOF, which is the glacial lake outburst flood, which is created when you have glaciers retreating and melting at a much faster pace, which is obviously directly linked to climate change. If the temperatures increase in the plateau region, where Nepal is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change in the world, we're starting to see a lot of supra-glacial lakes formed. And not only the ones that are forming in the near term, but also the ones that existed before this are getting enlarged. So it's like, in some sense, balancing a bucket of water on a slab of ice that is melting, and the trigger being the earthquake in this case. And once the earthquake hits, you can well imagine all of that debris, the water that's been collected under the ice dammed walls, which is not actually a dam, so to say, but just held together with ice, that comes crashing downstream. So the question then is, one, if we knew that this is a danger area and we've had evidence from just the last year of July, why were not more proactive steps taken in making sure that the national disaster risk relief teams were put in place? This was actually highlighted through satellite photography and imagery as well. And then the second question is downstream. Now that we've put Bihar on red alert, we've put northern districts of Uttar Pradesh on red alert, we're expecting Kosi River, Ganga, the Gandak River in India, the same river that enters India and becomes Gandak in Bihar, on high alert. The question then begs is, despite having all of this technology and satellite imagery and flood modeling and hydrology, why is it that we do not know our choke points? Why is it that the first question should be, why is this occurring? That is, of course, unfortunately, the question is climate change and the temperatures and retreating glaciers. But if this is going to be a non-negotiable and an occurrence that you and I cannot control, then at least in terms of disaster risk reduction, there are now technologies and flood models available that should be able to tell us the downstream choke points. And it is quite unfortunate to see how there is a lack of that planning that should have taken place just as the disaster occurred last year, instead of now running helter-skelter to figure out, from pillar to pillar, what should be the next steps.
Professor Joyita Gupta, because clearly what has also happened here, that the impact was so immediate of the earthquake, and one doesn't really seem to understand how it has all cascaded, that the early warning systems in Nepal have completely failed to catch on to this.
I didn't catch the last part of the question, sorry.
The early warning systems, Professor Joyita, which are inbuilt to... Yes.
I think so. To a large extent, what we find is that it's also complicated because you just don't know how the dynamics will work from an earthquake all the way down. So you can see different systems. You probably have seismic warning systems for earthquakes, and you have different systems for floods. You might have different systems for rainfall. So all these different systems have to be coordinated in order to have a very effective early warning system, because you could have an early warning system which is at the wrong place, because you don't know how these systems are huge systems, how they all will interact and how they will eventually play out. So although it's very, very important to have these systems in place and to prepare for these systems, it's quite difficult in a country like India, because you have people living everywhere. You have people, you have roads everywhere. It's easy to think about, could we plan better? Could we try and figure out a way that we would not run a risk? But the Himalayas are across the whole of North India. It's very difficult to figure out how you're going to escape a particular seismic event that might lead to massive gulfs or glacial outbursts or flash floods. So in some ways, it's a huge issue. And this brings me back to the issue that I used to see some of our national reports on climate change, and you saw that the impacts of adaptation were seen as less important than the impacts on energy. And that really, worried me a lot in those days. I'm talking a long time ago, because you see that the impacts on the farmers were not taken as seriously as the impacts on industrial development. And now you're seeing the impacts of the water system. But the water system is really one of the most important systems that we have, and you cannot recreate water. And climate change, with every 1 degree rise in temperature, you're going to get 7% more water vapor in the atmosphere, which comes down like water bombs or snow bombs. It's really, really frightening to play with nature as if one is God. And that's also a bit, I think this particular incident shows us that it's all a bit like a domino system. You don't know which way the system will go, but it's a massive process of steps. And we really need to go into prevention as soon as possible. And of course, in a situation like this, you have to do adaptation, you have to do relief work. But we also need to work, all of us globally, not just in India or China or Tibet, all of us globally have to work much stronger on climate change.
Well, you're right there, because these visuals that are streaming in from Nepal are frightening, to say the least. I thank all four of you for taking the time out and joining us this evening. We're going to leave it at that while we keep our eyes trained on all the news that is filtering in from Nepal. For those in India, what we can say, 133 tourists, out of that 77 from the Isha Foundation who were at the immigration office, and 50 Tamil Nadu nationals are missing. And we'll keep our viewers updated on the latest that is coming in. Till now, fatalities count stand at 95, but, ominous. But I have to admit that this count is going to rise many folds in the next few days. A quick break to stay with us. An exclusive interview lined up next. On the other side, DK Shiv Kumar, Chief Minister Karnataka, with Rajdeep Sardesai.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
By Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. State partner, Government of Karnataka, Karnataka Sarkara, Guarantee Sarkara. Realty partner, G Square Housing, India's largest plotted developer.
Namaskara, good morning, happy Onam, happy Eid-e-Milad to each and every one of you. This is a very special occasion, and we are at the Karnataka round table, and it is only appropriate that we start the India Today Karnataka round table with Karnataka's man of the moment, someone who has built a reputation as a formidable politician, not just here in Karnataka, but now at the national level as well. The 18th Chief Minister of Karnataka, who has yet to complete his 100 days, but has given his first interview here today to India Today. Please welcome the one and only DK Shiv Kumar. Joining me are my colleagues Nagarjun, Dwarkanath and Sagai Raj from our Bengaluru Bureau. But welcome, Chief Minister, sir, to the conclave. I don't know whether I am a lucky charm for you or not, but the last time you came on an India Today conclave, we were in Coimbatore, and that time I introduced you as Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now, 1 year later, you are the Chief Minister. I want an honest answer. What has changed between DK Shivkumar, Deputy Chief Minister, and Chief Minister DK Shivkumar? How has life changed for you?
So, good morning, Rajiv. So again, through this India Today, I would like to wish everyone a happy Onam. As you rightly said that this is my first interview after taking over as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. I had not gone to any media. I didn't have time, but I'll have to go now. You have broken the ice. I think I'll have to meet a lot of media friends now. Of course, I met you in Coimbatore. I was the Deputy CM then. Now I am the Chief Minister. My party, my leaders, and the people of Karnataka has given this opportunity. Now I am a hurried man.
You're a?
Hurried man.
So from a married man, you have become a harried man.
Hurried man.
Why? What do you mean by a harried man?
Last time when you saw me with a lot of patience.
Acha, man in a hurry.
Man in a hurry.
Okay.
Because people of the Karnataka and my cadres in the country, they are too much having confidence on me, dependent, and I have to give a good governance. As I said you long back, it is not Karnataka growth itself. Only through Karnataka, India also has to grow. So in that, whatever time I have, with a good governance, I have to perform, build the party, send a message across the country, because this is one of the largest states in the country, among the Congress party running states. We have to set an example. I am confident that I will do that, do it.
I'm going to come to this Karnataka model that you're talking of in a moment, but I got confused when you said hurry and harried, because I thought you are both. You are a man in a hurry. You have always been. You have got 18 months before the next election, so you have limited amount of time to prove yourself. But you're also harried, I felt, because every day we hear news from Karnataka, some MLAs upset not becoming a minister. You have to fly to Delhi to meet the high command for your cabinet. Someone wants to be a chairman of the board. That's why I said, is it very difficult now to become chief minister because you have to take everyone along with you?
No, there is no problem in such. Everyone will understand. Everyone has we have about 138, 39 MLAs. We have 40 MLCs. Everyone is capable of becoming a minister, board chairman, everything. I don't have such pressures. And ultimately, my party always takes a call. They take us into confidence, they discuss. Of course, everyone can't be accommodated. You should know the history of Karnataka. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and Dharam Singh was not accommodated when Virendra Patil was the chief minister, including Bangarappa. He was also not accommodated. We were the MLAs at that point of time in 1989. Bangarappa, Virendra Patil and Dharam Singh. All were not in the cabinet. Then even at the time of S.M. Krishna, even at the time of Veerappa Moily, many seniors were being out of the cabinet. Then later I was myself and Parmeshwar, I am the CM now and Parmeshwar deputy CM. We were not in the cabinet of Dharam Singh, though we were the leaders and we worked with S.M. Krishna cabinet. So last time when Siddaramaiah took over, I was not included in the cabinet initially. After 6 months I came to the cabinet. So in politics, there will be a lot of adjustment, give opportunities, issues. We'll have to digest all those things. So all my leaders know that aspiring to become is not wrong. It is their bound duty and their wish. Sometimes they know that party is very much important, the number is very less. We have to go with whatever the 15% has been the law of this country now. So I think everyone will agree, and there was a formula worked out and all of them there.
So the reason I ask you this is you still don't have, Rahul Gandhi is speaking now about women's empowerment, but you still don't have a single woman in your cabinet. And this has led to question that when will DK Shiv Kumar or the Karnataka government walk the talk? Rahul Gandhi speaks about women's empowerment, but DK Shiv Kumar's cabinet doesn't have a single woman.
It will definitely we will have.
You will have?
We will have, definitely we will have. Congress party is committed to the ideology. It is Sonia Gandhi only moved this resolution. At that point of time, we cleared it in the Rajya Sabha. We didn't have numbers. We did not do it in the Lok Sabha. But it is a party commitment. Definitely we will have. I think next couple of days. There was a name which was being cleared, but ultimately some issue was there.
So next couple of days you will have a woman minister in Karnataka.
It is our bound duty. We will have it.
Before I hand over to my colleagues, I want to understand. You have to fill very big shoes. And one of the stories for the last 3 years was Siddaramaiah camp versus DK Shiv Kumar camp. Siddaramaiah is the longest serving Chief Minister of Karnataka. How is DK Shiv Kumar's governance going to be different from Siddaramaiah's governance? He would speak about always the 5 guarantees of the Congress party. How is your governance model? How are you going to be different from your predecessor?
See, Rajdeep, you are a very senior journalist. You have not understood me and the Congress party. I don't believe in a camp. I don't believe in a camp. I don't think Siddaramaiah also had any of his camp. We had one camp, that is the Congress camp. We all are united. No day, even at the floor of the House, when my opposition leader questioned on this issue, I said that my number is 136, including Siddaramaiah. So I was a party president. I never entertained anyone to be a part of any camp. I don't want to also. I don't believe in it. In Congress party, these camp issues will not work out. BJP might have the camps, but our party doesn't have any camps. Only the Congress party, the leadership will have to work as soldiers of the party, and all of them are doing the same.
It's interesting you're saying that, and of course you're entitled to say that, but what I found interesting, after you became Chief Minister, you went and met all the former Chief Ministers. And you also said, I am the Chief Minister for all 224 MLAs of Karnataka. Even when the Prime Minister came to Mysuru, you called him our leader. As a result, a lot of people said, is this a new DK Shiv Kumar trying to take everyone along with him? Each and every member you were trying, you said, even the BJP MLAs, I am their Chief Minister.
See, of course, once we sit in a chair, we have to take every section of the society together, whether we like, whether we doesn't like. I have taken a vote. What I have taken to the vote? We have been elected to the constituency, from a constituency. Can I differentiate? I was a party president. We gave these guarantees. I have seen in Assam and different part of the state, they differentiate giving the guarantees to their own party cadres. But we did not do. Whether they voted or not, we gave a program we have given to every section of the society who are eligible for that schemes. We are spending out 52,000 crore on that scheme. Like that, as a Chief Minister, I have been addressed as a Chief Minister. I am not as a Congress Chief Minister. Maybe representing a Congress party. It is my duty to take every one of the party. That is what I said to the Prime Minister. We went to Mysore. It is the Ramakrishna Ashram. It is Vivekananda's youth center open. I just reminded him the one quote of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda said, Be bold-hearted when you are defeated. Be large-hearted when you are victorious. That is why I said, Prime Minister, you are victorious now. You should be large-hearted. You should look Karnataka, and India has to grow only through Karnataka and Bangalore. That is what Atal Bihari Vajpayee had said 25 years back. So let us help you. Please help Karnataka. Whatever you had promised, you have to help us. Then only India grows. If India want to grow, the entire country has to look very in a format. We, Karnataka and the southern India, we are contributing more than 39% on the national GDP and the taxes and whatever is there. So it is my vision that we will have to take everybody to a section.
So no double engine. You believe there can be no double engine, that center should have a different government. Karnataka has an opposition rule. You're saying there can be no discrimination against any government.
See, it is a federal structure. We have a constitution. We have to work with the constitution and the federal structure. How can they discriminate? They can't discriminate. It is going on. Compared to the Maharashtra, compared to the Gujarat, compared to the other parts of the country, we have been, especially the southern state, has been discriminated. That is why I tell, justice has to be prevailed. One who is sitting at the seat of justice, always sitting as a judge in the higher position, I always tell, injustice should not be flown from the seat of justice. When we sit here, we can't differentiate. I have to look everyone together. See, all common citizen, we can't tell one Congress fellow will get something, BJP, that is when political decisions are there. But when governance is there, all people who are there in this state should be looked upon equally.
No, are you saying that the center is discriminating against the southern states?
Of course.
Is that because you were at a meeting with Amit Shah ji only the other day of all the South chief ministers in Mahabalipuram. Did you sense any kind of discrimination?
No.
Or did you raise the issue that South states are being discriminated? If so, how are they being discriminated?
Of course, I said that all because we joining together, we serve a very big number in every issues. We have lot of qualities which no other states have. The entire southern state has a great talent pool. So see, for example, we respected the population decision of the central government long back. That is why our numbers are very less compared to the northern India. Now decisions has been taken on the population. Since we respected the population, now our whatever the financial settlement which has to be given, allotment which has been given on the planning commission, that is discriminating us. That is said, we are giving you more money, we are helping you with lot of financial strength, we are solving out lot of employment problem here, and it is a knowledge and a talent hub of South India. So you have to respect that.
No, so you are against delimitation. Did you tell Amit Shah ji that the number of Lok Sabha should be frozen at 543, one-third of them for women, or are you okay with delimitation? Chandrababu Naidu is okay if there is a 50% uniform rise across the seats of South India.
I don't agree with that. That is a political strategy what they are trying to rise 50% above, and the North India will be more. What is wrong with we have whatever the existing number is there? So in that reservation only, let they give the whatever the woman reservation is there. Raising that number will definitely create confusion in the minds of South Indians, and South Indians, the voice of South Indians will be choked.
Sir, but did you get support from the other chief ministers also on this delimitation issue, be it Mr. Vijay? Because they had moved a resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly also saying freeze 543. Did you get consensus from the other chief ministers?
Of course, my Tamil Nadu chief minister and the Kerala chief minister all had the same opinion. We all expressed the same thing. We don't want a number to raised. Within whatever the number is there, it has to be shared equally. We have the voices of the South India has to be protected.
The other big challenge in the last 100 days has been the water resource department. The moment you took on the chief minister's chair, unfortunately, the monsoon deficit happened, then Tamil Nadu moved the court. Is that been your biggest challenge, handling the Kaveri issue? Because it's legally inbound also, so it's not a free will decision that you have to make.
See, I walked the streets of from Mekedatu to Bangalore. Why? Mekedatu project is not for Karnataka. It is for Tamil Nadu. 95% of the water will be stored in Illinois. will be used only for Tamil Nadu. You can't even use a single drop of water from Mekedatu to any part on irrigation. Only whatever 10 TMC of water is being allotted from the Kaveri to Bangalore can be used. This is a life saving for Tamil Nadu, where we want to see that the water which comes out more in an important time will not go to the sea. We have to store there, leave them. We have given an order from the Supreme Court. The court was very kind to see that it is in your land you are doing. It is our bound duty to release 177.25 TMC of water to Tamil Nadu on the proper years, and we are bound to it, and I will honor that commitment, whatever the Supreme Court has directed.
So, but in the South Council, when you met Vijay, the chief minister,
I'm telling you, there also in South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic example.
That is the first meeting among the chief minister where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
The recent assembly session, in fact, all the days were washed out with BJP protesting. In fact, next we'll have the leader of opposition also. What's your take on it? The demand from the BJP and the JDS is that D.K. Shivkumar should not have tainted mantris in his cabinet.
Pardon?
DK, you see, one of the questions, and I'll follow up from what was just said by Nagarjun. You all came to power, sir, by targeting Mr. Bomai as pay CM, right? And that this was a 40% Sarkara government of BJP, 40% was being paid as commission to was being paid by contractors to the government. Now corruption is hitting your government. BJP is calling for the resignation of your minister, Mr. Nagendra, saying there is corruption in the Valmiki scheme. They ensured that the house did not run. Do you believe that corruption is something which in Karnataka is now permanently stained? Because the cost of fighting an election here is 50 crore plus. So therefore, corruption is part of your system. How are you different to the BJP?
I don't know about the cost of the election. I don't know how you have got these numbers. Who gave you these numbers? I don't know. You have to ask the BJP friends.
Sir, I got this number from many of your MLAs. Tell me that they have to pay a lot of money to fight an election.
I am not aware of this. Number one, as far as Nagendra issue is concerned, or what you are speaking, you please take out a list in the central cabinet, and various other ministers in the different part of the state, including the many chief ministers. Many of them have cases? Why they are not open their mouth? Why they are being included in the cabinet? In my own state itself, there were ministers in the central cabinet last 5-6 years. You just take, I don't want to come out with the names, where criminal cases have been there. They also been tainted. Why their resignation has not been asked till today? Even on Nagendra case, I myself, Siddaramaiah, we both spoke and we took his resignation. Last 2 years he was out of the cabinet. We discussed. We came to a conclusion. We got a report from our officers department that he was not been involved anywhere. That is why we included him in the cabinet. Since after almost B report was almost signing, then Delhi wanted to do some politics. ED, CBI all entered. They could not find even a single rupee in his house, or any account was been not paid there. But my own state government information, whatever the police department inquired, and they collected whatever the money is there, 95% already they have been collected from the different sources. It was not Nagendra who did it, but still Nagendra is a disciplined soldier of the party. In the interest of the party, whatever the party directs, he would do. But we don't want to unnecessarily fall into the trap of these BJP guys.
Congress has been accused of only wanting to recite the first two stanzas. Here in Karnataka, you had all 6 stanzas on Independence Day. So I want to understand, are you someone who believes all 6 stanzas of Vande Mataram should be recited at public functions?
I believe in my party ideology. Only whatever we have decided, I think without my knowledge, wherever in the governor house it may happen. In the future, as far as any government programs, whatever we used to earlier have, it is the 2 standards, we'll stand by it.
Congress party in different parts of the country is on the retreat. But here in Karnataka, when the MLC elections took place, you actually got 1 extra seat for the Congress. And the belief is that you broke the JDS and the BJP. Well, how do you do it? Is there something, I mean, this is what the Congress party needs to, do you believe in Sam Dam Danda Bhed politics? I mean, I once called you the Amit Shah of the Congress.
No, I don't.
And you were, I don't know how you reacted to that, but you were called the Amit Shah of the Congress. Are you the Amit Shah of the Congress, that you know how to break your opponents?
No, I don't want to be Amit Shah.
You don't want to be Amit Shah of the Congress?
I don't want to be Amit Shah. I am just small worker of the party within whatever responsibility has given in Karnataka. And anyway,
so how did you get 1 extra MLC?
See, I am telling you, I never broke BJP or Janata Dal. Among the 80 seats, whatever both of them have, 12 MLAs has voted in favor of the Congress party. That means Janata Dal and BJP MLAs, their representative, they believe that the Congress party is the future of Karnataka.
What an idealistic answer, sir.
Okay,
it is not an answer, I say. They have voted.
Yeah, that is what Amit Shah will also
say. That is why they have voted. And then it has been elected. Okay. It is a confidential vote. Their conscious vote.
So
their conscious vote.
So Amit Shah will say the same thing in Delhi.
To show their faces, now they are creating some confusion. They are not allowing the assembly to be conducted, making there and bringing out some small issue. Kumaraswamy can't show his face to the party, national level. BJP leaders can't show. So every day they want it to be news. You are also giving a space to them.
To say there
Let them do whatever they want. But ultimately in democracy, what is no?
So your friends...
It is a postal ballot. It is a secret ballot. Their heart came out.
So you have your
friends... They came out with an inquiry committee. What happened? Then Kumaraswamy tells that I wanted to look whatever was inside this one, so I tried to put up a candidate.
So okay, so we can expect more surprises like this in future, sir? More surprises like this in the future?
Of course. Politics in Karnataka will have more surprises, more changes, more strength. And this is the state when the entire national party of the other opposition parties, even in 78, was looking at. This is the state has given a different color. They see always the candle, no, when a light comes out, always it comes from the south. So this Karnataka will bring Karnataka, then Telangana, that the national again in 99, into the 29 again Congress party will come, and you take to that Rahul Gandhi will be the Prime Minister 2029. You are
telling me once again that Rahul Gandhi will be the Prime Minister of India in 2029. You have claimed that you will have the highest number of seats the Congress has had, more seats in Karnataka than you had last time.
Of course, we will reach 20 seats. You note it from me.
20 seats in Lok Sabha from Karnataka, yes, and more in the Assembly than last time.
Yes.
DK Shivkumar, all of this is on record. As we end, I want to leave you with an interesting story about Mr. DK Shivkumar. I had gone to see him in his Delhi house a couple of weeks ago after he had become Chief Minister. And DK Shivkumar wanted to have a haircut. Now he wanted to go to his favorite barber who is in the colony. The security guard came and said, "Sir, you are now Chief Minister. You cannot have a haircut in your colony like this. We will call the barber to the house." He said, "No, I will go and meet him." Did you have a haircut eventually at the barber shop, or do you now have a VVIP haircut in the bungalow?
No VIP. For one day I paid him only 50 rupees for the haircut in Delhi.
If DK Shiv Kumar pays 50 rupees for a haircut, sir, at least sometimes make sure that you have a 5-star haircut. Now that you are the Chief Minister of the state.
See, I believe in simple living. But what things come out, lot of friends come, give me Louis Vuitton, give me this one, put what to do. See, I want a simple life. After all, what is there? How much you can eat, how much you can. It is a very small, basic courtesy, that's all.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. The man who claims to be the simple politician, but has also made a lot of predictions here today. We will hold him to all of this because, of course, we will have another Karnataka roundtable next year ahead of the elections. But you have a tough task, sir, ahead of you. 18 months to go. You are a man in a hurry. The last Karnataka politician who said he was a man in a hurry or was called a man in a hurry, remember, was Devagowda, and he went on to become the Prime Minister of the country. So it's not bad in life, sir, to be a man in a hurry. But we wish you all the very best, Mr. DK Shiv Kumar, and we will track you very closely in the months ahead. Thank you very much.
You remember one day I said with you, I dream, I desire for the team, I dedicate for the team, I discipline for the team. That is why my dream will always be very successful, and I'm confident Karnataka will grow very high. And I'll see that through Karnataka, India and the Congress party also will grow stronger.
Okay, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shiv Kumar, please give him a very big hand. His first interview since he became the Chief Minister 3 months ago. Thank you very much, sir.
Devastation, death and destruction. Nepal hit by deadly flash floods. Villages and homes swept away. Several Indians still missing. Nepal PM Stand Together appeal. While PM Modi offers full support and relief. Bihar, Uttar Pradesh step up the vigilance as rescuers race against time. Was it an earthquake? Was it an ice avalanche? Or was it a glacial lake? What triggered the killer floods? That's a top focus on News Track. You're watching a special edition of the News Track. I'm Ritangshu Bhattacharya. Unfortunately, viewers, it's not a very good evening for us as our neighboring nation, Nepal, a nation which shares very close ties with India for centuries, is battling devastating flash floods on one of its worst days in history yet. Now, even as the full scale of this catastrophe is still emerging, the numbers are grim. And I'm going to read them out to you. 95, that's the death toll as it stands. It's feared to be much, much higher. 133 Indian tourists are still missing. We are going to put out helpline numbers at the bottom of the screens to tell you how to contact and reach out for details on them. Many of these Indians are believed to have been on the Mansarovar Yatra. But first, let's show you how grim the situation is. These visuals came to us earlier today, and we're going to play them out for you. And take a look. This is the moment the flash flood hit the Kerong Border Customs Office. Now, this is near the Nepal-China border. It's the entry point for the Mansarovar Yatra. In a matter of seconds, you can see the impact being caught on camera. This office is located on a key route used by cargo trucks and pilgrims traveling to Mansarovar. In seconds, it was left devastated by the massive flood. The landslides and flash flood followed an earthquake, according to reports, and these visuals capture the raging waters as they tore through everything in the path, battering villages in Nepal's Rasuwa district. As the water surged downstream, it swept away a hydropower plant in Rasuwa, dismantling structures which take years to be constructed in seconds. The impact is on your screens, dear viewers. 60 employees of the Langtang Khola hydropower project are missing as we speak. In Trishuli in Nepal, the flood water swept away an entire bridge. More than 20 suspension and motorable bridges have been washed away from Rasuwa to Malkhu. So as you can expect, information as to whether there are survivors and the scale of the casualties itself is a premium. You can imagine how far rescue and relief operations are from reaching that spot. In Bhote Koshi, the current was so powerful that villages, vehicles and everything in its path was swept away in a matter of seconds. As you can see on your screens, this is the situation. We have put out the helpline numbers on your screens for you to reach out to if you have a loved one who you believe could be in Nepal and trapped at this point. The figures are as follows. Over 400 people are missing in Nepal. That's a very, very conservative figure. 98 deaths have been confirmed. Among those 400 people are 133 Indians. As of now, there is still no official word about the safety or the whereabouts of these Indians here. We also understand that there have been relief and rescue efforts are on in a war footing in India. And we have also the states to worry about in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. We'll come to that later. But meanwhile, the Nepalese Prime Minister Balinder Shah has appealed for unity after devastating flash floods hit parts of the Himalayan nation, killing at least 95 people and leaving hundreds missing. He has asked the nation and the people to be patient, saying that the government is taking full responsibility for the rescue, treatment, food and shelter. In times of such a disaster, he has urged the people of Nepal to stand together. He has also asserted that the priority now is to save lives, find those who are still missing and ensure the safety of the people affected by the disaster. Now, according to the Nepalese Prime Minister Balinder Shah, teams from the Nepal Army, the Armed Police Force and the Nepal Police have been immediately deployed to the affected areas to save lives and search for the missing. His Indian counterpart, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has already spoken to the Nepalese Prime Minister and has assured Nepal of India's full support and humanitarian assistance. Remember, India has always had a loving elder brotherly relation with Nepal, and we have helped Nepal out with humanitarian aid whenever they've needed it, whether it be after the earthquake in recent times, the last decade, which killed hundreds of lives, or as we see right now with this devastating flash flood. India has also dispatched this time as well 10 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies and essential medicines to support Nepal's rescue and relief efforts. Now, we've got breaking news coming in at this point. The Nepalese Prime Minister has thanked Prime Minister Modi. Balinder Shah said, and I quote him here, "Thank you very much, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for your kind call and deep condolences. We deeply appreciate your warm words of solidarity and your generous offer of assistance to Nepal during this difficult time." He goes on to say, and I quote, "This gesture of solidarity is a reflection of the enduring bonds of friendship between our two countries, which we profoundly value." Let me go across to my colleague Pranay, who's joining us live at this point. Pranay, once again, it underlines the fact that India-Nepal relations have always been more than skin deep, and whenever Nepal has been in a moment of crisis, whether it be devastating earthquakes or landslides or flash floods, India has always been at the forefront to provide every possible assistance required.
Absolutely, Tanshu. And in fact, this is the same spirit which is, Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the time of his swearing in 2014 termed as a SAARC spirit.
Yes.
And that India stands as a first responder to every nation, whenever be it Sri Lanka in crisis or Maldives in crisis or Nepal in crisis. And that's why the government of India has expressed its solidarity with the people of Nepal and extended all possible help. But, this is a very difficult time for Nepal, and Tanshu, you know that the exact requirement of the assistance and need has to come from Nepalese side, and that's why Government of India has kept all its assets on standby for possible assistance to Nepal. Meanwhile, 10 ton of relief and rescue material is being sent on board a C-130 Super Hercules aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Besides that, a C-17 aircraft of the Indian Air Force is kept on standby. Besides that, many of the NDRF teams and technical experts are also on standby. This entire crisis has an Indian angle as well. As you also mentioned, that around 133 Indian who are still missing, and Government of India remain concerned about their whereabouts, their safety, well-being and their rescue effort as well. And in fact, there are possibilities of contingency plans are also being worked out at the highest level in the Ministry of Home Affairs, with the Ministry of External Affairs, that how India can extend and present people or our troops or our expert for the extraction of and rescue of the Indians, those who are stranded there in Nepal.
Pranay, take us through the specifics of the assistance that is being planned from India when it comes to offering Nepal at this point.
Ritanshu, as I mentioned that the need or requirement of the assistant has to come from the Nepalese side, because the Nepalese troops, Nepalese army is there, and in fact Indian Army chief also spoke to his counterpart in Nepal, and in fact both Indian Army and Nepalese army have a good and a robust communication system, and therefore this is being coordinated at various levels. At the level of the Prime Minister Modi spoke to his Nepalese counterpart, Nepalese Prime Minister Balen Shah. Besides that, at the level of the Ministry of External Affairs, the Nepalese Foreign Ministry also remain in touch with the Ministry of External Affairs. Our mission in Kathmandu is in touch with the Nepalese authorities, and even on the ground, the troops are in touch, and there is a coordination. So in terms of assistance, the initial tranche of help or HEDR material which is being sent to Nepal involves the medical assistance kits, the solar lamps, because there is a power outage in the region. Besides that, the medical kits are being sent. Team of doctors is being sent, and the other relief and rescue material required for such kind of operation is being sent. But besides that, Government of India has expressed its willingness to send all possible help, whatever is being asked by Nepal. But the coordination has to be done by the Nepalese army or Nepalese disaster management authorities, and they are on ground. They are the best assessors. But besides that, one more thing has happened, Ritanshu, and I must mention that the visuals which we are showing is of Rasuwa Gadi border between Nepal and China, and the Chinese side is also impacted, and in fact the Indian embassy in Beijing is also in touch with the Chinese authorities regarding the whereabouts of Indians, those who have traveled across the border or those who are at the immigration point, about their relief and rescue work. And in fact India is coordinating with both China and Nepal on this relief and rescue operation.
Yes, indeed. This is, of course, a big test of diplomatic relations for all three nations, given the fact that this is a tragedy which has affected all three nations equally. And therefore, it's important that India, China and Nepal obviously cooperate and put humanitarian assistance first and foremost. Pranay, stay with us. We've got more details coming in, and this is, of course, a statement that has come in from the Union Home Ministry, and I quote, "The centre is keeping a close watch on the flash floods in Nepal. Multiple ministries, including the Ministry of Home Affairs, are continuously monitoring the situation. The NDRF has been placed on high alert, and relief and rescue teams are ready in border areas. The Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, and the Ministry of Defence are continuously monitoring the situation." Now, according to the CWC, water levels on Nepal's side are now receding and the situation is under control. The government has therefore clarified, and this is something we must insist for our viewers from UP and Bihar who are watching us at this point, that there is no need for panic. and that there is continuous monitoring of the situation that is underway. Now, there is an apprehension, the MHA statement says, that the flood surge could impact the downstream areas of the Gandak River. The governments of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh therefore have initiated measures to relocate people in border areas to safer locations. Pranay, coming back to you, this is a test not just for India's diplomatic strength but also in its own coordinated relief efforts here, because this ultimately, what happens in Nepal literally flows downstream to UP and Bihar. The good news is, going by the MHA statement, that the flood waters in Nepal are now receding, which could give us to believe that perhaps the worst is over before it hits UP and Bihar.
Absolutely, but the constant monitoring is being done by Ministry of Jal Shakti, Ministry of Home Affairs, SSB teams, those who are guarding the borders with Nepal, and at every level, because India is downstream and therefore, the water level, and this is a monsoon season as well. So that's why any swelling of water need to be monitored very carefully because, and the Terai region of Nepal is adjoining borders with Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and therefore the water level management need to be done at various levels, and that's why the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is, Home Minister is also Minister for Coordination and Cooperation, and that's why the MHA is coordinating with different ministries on these all these fronts. And besides that, we also have to remain alert because it may not be a one-off incident, because we do not know what exactly the hydrological data of Nepal is indicating right now, because many of the hydrological assessment centers or the monitoring centers got damaged because of this incident, both on the Nepalese side as well as on the Chinese side. So what exactly caused this, and are there more factors which can lead to further catastrophe, whether there is any build-up or not? That data need to be filtered in, need to be analyzed, and the International Institute of Mountain Development, ICMOD, is there in Kathmandu, which is an international institution, and that is also monitoring the situation there in Himalayas.
All right, Pranay, we leave you to monitor those developments coming in from both India and Nepal, and we'll come back to you for more breaking developments on this. Now, for the benefit of the viewers who have joined us today at 10 p.m., let us show you the extent of the damage this flash flood has really caused. The worst may be over, going by what reports tell us, but that does not undermine the sheer hell and havoc that was wreaked in Nepal earlier today. The images that we're going to put out on your screens are locations of before the tragedy striking and after. As you can look on your screens at this point here, it is absolute devastation here, to a point that entire areas, entire valleys, entire bridges, entire natural formations have all been wiped out by the sheer force of the river as it went downstream. As you can see those locations on your screens. And this is the second image where you can see there's an entire natural formation that has been erased completely by the force of that flood water here. That is the extent of destruction in Nepal. There you can see the satellite images are no longer clear, because what may look to you as a hazy image, because if you see the expanse of grey on both sides of the riverbank, that is actually flood water, viewers. And you can imagine the extent of the devastation, the entire floodplain. Look at the difference now in the thickness of the river as we see in this particular location versus what has now happened as we see the latest images coming in. At least the riverbed has expanded by 4 times the width of what we say earlier, which gives an indication of the sheer surface area of the area, surface area that has been affected. And that makes it concerning to get an idea about the scale of the devastation and the sheer magnitude of the area that has been impacted, that is flooded. And all of this, as we showed you visuals earlier as well, as we keep running through these satellite images, all of that happened in a matter of seconds. There was no warning. There was barely any scope for people to get out and evacuate themselves. To get a ground report of what's happening right now, let me go across to Pankaj Das, who is joining us from Kathmandu. Yes, India Today is getting you this ground report from Kathmandu. Pankaj, हमसे जोड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप काठमांडू से रिपोर्ट करें, पहले बताइए इस समय स्थिति क्या है, क्योंकि इस समय नेपाल के सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है कि जो इन एरिया में क्षतिग्रस्त हुए हैं वहाँ पर जाकर लोगों को बचाना, जो अभी भी फंसे उनको निकालना और उनको राहत पहुँचाने के लिए। आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमें इस समय?
जी देखिए, राहत और जो बचाव का काम है वो काफी मुश्किल है, क्योंकि मौसम भी यहाँ बिगड़ गया है। बारिश हो रही है उन इलाकों में जहाँ पे आज सुबह तबाही का मंजर हम ये टीवी स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं। और रात के समय में नेपाल के पास ऐसी सुविधा नहीं है कि किसी हेलीकॉप्टर को भेज के ये रेस्क्यू का काम किया जा सके। वैसे भी ये जो एरिया है रसुआ का और नुआकोट का या धादिंग का जो अफेक्टेड एरिया है, उन सभी के जो भी हेलीपैड थे, वहाँ एक तो कोई एयरपोर्ट नहीं है, जो भी हेलीपैड थे वो सब क्षतिग्रस्त हो गए हैं, तो इसलिए काफी मुश्किल हो रहा है। दिन के उजाले में कम से कम ये दिख रहा था पायलटों को कि कहाँ पे लोग फंसे हैं, कहाँ वो जीवित हो सकते हैं, तो उनको किसी भी तरह से वहां से बचा के लाया गया। करीब 150 लोगों को काठमांडू लाया गया है, काठमांडू के अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल में उनका इलाज चल रहा है। लेकिन रात के समय में बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल है, इस समय हेलीकॉप्टर भी नहीं उड़ पा रहे हैं, और जो लोग फंसे हैं वहां पे, वहाँ राहत सामग्री भी नहीं पहुंचाई जा रही, क्योंकि सड़क नहीं है। काठमांडू से रसुआ गढ़ी जोड़ने वाली 40 किलोमीटर की सड़क पूरी तरह से पानी में बह गया है। जो 22 पुल थे वो पानी में बह गए, कई सारे बेली ब्रिज थे वो सब पानी में बह गए हैं। इसलिए उद्धार का काम है, जो रेस्क्यू और उसके बाद जो उनके लिए राहत का सामग्री पहुंचाना, ये एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती आज भी है, और ये कल भी एक चुनौती जारी रहेगी कि आखिर ऐसी जगहों पर जहाँ पे जाने का कोई रास्ता नहीं है, हेलीकॉप्टर उतरने का रास्ता नहीं है, वहाँ पर किस तरह से सरकार जो है वो राहत सामग्री उपलब्ध कराएगी।
Well, Samat and Shashi are also with us. Samat and Shashi will come to you shortly, but since Pankaj is joining us from Kathmandu, we don't want to take more of his time. Pankaj, ये बताइए, इस समय पूरे भारत के सवाल उसके जो 133 इंडियंस जो इस समय मिसिंग है इस समय नेपाल में, उनके बारे में इस समय काठमांडू से आपको कोई जानकारी मिल चुकी है? क्या वो नंबर और भी बड़ी हो सकती है? हमें कोई भी डिटेल्स मिल सकती है कि क्या वो अभी इस समय किस हालत में है, और क्या डिटेल्स और कुछ भी हमें जानकारी मिल सकती है उनके बारे में?
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल इस समय किसी भी तरह की कोई जानकारी इसकी नहीं मिल सकती है, क्योंकि जो प्रशासन है वो भी उनके पास भी कोई जानकारी नहीं मिल पा रही कि वो मिसिंग है, वो लोग कहाँ है, क्योंकि उन पूरे एरिया में कोई इंटरनेट कनेक्शन नहीं है। यदि किसी का मोबाइल ऑन है तो उसे वो ट्रैक करने का प्रयास दोपहर में किया गया था कि जो लोग वहाँ पे गए हैं उनके मोबाइल नंबर के साथ उनके जीपीएस को ट्रैक करके ये पता लगाया जा सके, लेकिन कुछ भी आज दोपहर में पता नहीं लग पाया, और इस समय शाम के समय, रात के समय कुछ भी पता लगना काफी मुश्किल है। ये संख्या जरूर बढ़ सकती है, क्योंकि अभी कई सारे जगहों से जो है वो आंकड़े आने बाकी हैं। तो ये जो 384 लोगों का 403 लोगों का आंकड़ा दिया, इसमें 135 भारतीय हैं। ये सिर्फ जो मानसरोवर जाने वाले थे उनका ये आंकड़ा है। अन्य जगहों से जब आंकड़ा आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से ये आंकड़ा और अधिक बढ़ सकता है।
ऑलराइट, पंकज, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम आपसे आते रहेंगे टू गेट more updates about what's happening in Nepal. Let me meanwhile go across to my colleagues who are joining us, giving us the picture in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar as well. Samat giving us the picture in UP and Shashi from Bihar. Samat, I'll come to you first. One of the first respondents in terms of responding to this crisis was your Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He held a high-level meeting almost immediately when news came in. What can you tell us about how prepared is Uttar Pradesh, at least eastern UP, to deal with the floodwaters which we expect could happen overnight, the surge in floodwaters which could happen overnight as the water flows down from Nepal?
Right. See, CM Yogi Adityanath has clearly given instructions to the local authorities, the DMs of two districts, that is Maharajganj and Kushinagar. These are the two districts of whom few villages could be affected if the water level rises from Nepal, and it will enter via Bihar then to Uttar Pradesh. And these are the two districts, Maharajganj and Kushinagar. CM Yogi Adityanath posted on X and clearly said that I have informed the district authorities to stay alert. And obviously, when we spoke to the district magistrates of both these districts, they are quite alert over the situation. But the major part of that particular portion comes in the Bihar section, and few villages are there. Few part is in Maharashtra that we enter via Nepal border, and the second part is in the Kushinagar. Usually these few villages get affected with the flood every year, but this time around, because the flash flood has happened in Nepal, the impact could be judged. Though currently the situation is very normal in Uttar Pradesh, be it Kushinagar or Maharajganj, these are the two districts on which UP government is very alert. The next 8 to 9 hours will be very, very crucial, because if the water keeps on rising, then obviously that will engulf the few villages surrounded around these two districts, especially that Kushinagar, where 3 to 4 villages are there, while in Maharajganj it's 1 or 2 villages who could be affected. Though these are the low-lying areas and they face flood like every year, but it's going to be worth seeing how situation goes on after 8 to 9 hours. That's going to be worth seeing. Back to you.
All right, Samat, thanks for getting us those details. Let's go across to Shashi, who's joining us and getting us the picture from Bihar. शशि, बिहार में ऐसे कौन कौन से एरियाज है जो इस समय अलर्ट पर है, जहां पर इवैक्यूएशन किया जा रहा है? क्योंकि हमें मानना है कि जो गंडक नदी से जो पानी आने वाला है, जो पानी का वॉल्यूम बढ़ने वाला है ओवरनाइट, वो अभी अगले कुछ घंटों में होने वाला है। तो इस समय पूरा राज्य इस समय अलर्ट पर होगा।
नहीं, देखिए इस बात को समझना होगा कि बिहार ही सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड होने वाला है और यही वजह है कि बिहार पर केंद्र सरकार का भी फोकस ज़्यादा है और बिहार सरकार हाई अलर्ट मोड में है। जब नेपाल से पानी प्रवेश करता है गंडक नदी का, तो नेपाल में जो नारायणी नदी है वो वाल्मीकि नगर बराज से एंटर करती है इंडिया के अंदर, और वो पश्चिम चंपारण जिला है जो वाल्मीकि नगर बराज है, और वहाँ से डिस्चार्ज जो पानी का है वो बढ़ेगा और वही पानी अलग अलग इलाकों में फैलेगा, बिहार के अंदर भी कह लीजिए, और वो जो कुशीनगर का सटा इलाका जैसा समर्थ बता रहे थे, और वहाँ भी 6 ऐसे ज़िले हैं जो सीधे प्रभावित होंगे गंडक नदी में अगर पानी बढ़ता है तो। इन जिलों में पश्चिम चंपारण है, गोपालगंज है, सारण का ज़िला है, मुजफ्फरपुर का ज़िला है, और यहाँ तक कि पटना के आप करीब चले आइए, सोनपुर तक का जो इलाका है ना, वहाँ भी गंडक नदी है। तो मतलब ये बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र हो जाता है और सबसे बड़ी परेशानी सरकार की यही है और इसी को लेकर के अलर्ट है। इसके अलावा 2 और जिलों के अलर्ट पे रखा गया है, शिवहर और सीतामढ़ी, चूँकि गंडक का पानी दूसरी नदियों से होते हुए इन जिलों के भी निचले स्तर में है, वहाँ जाने की संभावना होती है। हर साल ये होता है, लेकिन हर साल जो बारिश होती है लगातार नेपाल में, उसका असर होता है कि बाढ़ आती है गंडक में भी और कोसी में भी, दोनों जगहों पे। लेकिन इस बार की स्थिति बिल्कुल अलग है। ये फ्लैश फ्लड है, आप जो भी कहा गया कि ग्लेशियर टूटा और जैसे वो तालाब बना, जो भी चीज़ें फाइंडिंग्स में आए, लेकिन एक बहुत कम समय में एक जो फ्लैश फ्लड की स्थिति बनी है, उसने बिहार को एकदम कुछ घंटों का समय दिया है इसके लिए प्रिपेयर होने के लिए। और सबसे एक राहत की बात यह है, मैं बता दूं आपको, कि सुबह 9 बजे की ये घटना है और जो दूरी और जो आकलन किया जा रहा था कि पानी की स्पीड का, कि किस स्पीड से पानी आएगी, मैंने खुद बिहार के डिप्टी सीएम और जो जल संसाधन मंत्री हैं विजय चौधरी, उनसे बात की थी 3-4 बजे के आसपास। उन्होंने कहा था कि अगले 5-6 घंटे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हैं। और देखिए अभी 10 बज रहे हैं और जो लेटेस्ट अपडेट हमारे पास है उसके मुताबिक गंडक बराज से जो पानी का डिस्चार्ज है वो रात 8 बजे तक 1,04,000 क्यूसेक रहा है, जो उस अमाउंट में नहीं है जैसा उम्मीद या संभावना या आशंका जताई जा रही थी। हो सकता है ये आगे और बढ़े, लेकिन जो हमारी बात हुई है विभाग के अधिकारियों से, सरकार के लोगों से, उनका ये मानना है कि नीचे आते आते पानी हो सकता है अपने फैलाव वाले मैदानी इलाकों में स्थिति में आए और 2-2.5 लाख क्यूसेक तक का डिस्चार्ज जा सकता है गंडक में, जो बहुत सामान्य सी बात ही मानेंगे हम। गंडक नदी में मानसून के दौरान गंडक बराज जो होता है ना, वाल्मीकि नगर का डिस्चार्ज, वहाँ पर 2 लाख क्यूसेक बहुत नॉर्मल होता है। आज सुबह जब ये घटना हुई थी तो 80,000 क्यूसेक का डिस्चार्ज था, अब वो बढ़कर 1,04,000 हुआ है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि सरकार ने स्थिति पर नज़र नहीं रखी है, बहुत नज़र है बारीक से। सम्राट चौधरी ने खुद रिव्यू मीटिंग किया है, जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं बिहार के, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री से उनकी फ़ोन पे बातचीत हुई है। हर जगह सरकार अलर्ट की स्थिति में है और सरकार को ये लग रहा है कि अगर नेपाल में इस आई त्रासदी का सबसे बड़ा खामियाजा किसी को भुगतना पड़ सकता है तो वो बिहार को भुगतना पड़ सकता है, और इसी वजह से अलर्ट की स्थिति है। जी।
All right, Samarth and Shashi, thank you so much for joining us and getting us those updates from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. The areas which were mentioned by colleagues, there is no need to panic. Rescue authorities, NDRF and SDRF teams are taking every possible precaution. Stay on alert, but do not panic. Meanwhile, Isha Foundation founder and spiritual leader Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, also known as Sadhguru, says that 77 pilgrims from one of his Kailash pilgrimage groups were at an immigration center in Tibet's Gyeorong when a massive flash flood swept through town. The group was returning from the Kailash pilgrimage and had stopped at the immigration center when the flood struck, inundating the building and large parts of the border town. Now, Sadhguru says, as of now, there is still no official information on the whereabouts of those inside the immigration center. He has also added that 495 people from 21 Kailash groups have returned safely, while 743 more remain in Tibet and 148 remain in Nepal. And we've got the first statement from the Isha Foundation on India Today. They say that they have no idea yet. It's been hours, remember, but they still have no idea of whereabouts yet about the 80 people who were there. We spoke to the leader of the group just 10 minutes before the tragedy, so they had no warning no idea that this disaster was going to befall them. Also, we have been told that Sadhguru was to be there tomorrow at the same immigration center. The Isha Foundation is in touch with the families, but as we said, unfortunately, authorities say they have no updates. So that is, of course, unfortunate news coming in about what is happening with those 73 Isha Foundation devotees who are missing right now, who were in Tibet when the flash flood struck. My colleague Akshita spoke to a member of the Isha Foundation, and the key takeaways are that there's still no idea yet about 80 people almost who were there. The Isha Foundation had spoken to the leader of the group just 10 minutes before tragedy. That really underlines the tragic situation here. Just 10 minutes before tragedy struck, the group had absolutely no idea, no warning about what was going to happen in the next 10 minutes. Let me go across, in fact, to my colleague Akshita, who's joining us. Akshita, you spoke to a member of the Isha Foundation. One can understand that this is a really unfortunate time for them. What are the latest updates they told you?
Well, unfortunately, Ratanshu, they have no updates. Since the tragedy has broken out, they're saying communication lines have completely broken down. They've had no way of reaching out to anyone there. The authorities at this point have said, just hold on, wait. We don't have any updates at this point. So it looks like it will take at least another 24 hours. I asked them if there's a specific timeline that's been given to them by the authorities or when they could get an update. They say absolutely none. So they're hopeful that in the next 24 hours they'll get some clarity. But obviously it's not looking good because we've all seen those videos of what really happened at the immigration center, which is where 77 of the participants were. 3 of them, besides the 77, are Isha volunteers. So in all, 80 people from one group missing. Now here's what's shocking. The coordinator who I spoke to, who is with Sadhguru right now, says that they actually spoke to the leader of the group, of the 77, just 10 minutes before the tragedy took place. And right after that, every attempt to communicate them, there's been no answer whatsoever. It's been completely unresponsive.
Sorry to cut you short, but let's listen into that conversation you had with the member of the Isha Foundation.
Joining us here on India Today is the coordinator of Isha Sacred Walks, Ma Gambhiri, is with us. Ma Gambhiri, first of all, glad that you are safe. Can you just give us a sense of where you are currently, along with the rest of those who were part of this yatra with you from the Isha Foundation?
Namaskaram, Akshita. So, we are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra. But, something that very unexpected happened. And we, in fact, spoke to the leader of this group about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. And it's over 14, 15 hours or more now. And we are still waiting for more information on this one particular group.
I'm sure it's been...
Yes.
I'm sure it's been very, very overwhelming, all that's happened in the last few hours, and hard to really wrap our heads through that something like this has even taken place. And I'm sure this is a route that you've taken multiple times as well. So to imagine this kind of a tragedy striking is, I'm sure, shocking to say the least. But any word, Ma Gambhiri, right now on those 70 plus people who, you've lost touch with? Anything that you've been able to get from the authorities?
Authorities are doing their best as we see it on the China side, from India side, and of course also Nepal side. But the communication systems are all down because of this flood. And it took several hours for us to even start getting tidbits of information. And the last video, if you see, which is going viral at the moment, that sort of tells the story of what actually happened there.
Yeah.
And but we are still waiting for some official information, which has not come as yet, because it's quite remote region. You see, Tibet is quite remotely located, and the tragedy was very huge. But from what we have heard, the military has started work there, and we hope to get some information soon from them. We do have some information on the Nepal side, where 3 of our volunteers were stationed. The whole of that town, which is called Timre, is wiped out, completely wiped out. And we have no information about 3 of these volunteers as well. But about this 77 of our participants, we are still hoping. We're still hoping for something, for some information to come in. Fortunately, we have Sadhguru here with us, and he's been completely on, and we have been he's been guiding us. We have been trying to reach out to various agencies, various embassies, because we had people from 19 different countries. And so we have been reaching out to all the 19 embassies, both in India and in Nepal. We have been reaching out to all the families of all the 77, plus these 3 people, 80 families. We've been reaching out to them personally, over the phone, over actually visiting them personally in wherever they are, trying to provide them all the support that we can provide to them emotionally with regard to updates, some information. We've been trying all of that, but it's still very difficult to comprehend that such a thing has happened.
Tonight, the prayers of everyone in India and everyone in Nepal will be with those 80 members of the Isha Foundation, all the 133 tourists from India and everyone else from Nepal who have been caught in this devastating flash flood. And we hope as early as possible that we get details on their whereabouts and that they're safe and they're rescued. With that, it's time for a short commercial, but on the other side, my colleague Geeta Mohan takes you all the latest coming in from Nepal and the rest of the world. Stay tuned to India Today.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kola Spa at home.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kola Spa at home.
This week, India Today magazine examines the Cockroach Janata Party and its growing political ambitions. Can this decentralized youth movement overcome its challenges and emerge as a major political force? Also inside, India's booming arms exports, BJP's party revamp, and the rise of India's surfing wave. Read the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe at subscriptions.intoday.in.
what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with a Cola Spa at home.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Can secret channels achieve what public diplomacy cannot, or simply create bigger questions than answers? Today, two stories of high-stakes power politics unfolding behind the headlines. President Donald Trump is linking a landmark US-Saudi nuclear deal to Saudi Arabia's recognition of Israel, using nuclear cooperation as leverage to reshape West Asia. Meanwhile, a US military C-17 has quietly landed in Moscow, followed by reports of CIA chief John Ratcliffe holding undisclosed contacts with Russian officials, even as Washington and Moscow remain publicly tight-lipped. One is using a nuclear deal to force a diplomatic breakthrough, and the other may be using an intelligence channel to reopen a frozen one. So are these the new rules of diplomacy, or signs that the most consequential negotiations are now happening in the shadows? Hello and welcome. You're watching Statecraft with me, Geeta Mohan. All this and more, but first up, the headlines. India's National Disaster Response Force said it is on high alert in the eventuality of flash floods in Nepal, causing water levels to surge in the Gandak River and inundate border areas of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. India's Ministry of External Affairs said the Embassy of India in Kathmandu is closely coordinating with Government of Nepal for the early rescue and relief of Indian nationals affected by flash floods. Nepal's Prime Minister Balen Shah said rescue operations to continue overnight. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi spoke to his Nepali counterpart and assured him that New Delhi will provide all possible humanitarian assistance to the neighbouring country. Meta Platforms reached a settlement of $18 billion to resolve claims brought by states across the country that the company designed Instagram and Facebook to addict children, misled consumers about their safety, and improperly collected personal data of children who used its platforms. The deal was reached during a California federal court trial over claims brought by 29 states. Fans gathered to pay tribute to the music icon Dolly Parton after the announcement of her death. The renowned country music singer, songwriter and actress, whose charisma, heartfelt lyrics and business acumen captured people's imagination for nearly 6 decades, died on Tuesday, aged 80. No cause of death was disclosed, but Parton's publicist said she died peacefully in Nashville. We begin with some disturbing news. A sudden flash flood in Nepal has turned a tourist route into a disaster zone, with at least 105 Indian tourists last reported among 384 people who were reported missing, according to the Nepalese government's last briefing. The flood struck the Bhote Koshi River in Rasuwa district near the Tibet border on Wednesday morning, sweeping away houses, vehicles, bridges and infrastructure. At least 9 people have died so far, while the search for the missing continues. This, as we were reporting and looking at all the details and updates from the government of Nepal. The Nepal Tourism Board says 291 foreign nationals and 93 Nepali citizens are among those reported missing. Of the Indians identified so far, 59 were traveling with Samrat Tours and Travels, while another 46 were with Leaf Holiday. That number could rise as authorities confirm more nationalities. The biggest question now is what triggered the sudden surge. Nepal's flood authorities say heavy rain in Rasuwa alone may not explain it. Satellite images show significant rainfall on the Tibetan side, while officials are also examining the possibility of a glacial lake outburst flood. The damage is enormous. Timure Bazaar and the border customs area were badly hit. The Friendship Bridge at Rasuwa Gari was swept away and several police facilities were damaged. Rescue teams face another problem. Flood waters remain too high for helicopters to land in some areas, and the danger has not ended. The flood has moved downstream into the Trishuli basin, forcing warnings across several Nepali districts and alerting Bihar in India. With more people still missing, the race now is not against the river, it's against time as well. The Indian Embassy in Nepal has issued emergency contact numbers for Indian nationals affected by a sudden flash flood that struck the Bhote Koshi River in Rasuwa district earlier in the day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Nepali Prime Minister Balen Shah and conveyed condolences on the loss of lives due to the flood in Nepal. The Indian Premier also extended all possible humanitarian and relief assistance from the Indian government. Ministry of External Affairs and sources in the government have already conveyed that relief is on its way to Nepal. 4 of India's biggest power players are in 4 major capitals at the same time. Ajit Doval is in Beijing, Jai Shankar in Moscow, Piyush Goyal in Tokyo, and Nirmala Sitharaman in Ottawa. And this is no diplomatic coincidence. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval's mission in China is about the most urgent problem first, the border. He's holding talks with Wang Yi on the India-China boundary and meeting Chinese Vice President Han Zhang. The goal is to keep peace along the LAC and create enough stability for Xi Jinping's expected India visit for the BRICS summit. Then comes Moscow. Dr. Jai Shankar is meeting Russia's top leadership as pressure from Washington grows over India's Russian oil and defense ties. His task is simple: protect the India-Russia relationship, secure energy and defense interests, and make sure outside pressure does not dictate Indian policy. In Tokyo, Piyush Goyal is leading India's biggest ever business delegation to Japan with more than 200 companies. The focus is investment, semiconductors, manufacturing, clean energy, and stronger supply chains. And then there is Union Minister for Finance, Nirmala Sitharaman, who's also on an official visit to Canada and USA from August 25th to September 2nd. The mission aims at strengthening bilateral economic and financial partnerships, deepening investment linkages, and advancing cooperation on shared global economic priorities, according to the ministry. During the first leg of her tour in Toronto, Canada, Sitharaman will take part in the inaugural Economic and Financial Dialogue alongside Canada's Minister of Finance and National Revenue, François-Philippe Champagne. The ministry noted that this forum will provide an avenue for both sides to discuss macroeconomic trends, financial sector ties, and mutual investment. Put all 4 together and the strategy becomes clear. China gets border management, Russia gets strategic reassurance, Japan gets deeper economic ties, and US and Canada get enhanced economic cooperation. India is not choosing one camp and abandoning the others. It is playing all different sides of the board. At a time when global power is splitting into competing camps, Delhi's message is blunt. India will deal with everyone, protect its interests, and decide its partnerships on its own terms. A US military jet secretly landed in Moscow, and then the CIA chief reportedly appeared. when a US military C-17 suddenly flew from Riga into Moscow without an announcement or explanation, the internet did what it does best. It went wild. The aircraft came from the area of Joint Base Andrews, one of America's key hubs for senior government air travel. Then came reports of a US diplomatic motorcade. Then came the bigger bombshell. CIA Director John Ratcliffe was reportedly in Moscow. Washington had no comment. Moscow first claimed it had no information. Suddenly, a routine cargo flight looked less like cargo and more like a message in a very expensive metal envelope. So why did a US military aircraft quietly enter Moscow? Why was Ratcliffe reportedly there? And what exactly was important enough to keep off the diplomatic record? Start with the aircraft, because this is where the mystery begins. The plane was a US Air Force C-17A Globemaster III, operating under call sign RCH 4555. Flight tracking data showed it departed Riga at around 8:50 in the morning and landed at Moscow's Vnukovo airport shortly after 10. That was unusual. The aircraft had arrived in Riga on August 23rd after flying from Camp Springs, Maryland, where Joint Base Andrews is located. Andrews is closely associated with senior US government air transport, including Air Force One. But does that prove a senior official was on board? No. A C-17 is a heavy transport aircraft. It can carry personnel, vehicles, communications equipment, and other logistical support. So Washington could send the plane ahead of a high-level visit without putting the VIP on board. The aircraft itself raised the mystery. It did not solve it. Then Moscow went silent. The Kremlin initially said it had no information about the aircraft. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov also said no meetings with US administration officials were planned in Moscow that week.
Media reported today that an USAF military transport aircraft has landed in Vnukovo Airport. Could Kremlin provide a comment and unveil details of a certain new visit?
No, I do not possess such information. I can only tell you that there were contacts between the special services. I can tell you that there were no meetings with the President of Russia. That is all I can tell you on this subject. Naturally, President Putin is briefed on everything immediately.
Washington was hardly more helpful. The US-European Command had no information to offer, while the CIA, Pentagon, and Air Force declined to comment. So officially, there was no trip, except there was a plane. And then there was the motorcade. Video from Moscow showed a convoy of vehicles, including cars with red diplomatic plates, moving through central Moscow. Then came the name that changed everything: John Ratcliffe. CBS News reported that the CIA director was in Moscow for meetings, citing people familiar with the situation. Axios separately confirmed the highest-level visit by a Trump administration official to Russia since January, citing a US official. The CIA did not comment. So why would the CIA chief make a rare, unannounced trip to Moscow? Because Ratcliffe is not a conventional diplomat. The CIA has already played a role in sensitive US-Russia contacts. Ratcliffe personally negotiated the April 2025 release of US-Russian dual national Ksenia Karolina. The agency also played a role in the 2024 prisoner exchange that brought Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich and Marine veteran Paul Whelan home. That gives Ratcliffe something conventional diplomats do not always have: an intelligence channel. And there is precedent. Former CIA Director William Burns traveled to Moscow in November 2021 and met senior Russian officials, including President Vladimir Putin, to warn him against invading Ukraine. So when a CIA director suddenly appears in Moscow during a stalled war, the obvious question is not simply why Moscow, it is why now. The Ukraine talks have effectively stalled. US-mediated negotiations remain stuck, with the sides still far apart on core issues. Reports have also suggested that Washington and European officials prepared a fresh proposal for Moscow. That makes a secret channel entirely plausible. Could Ratcliffe have gone to Moscow to reopen the Ukraine channel? Possibly. Could he have carried a warning? Also possible. Could Washington have wanted to test whether Moscow was ready for movement before making anything public? Again, the circumstances fit. And there is another remarkable detail. According to several American news reports, ahead of Ratcliffe's reported trip, the United States told Ukraine that a senior delegation would travel to Moscow and asked Kyiv to suspend strikes until the delegation left, according to a senior Ukrainian official. Why ask Ukraine to pause strikes during the visit? The obvious answer is security, but it also suggests Washington wanted the Moscow trip to happen without an incident that could wreck whatever conversation was taking place behind closed doors. Then there is the Kremlin's changing message. First, Peskov said there was no planned meetings with US officials and that he had no information about the aircraft. Later, when asked about Ratcliffe's reported visit, he described it as contacts between security services. That is a very different message. First, no information. Then, security service contacts. So was Moscow denying a diplomatic meeting while quietly acknowledging an intelligence channel? That is the simplest explanation for the apparent contradiction. There's also another theory, Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. Reports circulating online claim Ratcliffe's Moscow visit involved a US request for Russia to pressure Iran into reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But stop right there. That claim is unverified till now. The theory says Russian officials briefed Iran that Washington wanted Moscow to pressure Tehran to reopen Hormuz and warned that Russian banks, traders, and shipping entities linked to Iranian oil, gold, and aviation could face sanctions under an operation called Economic Outcast. According to the same unverified reporting, Russia rejected the request and told Iran the threatened measures would have limited consequences. Did Ratcliffe actually discuss this in Moscow? There is no confirmation, but the theory matters because Iran is a major Moscow ally in West Asia, while the Iran war has created another major point of tension between Washington and Moscow. So was the trip about Ukraine, Iran, or both? We do not know, but we do know why the C-17 matters. The aircraft is built to move people, vehicles, equipment, and support packages over long distances. That makes it useful for sensitive missions. A C-17 can bring the backstage operation with it, vehicles, communications equipment, personnel, and logistical support. That brings us to the biggest question. What was important enough to send the CIA director to Moscow without a public announcement? The answer is not confirmed, but the facts point to something more sensitive than ordinary diplomacy. There was no publicly announced US-Russia meeting. The Kremlin initially denied knowledge of the aircraft. A US military C-17 flew into Moscow. A diplomatic motorcade appeared. CIA Director John Ratcliffe was reportedly in the city. Washington reportedly warned Ukraine to pause strikes until the delegation departed. And Kremlin later acknowledged contacts between security services. That does not prove a secret peace deal. It does not prove an ultimatum. And it does not prove the unverified Iran-Hormuz theory. But it does show that a high-level US-Russia intelligence channel was active at a moment when public diplomacy had stalled. Ukraine is the strongest obvious possibility because peace talks have stalled and a fresh proposal was reportedly in preparation. So what was the message? Most likely, it involved issues too sensitive to put on the public diplomatic table. Ukraine is the strongest obvious possibility because the peace process has stalled and a fresh proposal is reportedly in preparation. Iran and Hormuz remain a separate, unverified theory, but one thing is clear. The strangest part of the story is not that a C-17 landed in Moscow. It is that the plane landed, the officials said almost nothing, the spy chief reportedly appeared, the Kremlin first claimed ignorance and then acknowledged security contacts, and everyone expected the world not to notice. Unfortunately for them, flight trackers exist, and apparently so does the internet. That's all in this edition of Statecraft. Before we go, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met former American professional boxer Terence Crawford in Kyiv on Tuesday, where the undefeated former world champion presented him with a puppy named Freya as a gesture of solidarity with Ukraine. Footage released on Tuesday by the Ukrainian Presidential Press Service showed Crawford handing over the American Pit Bull Terrier puppy during a meeting at the presidential office. Take a look at the visuals. Goodbye and take care.
South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic example.
That is the first meeting among the chief ministers where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
मनुस्मृति को लेकर के जो उनका जो है वो पंचिंग पैड बना रखा है, उसको मनुस्मृति को जो है वो सियासी लिंचिंग का जो है वो एक साधन बना लिया है। तो ये वो लोग हैं जो लोग कि जिनको कि मनुस्मृति के बारे में ज्ञान नहीं है, अज्ञानता से भरे हुए हैं, लेकिन एक कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, जिसमें कि कम्युनल भी तड़का लगेगा, कास्ट का भी तड़का लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं, और उसमें जो है वो मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा हो जाता है। मुस्लिम लड़कियों की तालीम और तरक्की को तालिबानी ताले में जो है वो कैद करने की कोशिश करो, ये ठीक नहीं है। जहाँ तक सवाल है हिजाब का सवाल, हिजाब के बारे में बहुत स्पष्ट है कि भाई भारत जो है वो स्वतंत्र देश है, जिसको जो इच्छा हो वो पहने, लेकिन जो ड्रेस कोड होता है संस्थाओं के, उस ड्रेस कोड का सम्मान सबको करना होगा, चाहे वो कोई किसी भी धर्म का हो, किसी भी जाति का हो। इसलिए जो है इसने जो लोग जो है उसमें सांप्रदायिक कन्फ्यूजन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनकी सोच में खोट नहीं है बल्कि सोच में साजिश है।
हम लोग तो स्पीकर को पिटीशन दिया था एंटी डिफेक्शन के, तो इसलिए अभिषेक बनर्जी गए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, क्योंकि वो लोग जो पार्टी छोड़े हैं सब कानून तोड़ के ही छोड़े हैं, उनका अस्तित्व तो नहीं रहना चाहिए, वो केवल केंद्रीय सरकार का समर्थन से जी रहे हैं, उसका पार्टी का नाम भी नहीं है, निशान भी नहीं है। तो शुभेंदु अभिषेक बनर्जी सही कदम उठाए।
सर एक आखिरी
are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Ritangshu Bhattacharya. Tragic news coming in from Nepal. We take you through all of that over the next 25 minutes. But first, a look at the top headlines. Deaths, devastation and destruction in Nepal. At least 95 are dead after a flash flood in Nepal. Chinese customs office used by Kailash-bound pilgrims washed away in a matter of seconds. At least 133 tourists of India are missing. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Nepalese Prime Minister Balin Shah, expresses condolences over deaths, assures all possible humanitarian assistance. India also sends relief material and medicines to Nepal. Over 50 people from Tamil Nadu are missing due to Nepal's flash flood. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay expresses shock, announces emergency contact numbers for the family of those missing. DKS's first interview as Karnataka Chief Minister is only on India Today. Says southern states are being discriminated against by the centre and all south states on delimitation are on the same page. And after the monsoon session washout, India Today speaks to Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, says the Home Minister did not give orders for the use of pellet guns and cops just followed the manual. It is indeed not a very good evening for us viewers, as our neighbour Nepal is battling devastating flash floods. Even as the full scale of this catastrophe is still emerging, the numbers are grim. At least 95 people are dead, while 133 Indian tourists are still reported to be missing. Many of them are believed to have been seen on the Mansarovar Yatra. But first, let's show you how grim the situation really is. These visuals came to us earlier today. Take a look at the visuals next to me on your screens. This is the moment the flash flood hit the Kerung border customs office near the Nepal-China border. The impact was caught on camera. The office is located on a key route used by cargo trucks and pilgrims traveling to Mansarovar. It was left devastated by the massive floods. The landslides and the flash floods followed an earthquake. These visuals capture the raging waters as they tore through everything in their path, battering villages in Nepal's Rasuwa district. As the water surged downstream, it swept away a hydropower plant in Rasuwa, dismantling structures within seconds. Just look at the impact. 60 employees of the Langtang Khola hydropower project are missing as we speak. In Nepal's Trishuli, the flood waters swept away an entire bridge. More than 20 suspension and motorable bridges have been washed away from Rasuwa to Malku. In Bhote Koshi, the current was so powerful that villages, vehicles and everything in its path was swept away in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Nepalese Prime Minister Balin Shah has appealed for unity. He has asked people to be patient, saying that the government is taking full responsibility for the rescue, treatment, food and shelter. Balin Shah has also thanked Prime Minister Modi for the aid and support and has hailed India-Nepal ties, saying that he deeply values the bond between the two nations. India, meanwhile, has acted on its promise and has dispatched 10 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies, along with essential medicines to support Nepal's rescue and relief efforts. Now, on the other hand, Isha Foundation founder and spiritual leader Sadhguru has said that 80 pilgrims from one of his Kailash pilgrimage groups were at an immigration center in Tibet's Gyeorong when a massive flash flood swept through town. The group was returning from the Kailash pilgrimage and had stopped at the immigration center when the flood struck, inundating the building and large parts of the border town. Meanwhile, India Today's Akshita Nandagopal has spoken to a member from the Isha Foundation, Ma Gambhiri, who is currently stranded in Tibet. Listen in to that exchange.
Ma Gambhiri, first of all, glad that you are safe. Can you just give us a sense of where you are currently, along with the rest of those who were part of this yatra with you from the Isha Foundation?
Namaskaram, Akshita. So, we are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra, about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. And it's over 14, 15 hours or more now. And we are still waiting for more information on this one particular group.
I'm sure it's been...
Yes.
I'm sure it's been very, very overwhelming, all that's happened in the last few hours, and hard to really wrap our heads through that something like this has even taken place. And I'm sure this is a route that you've taken multiple times as well. So to imagine this kind of a tragedy striking is, I'm sure, shocking to say the least. But any word, Magambiri, right now on those 70 plus people who, you've lost touch with? Anything that you've been able to get from the authorities?
Authorities are doing their best as we see it on the China side, from India side, and of course also Nepal side. But the communication systems are all down because of this flood. And it took several hours for us to even start getting tidbits of information. And the last video, if you see, which is going viral at the moment, that sort of tells the story of what actually happened there.
Yeah.
And but we are still waiting for some official information, which has not come as yet, because it's quite remote region. You see, Tibet is quite remotely located, and the tragedy was very huge. But from what we have heard, the military has started work there, and we hope to get some information soon from them. We do have some information on the Nepal side, where 3 of our volunteers were stationed. The whole of that town, which is called Timre, is wiped out, completely wiped out. And we have no information about 3 of these volunteers as well. But about this 77 of our participants, we are still hoping. We're still hoping for something, for some information to come in. Fortunately, we have Sadhguru here with us, and he's been completely on, and we have been he's been guiding us. We have been trying to reach out to various agencies, various embassies, because we had people from 19 different countries. And so we have been reaching out to all the 19 embassies, both in India and in Nepal. We have been reaching out to all the families of all the 77 plus these 3 people, 80 families. We've been reaching out to them personally, over the phone, over actually visiting them personally in wherever they are, trying to provide them all the support that we can provide to them emotionally with regard to updates, some information. We've been trying all of that, but it's still very difficult to comprehend that such a thing has happened. So we're still grappling with that.
I'm sure, our prayers, our hopes that we get some positive information, as difficult as it may be in these times, about the 77 participants and the 3 Isha volunteers. You did tell us, Magambiri, that you spoke to the leader of that group just 10 minutes before. And what that tells me is there was no warning whatsoever. They had no clue that there was, any sort of flash flood headed their way?
Absolutely none. There was absolutely no warning, either from the people around or the immigration center. It was a very normal day for them. There was no indication, no warning, no nothing that something like this could happen. At 9:05 in the morning, not me, one of my team members spoke to the leader. And after 10 minutes, when we tried to contact them again, they were not reachable. So it happened within those 10 minutes.
My God.
And
it's evident in the videos that it was sudden. And I think people had no idea. They were running for their lives. What can you really do in the face of that kind of a tragedy?
Yes.
You did say that Sadhguru is there too, Magambiri. I'm sure he's been tracking very closely all the updates that have been coming in as well.
Yes, Sadhguru has been personally very involved. In fact, tomorrow morning we were supposed to be at that immigration center. We were to
Okay.
exit Tibet tomorrow morning, just 24 hours later. And he's been very hands-on, connecting with various agencies, trying to get all the support and help that we could, right from Indian government, various Chinese agencies, and also on the Nepal side. So there are various people at it trying to get us all the needed information, but just that the communication systems are down at the moment is making it very difficult for us to get any information, and people are not allowed to go closer to this affected area. So both put together, we are not getting much information out. So we're just hoping and waiting at this moment that we'll get to hear some information by tomorrow morning.
Has there been any timeline that authorities have been able to give you on when perhaps they could tell you what the situation is or about the plight of those 77 participants?
I think it's a little too soon because it took them time. The tragedy was big enough for the Chinese top leadership of China to give a statement on this. So that also indicates that it was not a small happening that happened there. They are at it. It took them some time to mobilize their army and all of their resources. And I've heard that they have reached, they're working on all the efforts they are taking, all the machinery and equipments are being taken there, is what we have heard. But we have not received any more information than this. So we are still hoping against hope that we would get to hear something good.
Okay. I know, Ma Gambhir, that this is, of course, a very, very grim time for you, for Isha. Everyone, of course, will be praying for the well-being of the participants and the volunteers. But, for any of the family members watching this broadcast, what would be your message to them?
It's a very, very difficult time. It's very difficult for us, and I can totally understand what the families would be going through. We are still waiting for the official confirmation we are still hoping against hope, like I said. So we are with them completely, totally, in any way that they need us. We are reaching out to them, the families personally. Our volunteers are going and meeting with the family one-on-one personally, because it's not something you just send a message and it's done with. It's a big loss for the family, and like I said, we still don't have a confirmation. So we are reaching out to them. We are with them in any way, in every way that they need any kind of support from us, not just today, even later on, any kind of help they need from us. I think emotionally is where they will need a lot of help and support, and we are there for them anytime, any day to help them with this.
I think what's shocking is we've never seen anything like it. Ma Gambhir, I'm sure you've been to that very spot so many times. You're telling me that tomorrow is when you, Sadhguru, were expected there as well. And you've never seen anything like this. Never any sort of flash flood or, not to this scale, but even to a small extent, any sort of, disaster that could ever strike such an area.
We have never encountered something like this. Disasters have happened, but we have never encountered something like this. Maybe in a very, very rainy time, something small may happen, but never something so big with such huge impact on people and their lives. We have not seen anything of this scale ever before. So this is something very new, and it's very, very shocking for all of us. We are still trying to comprehend and come to terms with this. But at the same time, we have to do what we have to do and reach out to the families and comfort them in all possible ways.
And we stand with you in that, Ma Gambhir. We really hope and pray that in the next 24 hours, we get some positive news. I know it's looking very grim right now, but we do really hope that there is some news that comes in of the 80 people, participants plus Isha volunteers very, very soon. Thank you, Ma Gambhir, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your wishes. Thank you.
And we're getting unfortunate news as we speak. The death toll in the Nepal flash flood has reached 100. Below are the districts that we are reading out. Chitwan has had 33 fatalities, Dhading in Nepal with 18, Gorkha 19, Novaghat 11, Nawalparasi East 11, Tanahun 7, Rasuwa 1. Now these are of course the confirmed fatalities. Now security personnel missing are 85, 44 from the army, 28 from the police and 13 from the armed forces. Now this is critical, viewers. 484 tourists are reported to be missing, out of which 391 are foreigners. A large chunk of them are believed to be Indians. Now also we understand that there are following number of injuries. In Kathmandu, 36 people are expected to be injured. In Rasuwa, 21 are believed to be injured. Total injuries in the police is 63 and air rescue 116. Now of course the advisory continues from Nepal authorities. Do not go to the river bank for any purpose whatsoever. It is a dangerous situation right now along the river banks in Nepal. Now staying of course with international news, New York's Mayor Zoran Mamdani has objected to RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat addressing the Indian diaspora at Madison Square Garden, although he admits he cannot block it. The event comes amid a US panel sanctions call against the RSS. All eyes are now on Bhagwat's address on the 29th of August. Here's a special report.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's much-awaited addressal in New York. The RSS chief received a gala welcome with traditional Hindu rituals. RSS chief is scheduled to address the Indian diaspora at the Universal Oneness celebrations at Madison Square Garden on 29th August, an event tied to the RSS centenary year and timed around Raksha Bandhan. But the RSS chief's visit is dividing the voices in US already. New York City Mayor of Indian origin and Democrat voice Zoran Mamdani has launched a scathing attack on the RSS chief. How to defeat him? Mamdani, who is known for his leftist views, has stated that he opposes the highly anticipated event by the RSS chief. Mamdani, however, clarified that the city under him lacks jurisdiction to cancel the event, which is being held on private property. Responding to questions about Bhagwat's visit, Mamdani said RSS is known for being against India as a pluralistic and secular country.
It has been incredibly troubling to see the rise of a movement that is predicated on an exclusionary vision of any country, frankly. And so it is one that I find myself in deep opposition to.
Should the rally be canceled, though, at MSG this weekend?
I don't support the rally, but I don't know if the city has any jurisdiction on canceling a private event.
The controversy comes after the US Commission on International Religious Freedom, headed by a Pakistan-born American, Asif Mahmood, called for sanctions against the RSS. RSS supporters have argued that Mamdani's remarks reveal a brazen doublespeak on free speech, especially by an immigrant who enjoyed the free speech and American values and now out to deny the same to a Hindu voice.
उन्हें सिर्फ न्यूज़ में रहने के लिए और एक सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी को खुश करने के लिए उन्होंने इस तरह के बयान दिए। उनको भी पता है कि उनके अधिकार क्षेत्र में से बाहर है। बार-बार बोल रहा हूँ।
Back in India, the opposition has seized on Mamdani's comments and sought to corner the RSS. The Congress backed Mamdani and called RSS a peddler of hate.
मैं बार-बार बोल रहा हूँ कि जो संस्था महाराष्ट्र में रजिस्टर नहीं, देश में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं, वो संस्था एनजीओ बन के पूरे देश में काम कर रही है। और इसलिए न्यूयॉर्क में हो या अमेरिका के पूरे एरिया में हो, इनको उन लोगों ने तो ऑलरेडी आतंकवादी संगठन डिक्लेयर कर चुके हैं। न्यूयॉर्क जैसा शहर है मल्टी रिलीजियस, वहाँ पर आरएसएस का जो थ्योरी है वो चलेगा नहीं, इसलिए शायद वो लोग विरोध करेंगे।
A massive showdown is loading in New York as the right and left are set to clash over the RSS chief's interaction with the American civil society. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, amid the political row over RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's upcoming event in New York, US singer and actress Mary Miliband has come out strongly in his support. In an India Today exclusive, Mary has hit out at New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani, accusing him of opposing the event because of his opposition to Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. She spoke to my colleague Pooja Shali. Listen in.
You heard what Zoran Mamdani has said. And his comments have been very surprising, considering now he's in a position which should be welcoming for one and all. What does he say when he says RSS? He opposes the arrival of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, but he thinks not much can be done, and he says that I believe in a pluralistic society. That's not what it is. What do you make of such a comment by the mayor of NYC?
Sure. Well, it's great to be with you, Pooja, and all of your wonderful viewers. First of all, the event is going to happen on the 29th. Mamdani has no power or control by law. He cannot invoke his own opinions to cancel a private event. Madison Square Garden, MSG, is a corporation in America, and they don't respond to political rants. They respond to capitalism. And so someone wrote a check, rented MSG, and there will be an event happening on the 29th. So let's just put that to bed. Now, to answer your question about Mamdani's comments, we are not at all surprised by Mamdani here in the United States. I know when he says things, and of course he's standing on not only a platform in New York that is one of the most important cities in the world, let alone America, but when he says things, it reverberates across the world as if it's a national headline or something to be taken seriously. I can tell you this. Mamdani has exposed himself, no question. We saw who he was in the election season, and we definitely see him now. Mamdani is a anti-democracy, anti-religious freedom, anti-everything. I'll say that. His comments and stance towards the Jewish community in Israel is all anti-Semitic. He's been anti-Christian, anti-Hindu. The only religion that he promotes is his own, and in a dangerous way that does not represent the view of the world, that does not certainly represent India. It certainly does not represent America, and it doesn't represent New York. And so his opposition to the RSS chief and this event happening has a twofold conversation, one that is religious and certainly one that is political. And the political conversation is that he is absolutely anti-Prime Minister Modi and everything that Prime Minister Modi stands for.
In other news, a massive row has erupted over Kriti Sanan's Raksha Bandhan jewelry advertisement. BJP MP Kangana Ranaut, of course, remember, had targeted the ad, questioning Kriti's attire and asking why a Rakhi was being tied in what she described as a bikini. Kriti, of course, hit back at her critics, asking why women were told to what to wear. The actor was backed by Rahul Gandhi. Now, today, Jiva, the company behind the advertisement, bowed to pressure and withdrew the ad. Here's a report.
It was an advertisement about love, Raksha Bandhan and the freedom to celebrate in your own way. But what followed was a social media pile-on, political intervention and finally a brand being forced to pull down its own ad. This isn't just a controversy, this is bullying. It began with trolls flooding the comments, calling the outfit shameful and asking who dresses like this in front of a brother. The BJP MP Kangana Ranaut waded in, questioning Jiva's ad featuring actor Kriti Sanan. Kangana questioned the actor's attire and asked, why would you tie your brother Rakhi in your bikini or undergarments? She further added that the advertisement looked intentionally creepy. While Kangana questioned the attire, many also raised questions over Kriti tying a Rakhi to a dog. Some even accused the brand of disrespecting Hindu traditions and asked, would this be accepted with other religions? But Kriti hit back. She said the essence of a festival lies in its emotions and traditions, not in what a woman wears. Culture lies in the heart, not in the neckline. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi backed Kriti, saying women will wear what they want. His party leaders slammed Kangana.
आप जो अब कर रही हैं उनके कपड़ों पे कमेंट करना, उनकी लाइफस्टाइल पे कमेंट करना, किसी की वेशभूषा पर बोलना, ये दिखाता है कि आपकी कितनी मिसोजिनिस्ट, कितनी पितृसत्ता वाली सोच है आपकी। और इसी पितृसत्ता सोच के खिलाफ राहुल जी कहते हैं स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की। आप ये काम अभी तक आदमी कर रहे थे तो बुरा लगता था और इसके खिलाफ हम खड़े थे। अब देश की चुनी हुई महिला सांसद जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से आती हैं, और आप तो बहुत खूबसूरत हैं और आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहने और उससे ज्यादा ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने, और इसमें अच्छी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है।
However, actor Suzanne Burnett raised questions about the ad and the attire.
Kriti Sanon is a beautiful woman. It's a beautiful outfit at the wrong place. So my problem was with the with the ad, with the makers, and with the brand who okayed this.
But days after the ad was released, Jiva bowed to the pressure and took it down. The brand said it respects Indian culture and traditions and never intended to hurt sentiments. But here's the larger question. Raksha Bandhan is a Hindu festival, and Hinduism at its heart is a tradition of dialogue, debate, questioning and discourse. There is no single rule book deciding how a Hindu must dress, celebrate or express faith. So who gets to decide what is appropriate? Who gets to police how someone embraces a tradition? If a festival is about love, choice and celebrating a bond, why should a woman's neckline decide whether that celebration is acceptable? The ad may be withdrawn, but should trolling decide the limits of our freedom? Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a short commercial break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
You have to keep in mind that they're also providing the opportunities and the resources to do that. A maternity leave, yes, 365 days is being provided. There are financial incentives that are provided to help these families along, and that will ensure they have the resources for a child. It's not blindly, okay, you know what, go ahead and have kids. It's not that. It's being addressed in a very systemic way.